Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meets him with a straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, just due.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically, what you're saying is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Get stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older. Do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great time and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I think about it. Yeah, it's more up here than.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Just Do Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's good? What's going on, y'all? How y'all feeling, man? My apologies, we missed yesterday, man. The heat was bugging, causing all kinds of power outages, but everything is back the way it needs to be. And y'all know we on early, so we gonna cook. What they lying about today, y'all, what they crying about today. What they lying about, what they crying about. We gonna get to it because they they slow on the reports. They don't want to talk about what's being reported out there in these YouTube streets, man. You know what I'm saying? The king of negotiations, man, is back at it. The king of negotiations is back at it, man. We gonna get to this, man. It's looking funny, man. Shout out to my dog 6'8" was good with it, man. He said it's looking suspicious, bro. Really suspicious. Kawhi was good. Keep your foot on their necks, you know it. That's why I said that Bill got the Keyshawn and promised him the IBF route. Marcus, my dog, I appreciate the love, sis. Luke just doing the chat. Appreciate the love.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
It's getting it. It's getting interesting, ain't it? 6'8". You feeling me? You're following me? You notice he over there in the IBF rankings too. You get that fight, that get crazy, man. So look, we just gonna talk about it because it's what's out there. Mary, what's good with it, man? I don't know what you on about. Mike Ryan, my God, Forever G's in the building. Kurt, what's good with it, family? How y'all feeling? Yeah, so look, I was doing some scrolling. Yeah, I don't know who the groupies was. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who that is, but that's why I was a little confused by the comment. But we gonna cook. So yeah, I was doing my scrolling, and matter of fact, I wasn't even scrolling. Somebody sent this to me, and then I got the scrolling, and I went and seen it a couple places. I always try to make sure I see things in more than one place. And this platform was reporting that the Lynn Parrow and Devin Haney negotiations had fell apart. He was saying due to economic, Australian economic demands or something to that effect. This is what I seen. And this was, I went and checked the platform. They valid. And then I checked it around a little bit more. And now I'm seeing the same thing. I'm saying that it's a possibility that they could be fighting Jack Catterall next. Bill Haney did go back and forth a little bit with Jack Catterall on Twitter. I'm seeing this post, and I know his side is slow to report on it because it ain't what they want to hear. Like, they are the king of negotiating. They negotiate fights and faster than anybody I've ever seen in boxing. Like, and you could sit here and try this whole narrative that everybody's ducking you and don't nobody want to fight. I mean, cool. If that's what you want to run with, cool. But you still gonna need a fight. The reality is, for the right money, for the right price, these guys is getting in the ring for the right situation. All these guys are fight. I don't believe in fighters running around here being scared of each other like people be pushing. But at the same time, as you see here, if this is factual, then there's more issues with fights being made, and it sounds like another money excuse. They saying Australians excessive economic demands. They saying they want too much. That's what this sound like to me. And my question is, why is this consistently the problem? If you just signed a deal reportedly for 4-fight deal at the Zone, why is it so difficult to get these fights put together? Stop trying to convince me that everybody is just scared. This Lynn Parrow, y'all spar, and I'm gonna pull that up in a second too. The sparring footage of Lynn Parrow. You get what I'm saying? Like, it just look weird. Like, it can't just be everybody's fault. You know what I'm saying? And the more his fans run around here talking about face of boxing this, face of boxing that, nah, fam, y'all just playing with yourselves at this point. Because if that was in fact the case, he was a face of boxing, I don't think you would have these issues making these fights and getting these guys in the ring. It's not all his fault. Look, Devin standing on business is not for him to blame, but the situation is what I question, right? How solid is the situation? Is it on stable ground? Because it seems to me that it's been some announcement of the deal, but it's been kind of hush hush, right? And I got some questions. I was saying it before. Why is Eddie Hearn so quiet? Like, I get it, he didn't sign with Eddie Hearn, but y'all don't at least have the question in y'all mind why Eddie was so vocal about Zuffa and all their signings and what everybody was getting over there, how much they was getting paid, and how everybody, dudes was over there, they couldn't fight nobody, how they gonna be able to pay these guys this money and X, Y, and Z. But he is the Zone, and with him being over there doing any type of business, you would think Eddie Hearn got the scoop. If you know all about Zuffa ins and out and they your competitor, I'm pretty sure if somebody signs a 4-fight deal with the Zone. You get me? And they talking about it worth $150 million. That's what his fans are saying. So I ain't here to question his money, but I just wonder, as a boxing fan, because I ain't here to point fingers nowhere. I'm just calling it how I see it based on what I know and understand. My thinking is, if you sign a big deal, whatever money that is worth, right? If that is what it is, that should put you in a position to make definitely big fights. If not those big fights like these shouldn't be that difficult to make. It shouldn't be hard to make a unification between Devin Haney and Liam Powell. It's 147. What's so difficult about that? You get me? Like, and from this post, like, what is it that they could be demanding that they deem to be excessive economic demands? Like, that's money. Like, do they want too much money? So you're gonna say they price themselves out? This can't be the story with every single fighter, man. Like, it's just can't be it. Somebody, Jack Catterall, Ben said he wanted to fight. So I would guess that fight would happen, right? I would guess. I don't see why it wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Crush, what's good with it, man? How you feeling, bro? Devin versus Jack is a great fight. I ain't mad at it. It just ain't the fights that they was kind of promising people. You know what I mean? Yo, I'm telling you, bro. The marriage was good. 4 negotiations in the last 7 days and still haven't fought in 20 twice. Nah, that's diabolical, man. Hell nah. I didn't even think like that. The marriage, nah, you that's funny, fam. Stoli, what's good, fam? Never seen a fighter that is literally a boxer, not a boxer puncher or a KO artist supposedly being ducked by everyone. Yeah, it's just not making sense. That's all, Marcus. BVO, what's good, homie? Rapper Stone, what's good? Face of boxing is crazy. I seen his face on the pavement by damn. Even most important lately, Opulent, what's good, homie? How you feeling? You say what happened to Liam? I'm hearing that they saying that those negotiations fell out because of the Australia's economic demands. Now I'm seeing the reports of him supposedly being in negotiations with Liam Powell. I mean, Jack Catterall. And you know, Jack Catterall been on the side. He won his opportunity. You get me? Zuffa got some fight on today. They do. Shout out to Claymore Rain. I seen Claymore Rain is calling those Zuffa fights. I mean, why does negotiations never fail with Ryan Rowley, Tanker Shakur? But every time it's Haney negotiations failing, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. BVO, look, Keyshawn didn't take the fight. He didn't take the fight from what we know because of money, right? We ain't gonna keep playing these games, man. I love boxing too much to get up here and lie, push narratives, and only see things one way. I try to speak on both sides of the coin and be as down the middle as possible. You get me? With that being said, let's just call it what it is. Rolly and Devin was an offer sent after Devin said what he said. The money was good. It made sense for him and his team. He came back. He crunched some numbers. He said it ain't make no sense. They was wanting him to fight for no guarantee. Ultimately, what happened, y'all? That fight didn't take place because of what? Money, right? Money. So they walked away from that. Did anybody say Devin Haney was a duck for not taking a fight because he couldn't get the money he wanted, right? Fast forward to the Keyshawn thing. I get it. Keyshawn left himself with a little bit of breathing room because he was very adamant that if he was offered 25%, he taking it. You know, he was in there, looking for Debo, the videos, all that stuff. We would have thought no matter what, he was getting in the ring. But when it came down to it, like, business is business. Entertainment is entertainment. I understand by him saying that stuff, people going to hold him to exactly what he said. And I have no issue with that. That's fair. That's fair. That's fine. So we assume that based on the way he promoted and pushed it, money wouldn't be the reason he wouldn't get in the ring. But lo and behold, 2.1 wasn't it. And I'm hearing they got bigger plans for Keyshawn. So right now, he just got to eat the duck narratives and just keep doing what he's doing. Nobody in boxing is going to convince me that the reason he didn't take the fight is because he's scared to lose or he's scared of Devin Haney or any of that stuff. I just think could have overplayed your hand. Maybe you made some mistakes on a business end. Maybe you made some decisions that didn't turn out in your favor and ultimately led to you not being able to recoup the money you was looking for. So you had to move on from the fight. You know the narratives and the criticism that come with that. That's fair. But again, ultimately, the fight wasn't taken because of money. Devin Haney and Rolly didn't happen because of money. So if Keyshawn Davis is a duck, I have no problem. But you better be calling Devin Haney a duck for not just taking anything and fighting Rolly Romero. You get what I'm saying? Furthermore, they said they was their own boss and they wasn't willing to put up the money for their fighter to secure unification. Now you fast forward to today, after they done clout chasing Shakur, Keyshawn Davis didn't take the fight. You can call him a duck, but like I said, that's money at the end of the day. You look at Devin, he didn't get the money for Rolly. He split. Now you fast forward to this situation. They said they was negotiating with Liam Powell. Now they saying Liam Powell, or should I say the Australians' excessive economic demands is the cause for the breakdown in the negotiations with Liam Powell, which would have been what, y'all? Another unification. So look, follow me, y'all, because we going somewhere. We ain't blaming nobody. I'm just laying out there. I'm laying this shit out there. I'm laying the facts out there, and y'all make y'all own decision. So ultimately, again, this is another fight that fell out of what? Out of negotiations based on these reports because of money again. So now you down to Jack Catterall. So maybe Jack would be the one to take the fight. You know what I mean? Because he did say he won it. Shelton was good with it. When Hen Dog, my dog, was good, family. Paying to see him get an easy win versus Jack Catterall. That shit is crazy, man. Jack said, look, I'll take this fight. He said it's a good fight. Cole versus Buke. Shout out to you, Shelton. You watching the Zuffa card? Everybody hit the like button. We ain't chasing our tails. Dre, what contract, fam? What contract? It wasn't no contract for him to sign. Bounce back was good. It wasn't no contract for Shakur to sign to fight Devin. I don't know why you keep saying that. Didn't Shakur go to Zuffa, where Bill Haney said they wanted to fight, right? Bill Haney said Zuffa wanted to fight, right? And they had the money for it, right? Didn't Shakur sign there? They went to the zone, right? Was never no contract. Didn't Shakur still say after the Keyshawn fight fell out that he's still right there at 144? What's up? Didn't he say that? He tagged Devin Haney, Bill, said Nick and Dana, we here. We got y'all know who I'm with. What's up? And they just didn't Bill say 47? Didn't he tell them to petition to be the mandatory at 147? That fight is dead. It's not going to happen because Devin Haney is not, in my opinion, based off what I'm saying, I feel like he feels it don't make sense for him to give up anything to fight a Shakur Stevenson. It's very similar to the 35 situation. We're going to leave that there. It wasn't nothing to sign. Let's move on. Now, again, Jack Catterall might be on the table. Look, not a bad fighter, but just not at the top of his game. He not in the best physical prime, but regardless of what, I think Devin Haney will beat him any day of the week. I expect him to beat this guy just like I would expect him to beat Liam Powell. It's not a ton of guys at 47 to me, or should I say even a handful of guys that I think is better than Devin at 47. So these fights are fights that he definitely could win. I'm not mad at neither fight as a fan because we all know what fight we wanted to see or which fights we wanted to see. The Keyshawn Davis fight didn't happen. The Shakur Stevenson, I'm standing on this. If you see it different, it's cool. It was a clout chase move. They was never serious about going to 144 pounds to fight him. You know what I mean? If Shakur would have come up to 47, then I think that's when they would take the fight. But that's just me. I just don't think Devin is willing to come down, and Shakur ain't going all the way up right now. So it's dead for that. Nobody ducked, but they definitely clout chased because they was the ones saying they was pushing it, promoting it, negotiating it, and nothing happened. Now you got to move on possibly from Liam Powell to Jack Catterall. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to complain, but this ain't it. I ain't going to lie. This ain't it. This ain't it. Like, y'all doing this clout chasing shit again, fam. And now y'all using Boots' name. Y'all using Boots' name to do it. Yo, I just seen a video, fam. That shit got close to 30,000 views saying Devin Haney called out Boots Ennis. He said he want to fight Boots Ennis at 154 with no tune-up. Somebody, please, can you please find me the tweet, the video, the audio, anything that would suggest that Devin Haney called Boots out and he said he want to fight him at 154 pounds, no tune-up. That fight is another fight that's not happening, fam. I don't know why y'all keep playing with the people. And I'm gonna get to what Tim Bradley said. How he feel about the Boots fight with Devin. And yeah, y'all do this every time. Y'all, instead of focusing on the fights that's right in front of your guy for him to make and win, right? Y'all doing this shit with Boots. There's no way in hell you even remotely thinking about going up anywhere near 154 pounds and stepping anywhere close to N1 mixtape Boots. That would be career suicide, bro. It just don't make sense. It don't make sense. Just like it don't make sense right now for Shakur to move to 147 pounds. I'm very consistent. Don't make sense for Boots or Devin to jump up right now and have to fight Boots. But why y'all even forcing the conversation? They forcing it. Y'all forcing the conversation. Y'all know damn well that fight ain't nowhere near happening. Talking about some damn undisputed versus undisputed. Get y'all WWE shit out of here, man. Ain't gonna be no undisputed versus undisputed. By the time that man get undisputed, if he even get it at 47, getting through all the yellow and red tape, boots will probably be at 60. You got to cut the crap, man. Just fight the guys in front of you. I don't have no problem. I ain't mad at Devin. Only thing, like I said, I'm consistent about that too. Only thing I wish is that he spoke more for himself. That's it. Other than that, I'm cool. I just wish he spoke more for himself, because reason why I say that, because people spent months talking about what he should do, where he should go, and all the stupid stuff, right? And what weight he's fighting at, what weight he can't fight at. And then he come out of nowhere and say 44. That goes against everything that his fans been saying for months. So it's just better off to hear from the fighter. Then you hear Bill again say 47 again, but you're not hearing Devin. The last thing he said was 44 about the fight with Corey, but you keep letting these other guys, they speaking for you, and it muddies the waters, right? I understand Bill is the mouthpiece, but when in terms of getting in the ring and saying what weight you fighting at, you should be the one speaking on that, because you're the fighter. That's all I would say. I ain't saying you got to do 100 interviews. You don't owe me nothing. None of that. I just want to hear what you want. I want to hear what the fighter want. I don't care what nobody else talking about. Shakur speak for himself, right? It's not out the realm of possibility to ask, or it's not unreasonable, should I say, to ask Devin Haney to just speak a little more for himself. Right? We get it. Bill gonna do what he do, but just when it comes to certain particulars, right? Wait, what's your intention? What fight do you want next? We hear what Bill be saying, but what do Devin want? That's all I want to hear. I'd rather hear from him. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. I appreciate the 10-piece in the super chat. He said, just do boxing. I expressed my concern with Shakur and his dealing with a shot. When I realized that Haney hoes and Tangy Maniacs will never admit that their favorite fighter is flawed. Pathetic, right? And you know how it go, man. And look, I'm with you, Big Dog. You feel like just off giving your word and Shock doing what he needed to do, he fulfilled his end. He deserved that fight, and I'm with you. You know what I'm saying, I'm with you. Shout out to Robin for the gift too, man. I'm with you, but I just feel like that the thing that would be stopping that fight, is the lack of leverage that O'Shaquie Foster have, and the big problem is, Big Dog, is business, right? Never mind, like put all the theatrics on pause, the fight Ford, not fight you, and the face off and in the ring, put all that on pause for a second and just consider the business, right? Business wise, Corey just fought at 30. That guy last fight was just fought at 40. His last fight was just at 130. You get me? Business wise, he just don't have the leverage to be barking from 130 at a guy that just fought at 140 and arguably signed one of the bigger deals in boxing, right? It just don't align with the business right now. And this is why when you heard Lou DiBella speak, he was saying, the fight will happen eventually. It'll happen when it's time. But, right now we focused on this, and it's going to be a big fight for Shock. Notice what he's saying. It's going to be a big fight for Shock. That meaning potentially unification with Navarrete. So that's where their plans was at. See, and this is the part that people it gets confusing, because, see, I know what Shock want, and there's something that he wants, and I understand completely. I think he deserved the opportunity to fight him. I do. I think he deserves his just due, but he got to be able to put himself in position to actually get that fight. And by moving down and further away from the guy, it don't put you in better position. Remember, Shakur was saying you could have just kept that intern belt. You probably would have been fighting Zepeda. That would have been a perfect fight to show that you're gonna fight me. But he went down, and I understand it's a lot. It's a lot to a lot of moving parts. But ultimately, the leverage and the lack of business on his side is not going to allow him to make a fight that big. He's not in a position to do it. You get what I'm saying? And it's going to look like, oh, Shakur, you're not keeping your word. When in reality, business-wise, do it make sense for him to try to make that fight right now with him signing a new deal and was potentially thought of to be in bigger fights? You get me? And then the whole time they got Navarrete lined up because they already shook hands on it. You get me? So it's like, it's tough. It's tough, but I'm with you completely. Because he said it, he'll do it. I feel like he should do it. Right? Just like Najee said it to him. And he was like, he cool with that. He said it. He'll fight him. He said he just want his credit. Said, just give me my credit. You know what I'm saying? And I understand what he's saying, because I've literally heard multiple people say, even if he fight Shock, they not giving him credit. But I wouldn't mind the fight. I really wouldn't. Not at all.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
What's good with it? Shout out to my guy Jordan, man. What's good, fam? Robin, appreciate the gold coins, man. Shout out to everybody sending them gifts to my dog Kurt. Appreciate you, said great content, always supporting the grind. Kurt, appreciate the jewels, homie. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit that like button. Let's keep rolling. Biggest issue with shout out to P Hunter. Most of these dudes, they have social media and don't think before they press send on some BS. True. They all guilty of it. I agree with that. I agree with that 1,000,000%. P Hunter. They definitely all guilty of it. Shout out to Gerard Tolan, man. Said, why did Shakur block Showbizz? It's funny, Drake, because we gonna talk about that. I got a good conversation coming up about the Showbizz and Shakur shit. We definitely gonna talk about that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Showbizz, man. Nothing I do over here is ever personal. He doing his thing, Core doing his thing. Core felt how he felt, but maybe I could highlight some things of why he felt the way he did. But it is what it is, man. Everybody's free to have a criticism, but people just go where the wind blows, where the majority blows, right? If it's popular to shit on them, people will come up with talking points that highlight shitting on them, right? It's just what it is. If at one point in time, Devin reputation was in the toilet, right? And he was up there saying his brand is shit. I got the clip where he was talking about Devin being a weight bully. Now he all over Devin talking about everybody ducking him. You see these dudes just go with whatever the narrative take them, to be real. And I ain't gonna lie, that's what I see with this particular situation. But we're gonna get to that. But let's focus up, y'all. We said we unifying the WBA regular now. Nah, and this is the thing, Roja. Shout out to, I think it was Jordan that sent it to me. The WBO president, Gustavo, said they don't recognize the regular titles. Something to that effect. They don't recognize them. You know what I mean? Yeah, his energy was different. Remember, I played the clip, Wrapstar. His energy was different in front of Core. And he understood everything Core was saying. We're going to get to him. But look, Jack Catterall is fights ultimately with Devin is not going to be his fault after the Keyshawn thing. You got to fight who's available, right? But my question is, like, why do fights keep falling out due to money, negotiations, right? You know what I mean? Even Dub, you know, jokingly said it, but it was true. Tate was good with it. Said, bro, like these dudes really, man, he said the Haney's has broken the record for fight negotiations without actually fighting. Shout out to L Dub. Now, I'm not going to lie, this shit had me crying when I seen this. I'm like, yeah, fam, you could blame everybody if you want to. It's cool, but you fought 33 times. You not done right now. You're gonna have to find a way to fight. So just saying everybody's ducking me is not gonna cut it. Meanwhile, negotiations keep falling apart due to money situations, and I'm not understanding that. If they put the big bucks behind you, what's so hard about making a fight? Right? Y'all trying to make a fight for October 3rd, I'm guessing, right? October, trying to keep the October date. Like, why is it so hard to secure fights? That just an honest question. I'm not blaming anybody. It's just a real question. Like, what's going on in the world? Because I ain't gonna lie, from Keyshawn and Jack Catterall, people don't give a damn that much about this. I ain't gonna lie to you. And this is another part I'll talk about. Maybe these fights just ain't meaningful. Like, all right, you know what this makes me think? Shout out to Welcome Down. They said it's like you pay Shakur all his money on Zuffa, right? And the question is, who you going to fight? Who you going, you know what I mean? Who you going to put him in the ring with to pay him all that money? And that's a fair question, right? Who could he fight? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a fair question. Like, because the consensus is they ain't going to be able to fight guys that's under the umbrella, which I totally disagree with, because you see Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia about to happen. So that's garbage. You get me? So it's like, that at the same token, you go do a deal directly with the zone, allegedly 4 fights, right? If you did a 4-fight deal, because remember they said a multi-fight deal with the zone. You know, Chris Mannix said what he got is he's hearing that it's a 4-fight deal. My thing is, are these fights meaningful enough for them to want to entertain using one of the fights on the deal to fight one of these guys, if you get what I'm saying? And that's just a question. I don't know for sure. I don't know what they thinking behind the scenes, but that's the only thing I could wonder, right? Like, you got fights fall out, Lynn Parrow fight fall out. You basically say, economic demands, right? Australian excessive economic demands. So that sounds like too much money, right? And then you move on. Now you got Jack Catterall. I don't feel like that should be the case for him because he want the opportunity. He's been saying it, right? He want to fight. Him and Bill went back and forth on Twitter, right? And Bill told him, like, it ain't too late or something like that. Watch your mouth, or what I mean? They were going back and forth. So it make you wonder, like, look, they was going back. Jack said, say the words. Bill put the demon emoji, told him to watch your mouth. It ain't too late. You know what I mean? Him and Rick was going back and forth. And then, he asked the question, if Liam Parrell doesn't take the fight, will you tell the boxing world? So we going back and forth with Rick Glazier. And it just made me think, like, damn, did he, even if you're going to say he didn't take the fight, they asked if it too much, they priced themselves out. What are you going to do to make a fight? What is it going to take to make a fight? You get what I'm saying? And this is going to lead to an even worse fight down the line. You get me? Because I don't think people really expected you to end up in the ring with Jack Catterall. I don't think people expected to see you fight a Liam Parrell. I think you got people excited, right? You was throwing names out there like Tank, Keyshawn, Shakur, right? Boots. And then Catterall or Liam Parrell, it kind of fall a little flat. I ain't knocking the fights. I'll be here. I'll support them, right? But I'm just saying, I already know how people give it up. They're going to be whining and complaining. They ain't going to give a damn about these fights. They ain't going to give a damn. No paddle, man. No Liam paddle. No more Liam paddle. I don't know what happened, man. Liam said, man, look, take that little bit of chump change with you, fam. Tunnel vision was good. He said, can Devin negotiate even a Blair Cobb fight? At this point, like, what the hell? And it's just the only question I have. I'm just asking questions. I'm not blaming him for anything because it's business, right? It takes two. They got to be on the same page. Shit got to make sense. I'm aware of that. I understand it to that degree. But my only question would be, why all these negotiations keep falling out? And are you going to keep running the play that everybody's ducking you, right? I seen yesterday that somebody said, is Ryan Garcia ducking Devin Haney? Like, bro, what? Y'all, but bro, Boot, so he didn't call, he called out Boots. Like, y'all doing too much. You trying to get the fans excited for stuff that's not a reality right now. And I've been saying it over and time again, man. So I just don't know. Like, I don't know what it's gonna take to make one of these fights. Jack Catterall, like, man, he wants smoke, bro. That Debo, now that shit is dead, fam. That shit dead. Like, that Debo moniker is on life support.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
That Debo moniker is on life support, fam. It's on life support. I mean, that shit gotta stop. Yeah, you want to fight. You got heart. You want to fight. Y'all do good business and all that, but y'all also been negotiating with everybody, and not one fight has been secured. I just wonder why. You know what I mean? Is it everybody asking for too much money, right? Think about it. Look, and it's funny how tables turn. It's funny how tables turn because Rolly and the PBC sent the offer, and Devin felt like it wasn't enough money. Right, so he walks away. He felt like they wasn't paying enough. He walks away. Right, you got the Keyshawn fight. He walks away. He feel like that 2.1 wasn't enough. He walks away. He gets labeled the duck. Devin skates under the radar for doing the same shit in a Rolly situation. Now you fast forward, tables kind of turn. They saying Liam Parrell and company or the Australian folks are asking for too much, right? And then you go to Jack Catterall. It's like, now the tables turn. It's like the other side is asking for too much, and now the fight can't get made. So it's just it's strange. It's just strange to see. I would have thought he would have secured one of these fights kind of fast, but we about to see. But I tell you what, you're not seeing though. You still not seeing a whole bunch of public negotiations. You still ain't seeing that. I told y'all it wasn't gonna go that way when it's time to make a fight for real. Every move is not gonna be highlighted in the media, right? That's just not how it go. Marcus, man, I appreciate the love, man. Back in that super chat, he said, what's changed for the Haney since Bill said Zuffa wanted the Shakur fight? He said, Justice Shakur and Zuffa are pursuing the fight, and now Devin and Bill don't want it at all. All of a sudden, yeah, interesting. This is what I'm saying. You heard it. I played the clip from Chris Mannix. He said it. He said what he hearing is even after Devin signed the DAZN deal, They still it was in pursuit of this fight because it's the fight they wanted. But then he said, in my opinion, Devin Haney don't want that fight. He not interested in the fight. He rather, go the route that's laid out in front of him, the 47 route. And I could respect that. I understand it. I think that's what he want to do too. I think that's why he's been quiet on responding to Shakur after he said something about 44. I don't think he ducked or scared, but I think he reconsidered it. I think he said it on Twitter, but I don't think he ever committed to 44. Is it fair to say, or am I reaching? Yeah, he said 44 on Twitter. With 144, we got to fight. He said that. He suggested it, but he never committed. None of his energy past that tweet was him doing anything to commit to that weight class. All it was more arguing from his fans and then eventually from his dad saying, nah, 47. Make yourself the mandatory at 47. So we know what that is. We know what we getting. You're not getting no consistency. You're not getting no fight. The fighter is saying 44. The fans is crying about it, and his dad is still saying 47. You know what that tells me? No fight is coming, fam. So ain't nothing changed but their intentions, Marcus, or their commitment. They was never committed to losing or sacrificing more weight, in my opinion. And I can't stress this enough. It has nothing to do with being scared. Boxing is about advantages. It's a sport, a game of inches, right? Everybody looking to see what kind of advantage they could get. And I've said this time and time again. I've said it both ways. At 47, Shakur could possibly feel like he giving up too much, right? Because Devin is a very skillful guy. And what as talented as Shakur is, and Devin knows that better than us because he shared the ring with him, right? He don't want to give up nothing to make the fight to me. He don't want to give up them couple pounds because it'd be 2 pounds. I don't think he wants to do it, considering how talented Shakur is. If it was a less skillful guy, maybe the risk could be worth it. But with Shakur, I think he's talented enough where you feel like you don't want to give him no type of advantage in no way, shape, or form. And I think Shakur feels the same. I'm not going to give you the advantage you want fighting out a weight class that I said I'm not going to. I spoke on both sides. That's how I see it. So he did say, look, I'll meet you halfway. And they went quiet on that. So now you fast forward. Now you got this talk about Lynn Parrow possibly or Jack Catterall. I ain't mad at either fight. I just want to know which one you going to take, and how I want to see how people talk about it, right? They trashed Shakur for beating Tio. They clowned him for that. Tio wasn't a good win. So Jack Catterall and Lynn Parrow is great wins, right? It's legacy, right? Like Shakur didn't secure some more legacy beating Tio and the most established champion at the weight class. But Lynn Parrow's a newly crowned champion at 47. And that fight already not going to happen. Then you move to Jack Catterall. Come on, man. It's just been a lot of games, man. There's been a lot of over-promoting things that's not going to happen. And now the jig is up, and you got to make a decision. I've been saying this all along. After you done painting everybody as a duck and saying nobody want to fight, you still got to get in the ring. That kind of talk doesn't help you find a fight. Saying everybody is scared of you doesn't get you a fight. Get what I'm saying?
And we ain't never got a box again.
Crazy,
well, I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my dog, man. Marcus, appreciate the love, man. He said, unbelieving Devin Haney still got an advantage at 44. I'm telling you, gave up the pounds for Ramirez. And I think one of the reasons why you was willing to do that with Ramirez, too, is because, he's just not as talented as a Shakur. You get me? And I've said it on both sides. Like, it's a reason Shakur beat Conor Ben ass at whatever weight, with rehydration and, say something different with a Devin. Devin's a different talent. You know what I'm saying? That dude is better than a Conor Ben ever will be. You know what I mean? So they still telling us Santa Claus is real and we pay our own bills. I'm telling you, fam, it's crazy. I don't know who you talking to, but you are ignored. Shout out to my dog, Aunt McQueen, the professor. I'm ignoring all the ignorant troll talk. If you want to talk some boxing, the link is there. You know what I'm saying? The link is there, but the facts over here are going to continue to be spoken, man. If you sensitive about the facts, man, this ain't the place for you. This ain't the one-stop shop for you, man. You know what I mean? You got to get out your feelings, man. You know what I mean? You could come up here and have a conversation, but I doubt if you could really refute what I'm saying. You can't refute what I'm saying. It's out there. Nothing I'm saying is off. Let's rewind. Real quick recap, y'all. Rolly and Devin. PBC and Rolly sends an offer. Devin said it was an offer that was lucrative and it made sense for him and his team. He then crunched some numbers, came on Twitter, said no dice, man. The money ain't right ultimately, right? Money ain't right, no fight. Fast forward, all the Keyshawn stuff, the Shakur promotion, you know what I mean? The purse bid postponed, then the purse bid happened. Wasn't enough money. Keyshawn walks away. He's all kind of ducks. Second fight in a row that didn't happen because of money. Now you fast forward, now you move on to a Liam Parrow. Now they're reporting that, once again, excessive economic demands. Now that fight is off. Those negotiations fell apart. Now they saying you in negotiations with Jack Catterall. See what I'm saying? So I told y'all, and what could we learn? This is a teachable moment, fam. I'm not out here. I haven't said one negative thing about anybody. I'm just calling it how it is, right? One thing we can say, and this how this is a teachable moment, because you're able to see a multitude or a multiple fights, should I just say, in a row, not materialize because of money. Now you can tell yourself in your own mind, like, yeah, nah, it was money, but dudes are scared. You can say that if you want to, but this is 3 situations right now to my count, back to back to back. Devin and Rowley, Devin and Keyshawn, now Devin and Liam Parrow. All money, money, money. You get what I'm saying? I told y'all, man, the business not being right for either guy will ruin more fights than ducking or being scared ever will. These guys get the money they looking for. I guarantee you get the fight. I don't see Jack Catterall not willing to play ball. I don't see him asking for something that's too much. I could be wrong. I don't know what he gonna want, but I would be surprised if this fight don't happen too, because at that point, I don't know who you fight. And it's a sad day in boxing where fans almost celebrate guys not being able to get opportunities, right? Shakur goes to Zuffa. He's on Zuffa Island. He's not going to be able to get any fights. He's ducking, right? And this is like, but everybody is starting to have this problem, or at least some of these top guys are having this problem, right? Devin Haney is having an issue securing fights. You could try that, everybody ducking shit, but this is boxing, fam. You got 33 fights, right? And that's the proof that people are willing to fight you, is why I'm saying that. So, yeah, maybe you at the Keyshawn fight, you could say he just didn't take that money, but man, you didn't take the money for Rowley, right? They saying Liam Parrow apparently is wanting more than whatever was being offered to him. But again, with a big deal in place, you would think that would satisfy or at least eliminate the money, the financial issues, right? From that aspect, you would think that wouldn't be an issue no more. Shout out to the Tay, the real queen of MMA. How you feeling, queen? Good to see you in the building. Just crazy, man. And delivered was a pay to Devin, still stealing money with his performances. That second round with Norman was the only highlight in 24 rounds with Turkey front row. Nah, I'm hearing some things, bro. Told y'all, telling Dana and Nick Khan isn't going to end well. I'm telling you, fam. I'm telling you, bro. I making no fights for Devin. Hey, he made the last couple for him. Remember? Hey, yo, Marcus. Man, you I don't know if you know what you're saying, but you're saying something, man. You might be on to something. And look, we just having a conversation. We ain't saying it's nobody's fault, but it just appears like, based on what you've seen the last 2 times, the last 2 fights of his was turkey cards, right? Since then, it's been a lot of leading and speculation leading us to believe that they were going to sign a big ass deal with Zuffa that would have definitely made it appear as though he's still over there on the side where Turkey is, right? But then that doesn't happen, and then you do a deal, allegedly, what they reporting with the zone directly. And now, like I said, you just seeing fight after fight after fight just not materialize for one reason or another. And, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. It begs the question, like, without Turkey, is it going to be difficult for guys to make fights? Certain fighters to make fights, right? Because without him, what is the interest level with the zone putting on a unification with Devin and Liam Parrow? What's the interest level with the zone putting on a fight between Devin Haney and Jack Catterall? I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying they bad fights, none of that. You got to move on. You couldn't get Keyshawn. You never was committed to 44, so it was no way you was going to get Shakur. So it's like you just moved on to the next guy. Liam Parrow, you can't help it if they want money that you can't give them, but I just don't see why this continues to be the problem in every situation. They either ducking or they pricing themselves out is what they saying. You get me? So I don't like it. Turkey isn't messing with Devin like that. Turkey doesn't like Bill. I don't know what it is, fam. The Zone not paying none of their fighters $100 million unless Jake Paul signs with them. And look, my question, and Pride, what it do, homie? My question is, what is the interest level in these other fights? Because everything up until this point been something that you could sink your teeth into. I think everybody could have got on board with the Keyshawn and Devin Haney fight, right? Obviously, everybody could have got on board with Shakur and Devin Haney fight, a Tank Davis and Devin Haney fight, if it's real. Any of those fights, right? Even them throwing a Boots name out there. Those are different types of excitement for the people. But then to deliver none of that, regardless of what reason, if you want to say all of those guys wasn't serious and everybody ducked you, just to try to push that narrative and then end up in a situation where you got to fight guys that are nowhere near remotely as big in terms of fights, right? Or money. They're not the big fights. They're not the big names. So, like, I don't know what the interest is. Like, there's literally no buzz to these type of fights. There's no buzz to him fighting Jack Catterall or Liam Parra. I don't give a damn. It's a unification. I'm not knocking it. But remember, y'all set the bar extremely high with all this. We fighting both of the brothers. We can't get the little brother. We gonna get the big brother. I mean, yeah, 44. No more 44, 47. Like, again, I told y'all over promoted. Y'all over promoted. Now it look like you didn't really want the fights that you said you wanted. That's what it's looking like. Or it's looking like you don't have the leverage to secure the biggest fights the way you led the people to believe. And now that is the case and it's becoming more and more evident as fights continue to not materialize because of money, you get what I'm saying? Now you got to blame everybody for being ducks. And that's not going to fly, because at the end of the day, you can't spend your career saying the reason I couldn't get fights is because everybody was ducking me. And you show me a point in his career where he was or inactive simply because everybody was ducking him and he couldn't get a fight. It's not the reality, man. I just think the business has changed, man. And if it's a deal in place, there might be a question as to what fights are they willing to pay for. If you're on a 4-fight deal kind of situation, right? Are these fights worthy of any fight on that deal, right? Is they worth spending time on these dudes? Shout out to Official Everything. I appreciate you. He said, just don't forget, they posted Ryan is the biggest fight in boxing. Then they argue about A-side. Then we got nothing. Now Ryan says no, but Devin's still going to be undisputed. This is what I'm saying. And Rolly said no, too. Rolly said they ain't trying to do no more business with them no more, too. So if T.O. beat Rolly, T.O. already turned Devin down. That'll be risky to kind of, it'll be a lot. It'll be putting a lot on him to, expect him to fight. You just don't know if he'll change his tune, right, with a belt, with it being a unification if it's T.O. So I just want to see fights. And like I said, a lot of my energy is not so much to Devin, it's to what the fans put out there as expectations, and then these things don't materialize. And when we speak on them, now we're deemed haters, and this shit just don't make a lot of sense. They weirdos to me. You get what I'm saying? Like, we calling it how we see it. We watching this shit not materialize. We watching these dudes not get fights, and it's money here, is money there, is money everywhere, but everybody's supposed to be signing these big ass deals, and you would think with big deals in place, it shouldn't be hard to make fights. It's just that
and we
simple,
ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is, man. Shout out to Official Everything. My dog, appreciate the love, man. On the narrow path was good. They began negotiations with half a box in the last 60 days. They definitely the king. They definitely the king in negotiations. Blaze, what's good, homie? Marcus, my dog, back in the super chat. Appreciate the love. It's amazing how Shakur is supposedly too boring fighter, but Zuffa Turkey signed him to a deal. But Bill and Devin with the zone. It was interesting. Now it is interesting because his dad, again, he was leading us to believe that, he was going where the money was, and that was the Zuffa situation, right? You would have never thought that the zone was an option based on how they talked about the zone, based on how they talked about Eddie, right? Even his fans, they ain't like Eddie. Eddie's a snake. Remember, Eddie was out here talking about how Devin Haney was overpaid, grossly overpaid. He was talking about how he was in the position Zuffa was in before when they needed to make a splash. So they signed Devin Haney because they needed a name. So they overpaid him, right? So they was hating at Eddie Hearn, right? So you would never think that they would go back over that side, period, whether it's dealing with Eddie or is it dealing with the zone directly, because there's no way you dealing with the zone directly and Eddie is not aware of what's going on that side. So that's not something we expected, especially with his dad saying a certain entity had the money for the biggest fight in boxing, according to his son and dad, right? So I question, how could you even think anything different, right? How could you say one guy didn't win it versus the other guy? Like, and you seeing multiple fights keep falling out. The only time you see these fights like this happen for Shakur is when guys end up not having a real intent on fighting them. You see it every time. And I'm going to keep saying it. T.O. and Shakur was a teachable moment. That fight got put together faster than you could blink. You get me? Yeah, it got a little bit of time for people to say they ain't think it was happening, but that shit got put together with no issues is what I'm saying. And they moved on, had to fight and moved on. That's the way you make fights, bro. When you see all that extra promoting and a mixtape tour on Twitter, I'm telling you, you have to take it with a grain of salt. You could be entertained by it, but you got to ask yourself, is the fight's really going to materialize? I'm telling you, when people are having too much fun with this shit and everything, they got to update every single day. That's not real. And watch, when the next fight for him gets made, all the negotiations won't be public. It won't be an update every day. It won't be a whole circuit of mixtape interviews. It won't be a whole bunch of slander going on. Watch how easy the fight actually get made when it do. So right now, it look like he having some trouble because it seemed like it's more money situations. But I would have thought that would have been taken care of by now. Shout out to my dog, man. I appreciate you. I'm glad you 86K to wear it up. Marcus, appreciate you, bro. Y'all be mad. Y'all be mad as hell typing just to get blocked. Come on, create some more Ill Will. What's good, homie? Create some more fake profiles. Mind yours, what's good? We gonna keep talking that real, man. They don't like the real. They like the fake. They like to get lied to. If I was up here talking about, yeah, Devin Haney is Debo, everybody ducking him. Nobody want to fight him, man. He the biggest, baddest in the world, man. He the triple dipple A-side over everybody. He the face of boxing. And nobody want to fight him. Do that even sound like it makes sense? Somebody show me another face of boxing that can't get fights. I'm not knocking him. I'm not saying it's his fault. But when you really draw, when you a draw like that, man, the fights happen, man. You don't have this much difficulty making no fight, securing no money, and none of that stuff. You don't have to have fans arguing for weeks and months on end about your money and where you signing to and who you fighting next. That's not face of boxing shit. The face of boxing, and I mean this with all due respect because there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't think the face of boxing would ever be in a purse bid situation, bro. You get me? He's one of the faces of boxing. You can say that, but the face of boxing title, like I talk about with my guy, that shit pretty corny, man. You know what I mean? We need to make boxing the face of boxing, but y'all be trying to force it with your guy, and then you see situations like this, then y'all get in comment sections and cry. Oh my God, he's hating. And I ain't said nothing hating yet. You just ain't seen the fight materialize. This shit looking sketchy. You know what I mean? You got a big deal, and fights continue to just fall out. Get what I'm saying? One by one. Ryo next. I wouldn't even care, Blaze. I wouldn't care if he fought Ryo next. You know why? Because of availability. Who's there, right? Who's available for him to fight? Especially if he got a certain date already locked in, like October date or something. Ryo coming off his biggest win, right? I guess, right? Knocking out De Los Santos. I wouldn't trip off it. I know people would, but I wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I'll say this, Blaze. All I want to see for these guys, and this is every fighter, just fight the best available opposition. If you doing that, Blaze, and it happens to be Ryo, like that means you couldn't get nothing that would be deemed better than him, right? None of these, and I doubt that you get a Gary Antoine Russell right now, something like that. You get what I'm saying? If that's the best available opposition, then so be it. And that's all that's my standard for fighters. That's the only thing I expect, right? I don't expect every fight to be the killer, a top guy, the best fighter in the world, but just the best available opposition. You know what I'm saying? And I'm cool with that. And I know certain fights you're going to get those lighter touches and things like that. But as long as that's what you're shooting for, right? The best available opposition, I'm cool. So I wouldn't trip off Ryo. Just like I ain't gonna trip if Devin Haney fight Liam Parrow or Jack Catterall. I'm just putting things in perspective and how they led you to believe that something so much bigger was coming up. And these fights, although are solid fights, they're nowhere near as appetizing as a Keyshawn Davis, Devin Haney, a Shakur Devin Haney, a Tank Devin Haney, Boots Devin Haney, like the stuff that his fans keep pushing across YouTube. Be fighting all these people, but in reality, then you end up with names like this. And it's not that these are bad fighters. That's just not what people expected. This is not what people was getting excited and hyped for, but it don't matter. At the end of the day, putting things in perspective, you had a fight that I think was more appetizing up there for you, right? It wasn't your fault when the fight didn't happen with you and Keyshawn. You had to move on. As far as the Shakur fight, I always said it. I don't think they was committed to 44, so I don't think that fight ever was going to happen. Shakur wasn't committing to 47. Devin ain't committing to 44. You just move on, right? And you move on to Liam Parrow. They say the Australian people want too much money. They demanded too much. Then you move to Jack Catterall. But those just not the kind of fights that get everybody as excited as the other names that I mentioned. That's all. But you just keep it moving. Secure a fight. But my question is, man, why does every time you turn around, it's another money situation, right? Money this, money that. Crazy. It's a lot of fights for Jay was good, homie. Rick Timms was good, my guy. About Dev versus Key, but we know how that went. Yeah. So, and I rehashed it already. I said I put laid everything out there according to the facts. I'd rather Gary Russell versus Shakur. Absolutely, but I just don't think we'd get it. And one of the reasons why I don't know how committed the PBC would be at this point of making that fight for their guy, right? It's some argument about him being offered to fight or something like that, which I know that ain't true. But you've heard Gary Russell each time he had a chance to speak about the fight with Shakur, he kind of put it like a save him for the last type of situation. You get what I'm saying? Never once did he say, well, he was offered it and he didn't take it. He just said, save him for last. And then his brother came out and said something about it being offered. So I would love to fight, but I would question the PBC. Is that something that they trying to do, right? Do they want to put you know what I'm saying, him in there right now with a Shakur Stevenson? And my guess, based off the fights that you hear his name in the mix with, like Pitbull Cruz, a guy that said no to Shakur twice, I believe. So if you think about putting him in there with Pitbull Cruz next, potentially, and I think Pitbull just got his fighting now, so I don't know if it's Gary Russell. I didn't hear. I think he got a fight, but so I don't know if he's available. I would love to see the fight between both of them. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Nah, I said what I said. Whatever your name, you got all them letters and whatever. So I ain't trying to figure that out. But nah, I said what I said. I ain't mean to say anything. I said exactly what I said. And I'll rehash it for the slow people in the back. If you're saying Keyshawn Davis ducked Devin Haney, cool. I have no problem with that. But let's put it in perspective. He turned the fight down because of money, right? Right? Devin Haney and Rolly Romero. Rolly and the PBC sent the offer out, right? Devin Haney said the offer made sense. It was lucrative for him and his team. Then he crunched some numbers on Twitter and came back and said, no dice. It wasn't enough money. So if you're going to call Keyshawn a duck for not accepting the fight because it was money, then you got to say the same shit for Devin. You see how that worked? Keep it consistent, because Devin didn't take the Rolly fight because of what? Don't try to justify it. No guarantee. It was about money. Am I right or wrong? Right or wrong? Keyshawn and Devin, about money, right or wrong? Anybody, and that go for any one of yous in the chat that's saying anything else. Tell me where I'm wrong. Was it about money ultimately, right or wrong? Money in both situations, right? So that would make both guys that didn't accept the money in the deals ducks. Am I right? Let's keep it consistent. And I go for every last one of y'all. If we got some Haney hoes in the building, you definitely know I'm talking to y'all. You definitely know I'm talking to y'all. You see how easy that is when you keep it consistent, when you don't got a dog in the race? I'm not big on the whole duck narrative, but if we're going to do it, let's keep it consistent. It can't be a duck for one guy because he didn't get the money he was looking for. But then when another guy don't get the money he looking for, is justified, right? Parrow is another situation where they just said because of the Australian economic demands, the negotiations has fell out. Economic demands is what? money. So again, who's ducking? Who's ducking who? He can't get the money he's looking for. Is Parroll now ducking him too? So you're going to tell me Rolly ducked him and he sent the offer. Keyshawn ducked him, right? He ain't take the money. Parroll won too much money. They all ducking him, right? It's the same weak ass shit, bro. I talk real boxing over here. Y'all be very selective with the shit you want to point out. I'm consistent with it. I'm just telling you what you don't want to hear, and that's why you don't like it. So if you're going to call one guy a duck for not accepting money and not accepting terms, then you got to have that same energy for the next guy. You know what I mean? Shout out to Official Everything. I appreciate you. I still think Devin not signed to the Zone. The Zone mentions Devin never. So I doubt the Zone. Turkey wants Parroll Catterall at his first fight. And man, I question that. Like, you know, Chris Manning said he hearing that it was a 4-fight deal with the Zone. If so, do they want to use one of those fights on a fight like a Parroll or a Catterall? That's my question. That's not a knock on Devin. That's saying, look, let's assume, right? You got a big deal in place. Are we paying you really good money? So in order to pay you this money and justify it, we got to get you good opponents. And the pickings is slim at 147. You get me? The pickings is slim. If you end up another unification fall by the wayside because of money, is not the best thing in the world. But you just keep on trucking and you move to the next guy. So I said if it's Catterall, let it be Catterall. But let's just keep things consistent and put things in perspective, bro. You're seeing fights fall out because of money. And people only want to be selected when they call somebody a duck. It's crazy. Nasty work. Y'all see the tweet up there. Shout out to Official Everything, man. Look, call it what you want. Outpricing yourself is a form of ducking. Cool. I mean, not calling yourself your own boss, but not being willing to put up any money for yourself, saying the fight offer makes sense, and then coming back saying it don't after the fact. Is that considered ducking? And when you walk away from the fight, is that ducking? Is it outpricing yourself when you're asking for $4 to $6 million up front, maybe $6 million up front, as we seen with the Top Rank shit? Top Rank knew what he wanted. That's why I think that's why they bid what they bid. But you get what I'm saying? You wanted a certain amount of money. You get what I'm saying? You wanted a certain amount of money, right? And you couldn't get it, and you moved on. Are you a duck? Because I want to see where y'all logic lie. Let's see how logical y'all are. The principle is the same. If any one guy is trying to secure funds for a fight and he can't get it, and because he can't get what he's looking for, he says no to the fight and walk away. If he's a duck, you have to call them all ducks. And I'm talking to everybody. So yeah, you notice this shit starts switching up when you start making it make sense, right? Now tell me, any one of y'all, the link is there for you to try to refute anything I'm saying. Can you refute what I'm saying? What is it different? Damon, is it different? Is it different? Is the principles the same? Is one person accepting the money a duck and the other one not accepting the money that's justifiable? Let me know. Let me know. Nah, we don't want to see. I already called it out. I told you was gonna make it about the guarantee. We don't give a fuck about the guarantee, fam. It was about money, right or wrong. He was not able to get the guarantee, the big upfront guarantee he was looking for, because they don't deem him worth that money. They don't know if they could make a ROI, return on the investment. So they're not going to pay him $6 million up front to fight Rolly Romero. Miss me with that shit, fam. Is he outpricing himself, asking for something they not willing to get him? Mr. He, the face of boxing? See how easy it is? Y'all make me have this energy because y'all act silly. Y'all act like y'all slow. If it's about the money with Devin and Rolly, and Devin said no, and it was considered understandable, then what's the difference with Liam Parroll, Keyshawn Davis, and any of that? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that weak ass shit. They deemed he's not worth the money he's asking for. So is he pricing himself out? Because ain't that the same shit y'all said Keyshawn did? Asking for what they were saying, $5 million. He ain't worth that money. Okay, he ain't worth the money. Well, he couldn't get that shit from PBC either. So is he not worth the money? It's the same shit, fam. It's the same shit. Y'all don't like logic. Shout out to COE Films. Block the whole ass dude. Keep making fake profiles, homie. Keep making profiles. Keep making profiles and do with the letters and numbers. You about to get blocked next too. You about to get sent to the Phantom Zone next, fam. I'm trying to let you make it, but you come up here and tell me how I sound stupid. Don't type no more in the chat. Here you go. I'm gonna put a. I know you slow. You might not be able to find a community link. Here you go. Let Mr. Letters and Numbers. Here you go. Letters and numbers. Letters and numbers. Your name don't even make sense. I know nothing you saying gonna make sense. There you go. Letters and numbers. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Letters and Numbers. Come tell me how it don't make sense, Mr. Letters. We don't want to hear. We're not talking about Crawford. We're not talking about Crawford. We're not talking about Crawford. We're talking about Devin Haney. Y'all can't stay on topic. Stay on your man. It don't matter what he was asking for. It's about money. It's a guarantee what? A guarantee of what? Money, right? If they deem that he is not worth the money he's asking for, is he pricing himself out? Is he now pricing himself out? Is he pricing himself out? Is he pricing himself out? The link ain't for your whole ass. You know what I mean? Shout out to 444. Is he pricing himself out? That's what I want to hear. Talk logic, fam. Talk logic.
What up? What up, Jess?
He said they don't hold nobody to their words, but Shakur, you know how that go. You know how it go, Marcus. They only see things one way. When you present real shit to them and you speaking on both sides, they don't know how to respond. They just respond with more dumb shit. You telling me what I'm saying is stupid because I'm pointing out these fights and you see the consistency with them. They're not happening because of what? Funds. So if you gotta convince yourself that the reason Devin and Haney, you know, or Devin and Keyshawn didn't happen is because Keyshawn ducked and he's scared. Is that the same logic when Devin can't get the money he's seeking in the Rolly fight? Don't try to reduce. Oh, it's the guarantee that's different. No, it's not different. It's money, fam. Period. You're asking for something that they're not willing to give you. Keyshawn Davis asking for something that they're not willing to give him, right? And y'all said that's pricing yourself out. He don't deserve it. That's ducking. He's scared to take a loss. Can we apply logic to Devin when he didn't get the money he's looking for up front? No counter offer, no none of that shit. You get what I'm saying? Come on, man. Talk to me.
You can hear me.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
How's my audio, Just?
Disrespect, you would never get on my channel. Never. What's good with it? 4-4.
You can hear me? My audio okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought this up. This is what I was saying maybe 1 or 2 streams ago. I'm not gonna subscribe to the whole ducking narrative because once I realized that he wanted to net $5 million, hey, that's not for me to judge or tell that man what he feels and thinks he's worth because all fighters do it. All fighters weigh out the pros and the cons. You know what I mean? Devin Haney weighed out the pros and the cons as it related to Kambosos. That's why he took that low amount of money because he understood what he can do. Number one, he understood who the fighter was. He understood it was an easy lick. And he understood, hey, I'll take that little short money because of what it will do in the end. He got it. He understood that. But different fighters, different fights bring different value. And that's just the reality. And that's the reason why me personally, I didn't subscribe to the Keyshawn Davis. Oh, he's a duck. No. Okay. Nobody understands the finances. Nobody's breaking down what they walk away with. No one is factoring in all the different costs associated. We don't even know the deal. We don't know the contract. We don't know none of that. And to sit here and to act like I'm in this guy's in the office, in the boardroom, talking with the lawyers, looking at the contract, I'm not going to do that. What I do know is that if I look at it just from an unbiased, objective standpoint, every man on this planet wants to have a fair deal. And let me tell you this, the same way Bruce Ennis gave some of his purse to Stanionis. See, people don't want to talk about this. Right. That Bruce Ennis and Stanionis fight, Bruce Ennis gave some of his purse to Stanionis to make that fight. Why? Why? Well, obviously, fighting Stanionis, a champion, you know, I have my perspective on that too. That's another conversation. But regardless, for Boots, he saw it as an upside, and he was willing to share a little bit of his purse because of what it will do for him ultimately, very similar to Devin Haney and Kambosos. Okay, so the reality is that and I'm just gonna keep it real for everybody. If Devin Haney truly wanted that fight, number one, he will approach that fight with the understanding that this is a young dude trying to finally make his way and get a big top name, on his resume. That's number one. Number two, you understood the magnitude of the fight, and in my opinion, it would have been a big fight. You do what you got to do to try to make it fair. And I'm going to tell y'all something. That's why the Haneys are brilliant. They understand, man. They knew, I'm telling you, I truly believe that Keyshawn honestly thought he would get the value, and he was sadly shocked. And he walked away from it, and he's entitled to do that. I don't have no problem with him doing that. You know what I mean? He's the fighter. He's in the ring. He's risking his life every time he steps into the ring. And if he thought that fighting a Devin Haney was going to be his biggest payday, so be it. And that's just the way I look at it, brother. You know what I mean? Because $2 million, breaking $2 million down. If y'all think he walking away with $2 million, y'all crazy. That's the key word. It's what will he net? And that's the bottom line. If we all going to be honest, we know that the Devin Haney and Keyshawn Davis is a big fight. And if he wanted $4 million, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the $4 million is fine. I think the $5 million is fine. I think the $3.5 million is fine, whatever it may be. But also we got to take into consideration as well. He signed to a promotional company, which he has a contract. And I don't know if people know, will Top Rank, when you become a champion, your contract extends. So there could be all kind of dynamics and moving parts that we don't know of.
Right.
But it is what it is. But here's the thing, though. When Devin Haney is confronted with the same issues, no one has a problem with him respecting his value. You know what? I'm walking away from the Rolly fight. You know why? Because I don't have a guarantee. Well, the guarantee is money, guys.
But they understood
money.
it. They understood it with him, but with everybody else, it's them being scared, it's them ducking, it's them outpricing themselves. They supposed to accept this. Y'all think at home, y'all know these fighters worth opposed to them and their teams knowing they worth. And that's all I've been saying. Y'all want to push this duck narrative till you got to apply that same fucking logic to your fighter. Now, that's something different. Now, y'all cry, he wanted the guarantee. It's money, man. I don't care. What do you think? Saying the word guarantee is going to confuse me? No, it's money, fam. It's about money. The fight didn't happen because of money. And now you've seen it 3 times in a row. No Devin, no Rolly. No Devin and Keyshawn. Money. No Devin and Lynn Parrow. They saying now some more money shit. When y'all gonna learn? Let me find y'all gonna be in 2020. Y'all gonna push this duck narrative to the beginning of 2027. And his ass still gonna be out the ring because you're gonna be trying to convince the world he ducking. Shout out to Official Everything. I appreciate the love. Everybody hit that like button, support the grind. We gonna keep cooking. He said bosses don't go a year without making money. Keyshawn made more money than Devin this year. I got a dip. Keep cooking, Josh. I'm gonna grab the rebound. Yo, y'all ass. Shout out to Official, man. I got 5 on it. Yeah.
Hey, Just, let me ask you a question. Why haven't they announced the particulars with the DAZN deal? Yeah. I'm just curious. I find that bizarre. I heard it was an escalated deal, like an escalated contract.
Was good, bro. I heard from I was listening. I hate to say out here. I was listening to the episode with Mannix and Mora, and Mannix was saying that he's being told that it's a 4-fight deal with DAZN, and he was saying even with that deal being in place, he said Zuffa was still pushing to make Shakur versus Devin, but then in his opinion, he felt like Devin wasn't interested because he wanted to follow the path that they got laid out for him, and that's fighting guys at 47, which seems real reasonable and logical. But you know what I mean? And shout out to the homie YSM. He was just cooking on some stuff too, man. And he was shooting it down. He said, why Boots and Devin never gonna happen. And I told y'all, this will never happen in this lifetime, fam. You will never see them in the boxing ring. But instead of being real with the fans, you're trying to convince people that, Boots will be undisputed at 54. We're going to be undisputed at 47. Then we can fight. So now from that, dummy go online and push that Boots Devin called out Boots for a fight at 54 with no tune-up. And just lie. This is the shit that y'all do. But when I put that out there, nobody has anything to say until you start telling the truth. Now y'all fucking crying. Shut up.
That's
Just
real.
like Art Man.
That's real.
Art Man, your ass is a hoe, man. I'm for real. Like I'm starting to lose all respect for LionManApparel.com. You don't talk no fucking boxing. You talk Devin Haney 99.8% of the time. 99.9% of the time. It's all Devin Haney this. Any one of you Haney hoes, is if you in the chat, if you here today, my link is there. Tell me what I have said about Devin Haney that's considered hating on him, you weird ass super fans. Do you understand I don't dislike the guy? If I wanted to hate him, it's nothing not one of you on this entire space could do. Not him, his team, nobody. Like it's absolutely nothing you would be able to do if I wanted to get up here and hate Devin Haney. But I'm gonna say this for the last time, and after that, y'all on y'all own. There's nothing for me to hate about this dude, right? I'm a father of 2 sons, right? And this dude decided all the shit to do that he could have did with his life. He boxed, right? Right off the bat, he got my respect. Out of all the shit he could have been doing, this man chose to box, right? He got a father that had the money, he had the bag before, so he didn't even have to go this route. He could have really got in here and been a spoon-fed, like how they say a silver spoon kid. I've heard multiple fighters call him that. And I've always disagreed because a silver spoon kid would be a guy, I think, that took the situation for granted. He's always worked extremely hard to get where he's at. So despite his dad having the money and finances, he still didn't get in boxing and half-ass and say, I really don't need this. I don't need money. My dad is good. He never did that. Said just because my dad got money don't mean I ain't about to come out here and bust my ass and get my own bag. And now, as a result, that's what he has done. He has put himself in a situation, in a conversation with some of the best names in boxing. There's absolutely nothing to hate about that. I watch his fights. I call his fights. I go to bat for him. But I'm gonna keep telling y'all, you can drink the Kool-Aid if you want to. Don't expect me to sip from that same cup, fam. I don't drink the shit that Bill Haney puts out. I know how to separate the entertainment and the fluff from the substance. Y'all don't. That's why you have a problem with me having an honest conversation and you'll keep saying weird shit. Fartman, lionman.com. You can't call me a Shakur channel. You're a Haney channel, a Haney hoe channel, for real. You sit up 24/7, Haney this, Haney that. And then you tear down the entire sport of boxing to try to make him look good. You spend all your time on Twitter talking about Devin Haney, Shakur, Stevenson, Keyshawn. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. You can't talk no boxing. It's not a topic you'll ever be able to talk where you could fuck with me on any level. Any level. Any one of you hoes out there, Haney hoes, the Bill Haney hoes, the Devin Haney hoes, y'all know who I'm talking to. Tell me one thing that I've said that's considered to be hating. Tell me one, and I'll fucking cash at you right now. Tell me. Give me one. Give me one thing that's hating. Damn dummies. I said I got questions. I'm asking fair questions, fam. Damn, you would think with a deal being announced that would eliminate the possibility of not getting fights because of financial situations, right? His fans are saying he's the face of boxing. Face of boxing is not going to be in a fucking purse bid situation, you dopes. I don't care how you don't like that. That's hating. No, that's fucking facts. Imagine seeing Tank Davis, and yes, I'm going to use his name because we know where y'all got that from. You think you could just bully that? Nah, he built that shit. That's what they gave him. They call him the face of boxing. Imagine him being in a fucking purse bid. Imagine multiple fights after fight after fight falling out because of money. Have you seen that? Name me the fights of his that's falling out back to back to back because of money. You seen a Jake Paul who's gonna make the most money. That fight didn't happen because of some shit with him. You get what I'm saying? Not because dudes couldn't recoup the money. Whatever he was looking for, they was gonna get paid. Do you understand? That's what the face is. Being able to take a fucking pit stop in the middle of his career and fight a YouTuber if he want to. That's what y'all don't want to hear. That's what that is. Being able to do whatever the fuck you want. That's what he's able to do. And he was going to be the B-side and still cash in. Telling you, man. That's what face of boxing is. Y'all force this shit. And when I don't drink from your cup, it's like, he's hating. Nah, man, I like Devin. And I guarantee you, I spent more time supporting him, defending him, and I spent more money in regards to supporting his fights than y'all do. Guarantee you. Devin Haney fans ain't the biggest supporters, not even with him. His ticket sales and his pay-per-view sales, should I say, would show you that. Y'all live on social media. Y'all don't really be at all the fights. Y'all ain't going to these fights. It's some of y'all that go to bat for him going crazy and still ain't been to one of his fights yet. You sad. You think that's what a supporter is? He deserves better fans. Y'all sitting here arguing this weird shit. He's hating on Dad. He's Dad. Shut up. He's one of the best fighters in boxing, man. He's one of the best boxers in boxing. I'm going to always rock with him because he's doing what he's supposed to. If I wanted to hate him, it wouldn't nothing change. I just say this because I'm a real one. Like, I'm a father. I look at him, that's somebody's son. He doing really well for himself, bro. Why would I get up here and hate? But we can have fun with it. Y'all take the fun out of it because you can't even have a conversation. Get what I'm saying? He's not no face of boxing, bro. If that's me hating, then fuck you. Straight like that. Fuck you. He's not the face of boxing. He's one of the more talked about names in boxing, and there's no denying he's one of the most accomplished, and he's one of the best boxers in the sport. That's what he is. That's what he is. And he deserves better fans. I swear y'all some suckers, man. Y'all sit up on Twitter all day tweeting, and don't tweet me shit. Artman, Fartman, LionMan.com.
Send me this. Let me roll Devin Haney's biggest fangirl, Artman the Great. Talking about it feels good knowing my haters can't whoop me. Y'all can look at this dude for 1 second and tell he is harmless. Never had a fight a day in his life and never will have a fight a day in his life.
It's evident you don't box.
Yeah, man. That's for you. That's for you. Hating. That go for all y'all. I ain't reading no more dumbass comments. The link is for anybody that could tell me and be respectful about it, about how I hate on Devin Haney. That's why he don't have as many fans as what he could have, because y'all run people away. I've literally heard people say, man, I try to rock with Devin Haney. His fans make it hard, man. Fuck him. And I still be here in the paint. Nah, I just separate his dumbass fans from him. That's why I called y'all the Haney hoes. I can still support Devin. I don't support the way y'all cover boxing. All y'all do is troll, shit on boxing, tear down boxing, and post lies to try to make him look good. And when we call it out, we hating. Y'all not being called out for misinformation, for lying on his behalf, speaking on his behalf, acting like you got sources when you don't, coming up here on my show, lying to all of us good people, talking about how he was about to sign a $100 million deal with Zuffa, waiting for Keyshawn to sign so he could announce his deal with Zuffa. Then he goes over to the zone. He's talking about the zone counter offered. The zone counter offered. Want to hear that shit, Sharif? We don't want to hear that, fam. We talk real boxing, man. Y'all just be mad. Did anybody hear me say, damn, Devin Haney fight Jack Catterall, he ain't shit. He fight Liam Parrow, he ain't shit. What I say? I said, we all know how we got here. You can't blame him for the next guy he about to fight. But I said I had some real questions, right? No, you know what I'm saying? Why did these fights keep falling out because of money? Especially this one being that you already supposed to have a deal in place with the zone. Like, why wouldn't they just go ahead and get that situated, right? Like, what's the big holdup? And then y'all force it. He's the face of boxing. He wouldn't have this type of trouble securing a fight. You think he intended on coming off of one of the biggest wins of his career, being a 3-division champion and wanted to go on a layoff? You can't blame Keyshawn for all of it. You can't blame him for all the months of inactivity. It was months and months way before he was made any mandatory or anything. Who fault was it then? Y'all don't pay attention, fam. He was trying to secure his deal, and when he did, now you're starting to see him move around a little bit more freely with the fights, but we still no dice. He's still not getting the fight. Yeah, remember Courtney came up here. He's backed by Turkey. You think DHP is just out here by themselves? He's backed by Turkey. Backed by Turkey, but does a deal directly with the zone. Anybody in here tell me that makes sense? Backed by Turkey, but does the deal directly with the zone, and then his fights continue to not materialize with Turkey nowhere near them shits. What are we talking about? Why ain't Turkey facilitating or coming to the back? Did Jose Ramirez have a problem getting his money? Did Brian Norman have a problem getting his money? Did Devin have a problem getting his money? Them last 2 Turkey fights, 2 Turkey cards? No. Now you take Turkey out of the equation, and this is what it is. This is the reality. I don't have to be right, but I'm seeing something that looks a little like interesting, like what's going on. You get me? So I don't have all the answers, but I question, like, why is it difficult to secure fights? And I know his super fans gonna say everybody ducking.
Well, I think the reality. This is the harsh truth. I think after the Ramirez fight, and I think after the Brian Norman Jr. fight, I think I think he was assessed, and I just think that maybe the money that was paid wasn't. There was no real, for lack of a better word, on ROI. You know what I mean? Maybe Turkey just because I don't see Turkey as involved openly as I seen him before. And I think it's just a matter of like, let's just be honest, man. I mean, the Brian Norman Jr. fight was cool, but I mean, it really it wasn't gonna be like a Keyshawn Davis fight. I'm gonna just be honest. I think the Keyshawn Davis and Haney fight definitely would be that kind of premier kind of fight, you know. So I'm gonna be honest, man. I still don't understand his deal. And this is the part of the Haneys that I feel that I'm gonna take a different approach, Just. I hear what you're saying. I 1000% blame them. And the reason why I blame them is because they are the ones that are responsible for spreading really like gaslighting narratives. They begin with them, and I'm not going to even buy into this other thing. And this is what makes them very smart too, where it's like this. Oh no, that wasn't Devin Haney. That was Bill Haney that said that. Right. So when it's convenient, they are separate. When it's also convenient, they act as one. So for me, I'm not playing those games. I'm like this. I don't care about none of that. If it comes from Bill or comes from Devin, I view y'all as one, entity. That is what you guys represent. So for me, I personally blame them because number one, Bill Haney has a record of discussing behind the scenes negotiations way before they mature and develop. Anybody that does anything like that, I have to question their intention and their motivation. And that's a problem for me. So when you think about a lot of these narratives, they all began from Bill Haney talking about business before things was ready to come out. And that's just my honest opinion. He should have never been mentioning Shakur, knowing that Shakur was in active negotiation with Zuffa. Like, dude, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Like you've said this before. Who talks about a contract before your deal is established?
Exactly.
Like obviously we could look at historically. Devin Haney has been a free agent, so his path and journey in business is a little different than someone like a Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson is okay with obviously creating deals with a promotional company and getting signed. That's how he makes his money, and he's okay. It doesn't make one better than the other. You know what I mean? It's like a question of a person who works a 9-to-5 versus being an entrepreneur. It don't make one better than the other, but each one has his pros and each one has his cons. You know what I mean? So Shakur signing a promotional deal, that's how you do business. Why are you talking about fights, bro? When he's trying to get his promotional deal set, guys?
Exactly.
Who does that?
Who
does that?
Go ahead. I was telling people, because I had information directly from the source. I wasn't trying to tell his business, but I was trying to make it make sense for people so they didn't have to over speculate. They kept asking, why is it he saying he negotiating? Bill said he negotiating. And I'm like, the reason he ain't feeding into that right now is because he's still trying to secure the deal. Do you notice the tune change once he actually announced it, came out and spoke on it? Then he started talking different. Then he started tagging them dudes like, yo, what's up? Y'all know who I'm with. Now it's different. Now let's talk. And do you see how the conversation went for? It went from, remember, it was all about fighting him when Keyshawn got made the mandatory. Then they did the purse bid shit, left Shakur alone for a little bit, entertained him. And then that deal comes about, and now it's back to 47. It's a lot of games, man. They never was committed to sacrificing 2 more pounds from 146 to 144 for Shakur. I don't think so. I think he want to be the welterweight that he grown into. I think when he stepped on the scale at like 160 pounds, I think he spent that month absent, cutting weight, killing himself, working out. And think about how many more pounds you got to go if you're going to make it to 44. I don't think he's trying to do that. I just don't think so. You know what I'm saying? So they never committed to that. That man, that y'all gave the man time to sign with the people that his father said had to fight, and then y'all blame Shakur for why it's happening. Y'all are some of the most disingenuous people in this entire space, and it has nothing to do. I'm a supporter of both fighters. But that situation, the way it played out, if the shoe was on the other foot, I promise you, I would be saying the same thing to Shakur. If Bill is saying Zuffa wanted to fight and Devin ended up signing over there and they the ones that wanted it and Shakur went to the zone, I would be saying the same thing. How do you go to the opposite side? And that shouldn't even matter. But for y'all to say that the person that didn't want to fight or scared is the person that went with the people that got the money for the fight, that's ridiculous, fam. And I love the fact that he put his foot in his mouth telling everybody, oh, they got the money. The money is there. The time is now. Man, I got to go back. I have to search one of them interviews he was on. I think it was on Fight Hype. Hey, the time is now. Remember, I played it when it was happening. I exposed how he was saying one thing and then saying another. So y'all tell me what it is, man. Nah, man. Ain't you? If you think that's Shakur, you really are a super fan. He ain't called no champ side. So tell champ side stop lying to his audience. Matter of fact, since you typing his name in my chat, won't you tell champ side to tell the people what he really think about Shakur now? Tell him it's what he's saying on his channel right now about Shakur, what he really said in person to my guy that's seen him. And I'm going to just leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. I don't know. He hanging on to about a thread, Demarius. Y'all all hit that like button. We got about 80 people in the building. Hit the like button. We're going to keep cooking, man. Shout out to Team Haney, man. Y'all a resourceful bunch. Y'all got the internet, man. Y'all know how to play the internet and media games. I got to give Bills shit ton of credit for that. You get what I'm saying? Got to give him a shit to, yeah. Now type that shit down, Jordan. I mean, not Jordan. What's his name? Damon. There you go. Now, when next time he live, go super chat him and ask him to tell the people what he really think about Shakur. Now, go type that. Y'all dudes only want to type people names when they talking crazy about fighters. That's what y'all do. Now, show me my comments. Show me my comments where I'm trashing Devin Haney. Show me where they at. Show me the audio. Nah, he gonna be in it as long as people typing his name in my chat. And I said what I said. I ain't say nothing crazy, but tell him how he really feel. That's all I said. And that's real shit because y'all like keeping it real, right? If I'm saying one thing behind the scenes and then getting on my channel saying something totally different, does that make me real? Y'all gonna still rock with me, right? If I'm going behind the scenes saying one thing and then getting online saying something totally different, what's popular to do, shit on the dude, y'all gonna respect it? Nah, fam. So that's why y'all gotta stop typing people names in my chat because I don't bring no channels up over here. And he came through here the other day anyway. So, you know, won't y'all go over here and tell him to tap into a real one? You know what I'm saying? Do that. Hit that like button while y'all at it. But like I said, man, let's get to this. Yeah, it ain't the core changed his voice. You really think he'll waste his time doing some shit like that? That man's over in Thailand. You think he got time to be playing on somebody's channel with a voice changer, bro? Y'all believe, if you believe that shit, please can you buy this pink unicorn? I've been trying to sell this shit for almost 2 years, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all buy that type of shit, you will buy that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't say nothing crazy about him, and I'll say it to his face. I didn't say nothing crazy. I'll say it to him. He came through here, I will say it. Tell him what you really said about him behind the scenes. That's all. If that's saying something wrong, then y'all being sensitive. And I don't care. I don't. But back to this cook. Y'all ain't about to interrupt this cook. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Team Haney, as I was saying. I respect their moves, man. I just sometimes the way they choose to promote and get people excited for things that's not coming is done in bad taste. And I could see along the way if it was just like a typical buildup of the fights, right? If you just building up the fights and then they might not happen, then, you know, that shit like that happens. But you'll convince people that this is the guy we about to fight. You just did it to Shakur Stevenson. They sells out the MSG with him and T.O. And then you beeline to him. Your son says it's the biggest fight in boxing after he said him and Ryan was the biggest fight in boxing. Then he came out saying him and Shakur the biggest fight. Then y'all told the world that you was negotiating with him, all the while not picking up the phone, talking to his manager not one time. And y'all was cool with that. And I told y'all it was coming directly from the source that he never picked up the phone and negotiate no fight with them. But what did y'all keep on saying? Nah, man, Shakur lying, man. Just tell him to sign the contract. He need to step up. Tell him sign the contract. Sign the contract. And then he went on, I think it was Champ side, and said, yo, he signed for the fight, but he didn't sign the bout agreement. Bout agreement about what weight the fight was going to be at. And go ahead and lie and say it was 44. When Devin Haney signed his DAZN deal, what happened to this alleged contract? What happened to this alleged contract that Shakur was supposed to sign? Remember, he said he signed for the fight, but didn't sign the bout agreement. Tell me a time in boxing that you ever heard Bill Haney say that about a fighter. They signed for the fight, but didn't sign the bout agreement. So what happened to the bout agreement and the signed fight once y'all signed the zone? It just dissipated. It just disappeared in the thin air. Just disappeared in the thin air. Come on, man. What happened to it? That's what they did. Y'all was never going to fight him because they wasn't committed to going to 144 pounds. Why? Because I said it time and time before. I think he want to be a welterweight. He's a big boy, man. It's a big boy. It took him a month to do the weight challenge. It took the man a month to do the weight challenge. And he was at 160, a month to do that.
And people, and what was very interesting about that, Just, is that I don't even see how people found that even acceptable. Like, I get it, but people were running around like that said anything. And I'm saying to myself, why aren't people using logic? Because logic says if you truly wanted to make a point, then you would have shown it within a reasonable time, so that you can silence all the doubters. No, you wait a month and you're actively in the gym training your ass off. Give me a break, man. But if it was someone else, they'll use that level of scrutiny. You know what I mean? Like the scrutiny is at an all-time high when it comes to other fighters.
Yeah, that was excited.
I don't get it.
With it. Like, yeah, man, you see him. Yeah, he's 160. I'm like, bro, that's a month later. That shit don't even count. Disqualified, fam. You ain't take a week. You took a month. I'm like, hell nah, bro. Bro been cutting weight for a month straight and got on the scale. And ain't nothing wrong with that, but it just don't count for the situation at hand because you were supposed to do it when everybody else did it. And look who was able to prove the point. Shout out to Jess. How you feeling, Queen? Shakur and Tank got on the scale. It was around the same weight. It's crazy. But people like, Shakur's so much bigger than Tank. Stupids. Keep telling y'all, man. Them dudes ain't that big, fam. Gotta see him in person. Devin Haney is a long body. He got big legs. That dude got some.
He's a cornerback, man. He's a cornerback.
Right.
I'm telling you.
You say a fat kid at heart, man. Y'all know he said that because he like to eat. He's a big boy. But that's why I respect him the way I do too, because regardless of how you get big in between fights, I don't think you get ridiculous sloppy or nothing. Like, you ain't doing that, but you'll get a little heavy. But then when it's time to beat ass, you in some of the best shape that you could ever possibly be in. So I don't give a damn. Live your life. You get what I'm saying? But when it's time to be in shape, when it's time to train, I don't think it's too many people that's gonna work harder than him in the gym. He work hard as shit. So that's why it frustrates me when people say I'm hating on him, because I don't see what you see. I don't say everything you say. Nah, that's not logic, fam. Tell me what I'm saying that's considered hating. I hated this guy. I have no problem telling y'all I don't like him. Get what I'm saying? I just don't. It ain't no reason to hate, though. You know what I'm saying? He doing what he's supposed to be doing. You know, I just got questions as to who he really going to end up fighting. You know what I'm saying? I understand the Keyshawn thing. I understand that. You get me? But you got to move on. You keep it pushing, right? You get the Lynn Parrow, some money shit, money hold up. All right, you end up going back and forth with Bill and Jack Catterall on Twitter, right? They go back and forth, and then they say you in talks to fight him. It's a good fight. It's a cool fight. It just ain't the fight that people would expect, but to no fault of your own. So go out there, beat his ass, whichever one of these dudes ass, whether it's Parrow or Catterall. But like I said, they saying that the Parrow fight is off because of Australian economic demands. Excessive economic demands is what they said. So that's a bit crazy. He said corner 5'6", 150 in the NFL. It's not a good analogy. It is though, because you ever seen a big cornerback? What are you talking about, fam? Like, I don't think he said nothing crazy. What are you supposed to say? A wide out, wide receiver? Is that even better? Cornerback, wide receiver. They got a lot of similarities in positions, dude. What's good with a Wrapstar?
Oh, so I feel kind of lost, man. I'm a boxing person. I don't watch football, man.
Yeah, right. It's all good. Australians meeting Parrow's excessive demands, right. Cool.
That's
right. Man, what's good with it though, man?
Right. Shit. I just want to say, man, why is always contract negotiations when it comes to Haney though? Like any other fighters, that magnitude of big fights, when it comes down to it, it seems like both parties be happy. You don't ever hear nobody from Canelo part talk about his money, or somebody from Tank part talk about their contract, or Ryan talk about his contract. But it's always Devin and his contracts.
Right. And that's just a question. We're not saying all that makes it Devin's fault. But it does beg the question, how could you push that he's the face of boxing and he keep being in these types of situations? Like, even L-Dub made a joke, man. They're the king of like negotiations and not fighting. Like, y'all been negotiating with everybody. And I promise you, that excuse of everybody's ducking and dodging you, everybody ducking and dodging Debo, that shit gonna get old really, really fast, y'all. Cause y'all wearing it out. Y'all wearing it out. I could literally show y'all a video that's on its way to 30,000 views, and it's a complete lie. And I guarantee you, the same people that's saying here whining and typing, they over there cheering that fucking lie. And they know it's a lie. That's why I call them Haney hoes. I used to be way more respectful, but nah, when I seen the way y'all be typing, talking crazy, I'm like, oh nah, I gotta come up with a name for y'all. You know what I'm saying? And this just ain't it, fam. Like the face.
But not even to cut you off though. You don't even go on a Haney. You always give him his most praise and everything, and they be trying to turn you into a Haney hater. That's the crazy part.
Yeah. They want me to get up here one day and just start saying F them, F them. I don't dislike them, fam. I keep telling them the Haney fans are some of the least supportive, not even to him, but to the YouTube space. They don't move the needle in that regard, respectfully. So me, if I wanted to hate, it would change nothing. But I'm a man first. I don't believe in hating on these young, successful men. Like, think about it. I'm called Just Do Boxing. I talk my shit, but I'm always building these dudes up. And I'm very consistent because it's in my heart. It's not a gimmick. It's not something I'm trying to keep up with. This is how I approach boxing. I would rather give you credit than I would shit on you. Depending on the conversation, right? I got to hold you accountable. Or if y'all pushing shit that just don't make sense and y'all willing to argue and be disrespectful about it, then yeah, I gotta talk my shit a little bit. Like, y'all really say, yo, he's the face of boxing. And be dead serious. It's like, bro, we wouldn't have these issues, fam. Like, this wouldn't be an issue. They would have fought. Him and Shakur would have fought. Face of boxing shit, y'all would have fought. I wouldn't have sat there and argued because you know what? You was a face. That money would have been too good for either one of y'all to say no to.
And you gotta understand, you're the face of boxing. How much pay-per-views have you sold out on? How much ticket sales did you sell? Did any investors ever say, yo, I made this much money back from a Haney event?
Hey, Damon, I want to know if it's me, you saying I give him backhanded. Teachable moment might be on the way because I think he might be talking about me. Y'all be in the chat like I don't see y'all. Said I give him a backhanded compliment because a backhands the comment because I want to know. Give us an example. If you talking about me, watch this, y'all. Give us an example of what you talking about. I swear to God, I never considered blocking somebody with a wrench in my life. If you talking about me, I guarantee you he's not gonna be. Watch this. Every single time I do this, nobody has never.
Moderators getting blocked is insane.
Right. Man, I just want to see.
Said
oh, my bad.
Oh, not sell out. Well, not in today's time. I'm sorry, not in today's time. I'm selling out pay-per-view. But I'm talking about max streaming. Like, have you ever had millions and millions of people tune in to watch you fight?
I tell
stuff
you what,
like that, like highest ratings.
One of the things he did do that was impressive, when he fought George Kambosos in Australia, and they had over 40K watching them in that I believe it was a stadium they was in. The first fight was the stadium. The second one was like less than half of the.
Oh yeah, because I was about to ask
Australia,
you where that fight took place at.
Over 41,000, I think, in there. I thought that was dope, and I guarantee you, some of these super fans don't even fucking know that. They just be talking. You say he fights good, but then you say they all small guys. That's not an example of a backhanded compliment. Now, see what I'm saying? See what I be saying, y'all? It's kind of backhanded. So watch this. Watch me put the proof in his face. Watch me put the fucking proof in his face, and he still probably complain. So what's this, Damon? What's this? How many fighters on there is he smaller than? Are smaller than him on this list? And those are some of his most notable wins. How many of them? So is he or is he not known for some of his most notable wins? Him being on record saying to the face of the fighter, "You too small, you too little." What are we talking about? How is that a backhanded? It's a backhanded compliment to you because it's the truth and it makes you uncomfortable. So tell me which one of these guys was bigger than him or his fucking size. He made a career off of beating smaller guys. He literally drained himself at 35 so long that by the time he got to 40, he still was drained. All in an effort to have a size advantage. You can't dismiss that, because if that wasn't what it was about, then why would he be doing it? Come on, fam. I'm telling the truth. That's not a backhanded compliment. That's the truth. I say he fights good guys, but he's made a career fighting smaller dudes. And you see it. George Kambosos, small, big, best win of his career. He almost pushed Loma to Jersey. He almost pushed Loma so hard, he pushed Loma from the stage all the way to fucking Jersey, fam. Because he too little. Gamboa, little. Jojo Diaz, fucking tiny. What we talking about? He literally tells these guys, you too little. Regis, you too little. You too little. This is facts. Y'all don't like the truth? How was that? Hating because it's true. Look, that's like me not being able to admit that Shakur, nobody's ever fought I ever expected them to beat. Nobody. Not one soul. None of them. Right? That's why I want to see fights like this. I still don't expect them to lose here either, but you get my point. That's like me not being able to admit something that's just the truth. Like, he didn't have an off night in his career. Something stupid. Like, that's dumb. It's like it's arguing dumb shit. That's not a backhanded compliment. I told y'all. Teachable moments, fam. Every last one of these dudes that will call me a Devin Haney hater, they don't have nothing they can prove it off. They don't have one example, y'all. What does that make them? You can't be a Just Do supporter trying to make me a hater of a fighter. That's weird shit, fam. Y'all weird, man. I really don't respect. That's why I don't respect his fans, yo. I support him because I think he's a hell of a boxer, but his fans is delusional, fam. You see a list. It's 9 fighters up here, fam. And these dudes is literally smaller than him now. The overall poster was them getting on him. They saying Devin has never faced one of the 4 new kings, young elite prospects, opponent under 30 or close. He did some of them things. Bigger opponent, equal size opponent, undefeated opponents since 2019. They said Devin Haney Promotions, elderly nursing home. That's them taking shots, but I never mind all of that. The point is in the graphic. Them little ass fighters that you beat up. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that, right? People say Shakur is always bigger than everybody he fight. I mean, it's it's an argument there, but I don't care to have it. That's what you think. That's what you think. But this is a fact though, and he's literally said it. You too little. You too little. You too little. You too little. Like this shit is crazy, fam. That's hating. Telling the truth is hating. Yeah, when you live in Haney land, it is. You know what I'm saying? When you live in Haney land, that's why. And Damon, his comments like that, fam, is why more people don't gravitate towards Haney. For as much as you want to say he moves right, his integrity, he got a dad in his life, all those things are great. And those are reasons to support him. But it's some people that still ain't able to separate what's good about him from all the shit that's spewed about him. And again, he has some of the most insecure fans I have ever encountered in the entire boxing space. They will shit on any fighter in the world to make him look good. I should play the video where dude up there lying about Devin Haney calling out Boots for a fight at 54 with no tune-up. I should just play it.
I'm gonna drop. They can shit on every fighter he fought except Ryan Garcia, man. But I'm gonna drop down. No, just do it.
Yeah, pack him up. Appreciate you, bro. I should have used another teacher. I should have used him as a teachable moment because he say you're a hater, but just like Damon, he can't tell you how. Can't tell you how. He gave the weakest explanation of a backhanded compliment. That's not what a backhanded compliment is. That's the fucking truth. That's crazy that you can't give no example. And you've been doing this shit for weeks, typing little shit, borderline, disrespectful, just trying to label me something because I don't push the fucking narratives. I push your favorite fighter. I talk how good he is, all that shit. And it's like, and I mean these things. And then as soon as I tell something that's true based off some lies that y'all put out now, I'm giving backhanded compliments. That shit weird, man. That's that fanboy shit. That's why I call people Haney hoes now, because that's what they are to me. They believe everything Bill say, and even when you support them, you still something still wrong. You get me? You still gotta say he's the best thing that you've ever seen in your life. Anything less than that, you're a hater. Nah, man. Devin, go make a fight, bro. Like I said, the Keyshawn fight would have been great. We get why we didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very consistent. I'm gonna keep ramming the point down y'all throats. If Keyshawn Davis is a duck because he said 2.1 million wasn't enough. Ultimately, that's money. Devin Haney said the guarantee wasn't right for the Rolly fight. That's money. And he walked away and he wasn't a duck, and neither is Keyshawn. So whichever way you want to go, I'm cool with it. If you want to say they both ducks, I'm cool. If you want to say it's business, I'm cool. See that? See how consistent that is? I ain't swaying one way or the other. It don't fucking matter. At the end of the day, my point was proven, and it's going to be proven even more when it's all said and done. Fights all the time fall out and don't happen because of money. All the time. Now, look. Bad breaking news, man. Devin Haney officially ducked by Liam Parrell. That's all y'all fucking do is push everybody ducking them. That's all y'all do. Right now, you cannot make this up. So if I was up here talking about how Liam Parrell's a duck, y'all wouldn't have no problem with it. I wouldn't be a hater or nothing. Yeah, just do you cooking. Keep cooking these fools. Just seen a video. Shout out to my guy, but that there you go. Right on point. Just duck. Liam Parrell duck. Y'all do this shit to everybody, fam. Everybody. Y'all did it to Matias when y'all first got the 40. Went and reached out to the wrong people and then said Matias ducked y'all. The man unalived somebody respectfully. R.I.P. to Dada Chevy. Unalived somebody in the ring. And that's the guy that they got the 140 talking about was scared to fight. Can't make this shit up, bro. Man, you can't make this up, man. Tanaris, what's good with it, fam? Can't make this up. A Beezy, what's good with it, homie? You cannot make this shit up, G. I don't know. I know the post. So with the post I was reading, I told you it was from a credible platform. Well, when I did my homework, I deemed them credible. I thought they wasn't just posting just to be posting. They saying Australians excessive economic demand. So cold word, man. Baby, basically they want too much. They pricing themselves out. But shout out to 444. He did come up here and say, well, Boots did give up more money to get Stanionis in the ring in a unification. So I guess I'm hating if I point that out too. I'm not saying Devin Haney has to do anything. I'm just pointing it out. Boots gave up more money for the Stanionis fight, and he made the unification happen. If everybody is ducking Devin Haney because of money, then maybe he should consider giving up a little bit to get these guys in the ring. Why? Because Boots done it on several occasions. Go look it up. It's clearly documented that he had to overpay guys to get them in the ring to fight him. So if Devin Haney's this Debo that y'all say he is, I'm not running with that. It was funny at first. It ain't funny no more because y'all made it weird. But if he's this Debo, then he should be expecting people to want the most money to fight him, right? He's this big, bad boogeyman. He's the most scary guy in the world. You know, he's the water walker, which I call him the Black Jesus, all this shit. All right, cool. Well, he's going to have to pay. He's going to have to pay a little bit more to get guys to play. That's all. That's all I could say, but told y'all, now Liam Parrell's ducking. Told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all they was going to run this play over and over and over and over and over again? Bro, y'all going to be out the whole 2026 trying to convince the boxing world that everybody ducked you. And I knew they was getting desperate when they said Rolly duck. When people started pushing that Rolly ducked them and the offer came from them, I knew everybody was crazy. I knew they was, man. Shut up. How you gonna tell them what overpaying is? You're not in them rooms. You don't know what overpaying is. Shut up. Everything boxing, what's good with it? My link there for any one of you busters, man. Know what I mean? Straight like that. Rolly wanted Devin to fight with no guarantee with his belt on the line, basically fighting for scraps. So how much money did he want him to fight for, Devo? Real quick, fill me in, because you saying basically fighting for scraps. So how much money, for you to say that it's scraps, you must know how much. So how much money was the offer? Fill us in, fam. Like this, we all about learning. I'm unfamiliar with how much, like, you know, refresh my memory of how much money he was having them fight for that was considered scraps. Let me know. Got over 80 people in the building. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody sub to the channel, man. Everybody. What's the scraps he was fighting for? I just feel me. It's an honest question. Don't think I'm coming at you. I'm not attacking you or nothing. But I'm just assuming you saying they wanted him to fight for scraps. So what's the scraps that they wanted him to fight for? Couldn't have been worse than 25% of nothing. I'm just saying. Couldn't have been worse than 25% of nothing. Shout out to Marcus back in that super chat. He says Shakur Zufa want to make fights, and he's a duck. Right. Make it make sense, fam.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
make it make sense.
I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and shout out to you, fam. I'm not coming at you, so I'm assuming that you didn't know what the offer was. You didn't know what they was offering, Devin. That's cool, you know what I'm saying? But can't say people fighting for scraps. What if they didn't deem that he was worth the money he was asking for? Why is that not a consideration? Why, when we look at Keyshawn, we could say Keyshawn is asking for something that he didn't deserve, right? Keyshawn was asking for something he didn't deserve, but that logic goes out the window with Devin Haney. Right? Maybe they deemed whatever he was asking for, he wasn't worth it for a unification with Rolly. It's not the biggest fight in the world. But if you was the face of boxing, then I don't think you would have had a problem getting whatever it is that you was looking for, because I'm pretty sure they could have made their money back. That's just me. So, you know what I'm saying? Devin and Debo, and he's ducked by everyone. And if you don't think Devin beat Shakur, Keyshawn, and Boots back to back to back, you just a hater. I'm telling you, fam. Hey, ETB, bro, and I'm going to keep saying it's a video I was scrolling past. I didn't click it. Shit got almost 30,000 views saying Devin Haney called out Boots for a fight at 154 with no tune-up. You cannot make this shit up. All they do is push lies for him. And then these people come over here and they act like they don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all see the same weak-ass shit I be seeing, yo, because y'all probably be over there in the comments cheering them on while they lied to you, because it makes you feel good to believe that Devin is calling Boots out. He ain't calling no Boots out, and I'm willing to bet money you will never see that fight ever, ever. But then what do Bill Haney say when they ask him about Devin and Boots? Instead of just saying you'll cross the bridge when you get there, you make it seem like this unrealistic scenario where y'all both be undisputed in y'all weight classes, and then he move up and be undisputed for the third time. Like, come on, fam. Get that fairy book shit the fuck up out of here, because that we all know that's not how it go. We all know that's not how it go. None of these guys is getting in the ring, though, but it's only one guy. It's only one team that's negotiating with everybody, and none of the fights is happening. Now, go ahead and tell the world that everybody ducking you after making 33 fights. Go ahead and convince the world that everybody ducking you, but Jose Ramirez fought you with no problem. Brian Norman, inexperienced as he was, fought you with no problem. Was adamant about fighting you. Go ahead and keep the narrative going. Yeah, he's ducking. Liam Parrell's ducking him. Everybody's ducking Devin. Nobody wants to fight him. Ryan ducking, Rolly ducking, T.O. ducking, Shakur ducking, Keyshawn ducking, Liam ducking. It's going to be Jack Catterall next. I told y'all they was going to frame everybody as a duck to justify the opponent that they was going to fight next. I told y'all this like a month ago. I said this. I called this a month ago. I told you they're going to say everybody is ducking them, and they was going to justify the opponent they was fighting, because that's what they're doing. Just say it's business, fam. Just say it's business, because it's like you make excuses for Devin when he couldn't get the money with his face of boxing ass, right? He couldn't get the money from the PBC. That was understood. It's like, yeah, man, Devin, you can't get that money, man. They got you fighting for scrap. Devo said they had you fighting for scraps. But how could you tell them people that what they're paying him is scraps if what he's asking for, they don't deem him worth it? See what I'm saying? So it's easy to say what you want to say. You might think Devin was fighting for scraps, but they don't think they offered him scraps. They told him to boss up and put half the money up, and then y'all bet on the back end. He wasn't willing to do it. Did I see cousin here? Free Smoke was good, man. Did I see my cousin here? Dude, I thought I seen you in here somewhere. Shout out to Dude. They got off the phone with Shakur, brought Boots up. Yeah, he jumped up off there fast. He know. Can't be the face of boxing when Tank and Shakur were there talking on X. They're damn near swan dived and jumped in that conversation. Can't lie. Only person really ducking is Keyshawn. That's me. Was good with it. Only thing I'll say, though, is to that duck narrative stuff. That's me. We all know Keyshawn didn't take the fight because of money, right? Simple is real easy to understand. And we all know Devin didn't accept the Rolly offer because of money, right? Does that make him a duck too? Or is it different because it's a guarantee situation that he was trying to get? You get what I'm saying? The principles are the same. The fights didn't happen because of money. Right now, Liam Parrell is being accused as a duck right now. They saying he ducking Devin Haney right now. They saying the reports are saying that it's excessive economic demands from the Australians, so that's money. So now Lynn Parrow is ducking because I guess he can't get the money he looking for. Do you see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Keyshawn couldn't get the money he looking for. He turned it down. He's a duck. Devin Haney can't get the money he looking for. He's a businessman. He know his worth, right? Fast forward to Lynn Parrow. Lynn Parrow can't know his worth. Lynn Parrow can ask for whatever it is that they say he asking for. He can't get it. Now he's ducking. Do you see how inconsistent that logic is? The only person that is allowed to determine what they feel like their worth is, and if they don't get it, they can walk away scot-free without being labeled a duck, is Devin Haney. Everybody else, they got to take what they was offered to them, or they pricing themselves out. They scared to fight. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, just money ducks is the new thing. I don't think it's the new thing. I think it's been there, but you know, and not that I'm going against what you're saying, but you see my point that I'm making, right? If Keyshawn is a duck, it's all about money. Then think about it. We got to be consistent and call everybody that doesn't take an offer from this point on because they can't get the money they looking for a duck. Even if the money ain't good and we know it ain't, still got to say they're a duck, right? I present that to people because it forces you to have a different train of thought when you approach these situations, and you start thinking more logically instead of looking for a narrative to push. Radio was good with it, homie. But like I said, let's see what comes out of this. They did a lot of over promoting, and to end up in there with a Jack Catterall or Lynn Parrow, with Jack Catterall is not going to suffice. I don't see them wanting to pay a bunch of money for that fight either. So we'll see if that fight is able to materialize. We'll see. Being consistent when speaking on boxing, you are hurting these fights on being made. It's a fact. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? That's me. It's like, you know what I mean? Sufa got it back for the face of boxing, but don't want the Shakur fight all of a sudden. Now I'm telling you, that shit is diabolical family. Think about it, bro. They said they didn't say he ducked when he walked away from Sandor Martin. Purse bid. Facts. They understood it. They only understand when it's Devin. That's the point I'm making. They wild with it, fam. They really like. That's all. It's the only time they do it. Really bro through the belt in the trash over money. Facts, Ant McQueen, and I remember that. It's nothing new. They've been doing it for the longest. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing new. Facts. They think they run it. So I'm telling you, calling fighters a duck, but Keyshawn did way too much. So I understand the Keyshawn criticism because all the promotion that came with it. They like, damn, Key, I get that. I totally get it. But the principle is still the same. You still don't change the fact that these other guys could be labeled ducks too, but they won't do it. And that it tells me at the end of the day, it ain't about ducking, it's business, man. You could say Keyshawn maybe did bad business, but I don't think he ducked. And that's why I don't think he ducked because he didn't like the money. And the reason why I said that is because I'm consistent. I've said way before this was even a thing that I personally, as a sports fan, don't expect guys and ladies who are risking their lives, you know what I mean, for money to take less than they feel like they're comfortable with on any level. Now, we can break down and say if they sound like they being unreasonable, but I can't, from my computer chair, tell any of these fighters what they worth. I could only tell you if it sounds crazy when you hear it. But, I mean, Keyshawn, they're just saying he wanted $5 million. I mean, should I let y'all debate whether it was too much or not? Ultimately, they deemed it wasn't something he was going to get. So he moved on and the fight didn't happen. You just got to keep it moving. But it's business at the end of the day, how it always is. See what Ant McQueen said, and y'all know y'all got to remember the Riddick Bowe tossing the belt in the trash. Got to remember that shit. You know what I mean? Got to. So at 18-minute mark, that video you posted last about Zufa and Shakur on that Devin fight for these Haney hoes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hold on. I got you. I think I still got it in here. I got you. Hold on. Hit that like button, y'all. We're going to keep rocking. We about to move on. We about to talk a little bit about this Tim Bradley stuff, man. Watch this. Hey, Kirk, shout out to you, Kirk Jordan. What was Shakur asking for? Just curious, Kirk. How much money was Shakur asking for himself that he priced himself out? Just for the chat, because I wasn't aware of how much he was looking for Devin Haney. So you couldn't enlighten us in the chat. Fill us in. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? So tell us, what was he asking for to price himself out while I pull this video up? You know what I'm saying? I think I still got it in there. I know what you're talking about. Hold on. I know what you're talking about. I got to get to it. Where is it at?
To fight Devin Haney. The fight then goes to purse bid. Keyshawn rolled the dice there, which let me start with the Zuffa aspect of it. We know that Shakur Stevenson and Zuffa Boxing have been chasing this big fight with Devin Haney. Even after Devin signed this big fight with Devin Haney. And Zuffa
Put your ears on, y'all.
Have been chasing this big fight with Devin Haney. Even after Devin signed his deal with DAZN, Zuffa Boxing has been trying to put together a Shakur Stevenson Devin Haney fight. Devin, this is now just my opinion. Devin, I don't believe is interested in a Shakur fight. I think Devin prefers the path that DAZN has probably laid out for him, which is Keyshawn, Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, fights like that as he fulfills a contract, which I'm told is at least 4 fights for Devin Haney.
There you go. There you go. So y'all heard him. They still pursuing the fight despite him signing the 4-fight deal allegedly with DAZN. They still pushing it and they didn't want it. Yeah, so you see her, he said who he felt like didn't want it. Nah, that's the only part that you need to play. It's the only part that's relevant because he spoke about both sides. That's an unbiased take. You spoke about Shakur, he's over there in Zuffa. You spoke about Devin, he signed to DAZN. He's saying he heard 4 fights, but he's saying, and then again, what he's saying ain't a fact. That part, he said that's his opinion that Devin Haney don't want the fight. He's not interested, but the reason he gave for it, because he wants to basically be a welterweight. And I've been saying that from the gate. I don't think nothing wrong with that. I don't have shit to do with ducking a Shakur, but I don't think they was ever committed to trying to make 144 pounds. And so he said they don't know what paying your dues. They don't know what paying your dues. I don't know what you trying to say, Kurt. Oh, you ain't got nothing for me. I don't know the real price. So how could you say somebody priced themselves out without knowing what they asked for? Don't you think that's a little irresponsible? Like, how could somebody price themselves out and you don't know what they asked for? I'll help you out. They didn't get that far because it wasn't no negotiations going on where guys can ask about price. But what we do know, based on what Bill said and what Chris just said there, is that Zuffa had the money for the fight, or they want the fight, right? And they didn't. And the other guys went the other way, right? So they know they worth out price, man. I don't know what he trying to say. Some of y'all need to type a little bit better. Y'all be just typing. Zuffa had besides Shakur. Now you asking the wrong questions, Kurt. See, I was able to prove that you're just somebody that's typing stuff too. You just saying Keyshawn and Shakur priced themselves out, but you don't know what Shakur asked for. So don't you think that's a false statement? You don't know. You get me? And now, and like y'all do when y'all wrong, y'all start adding stuff that we already know. DAZN has this. Zuffa has this. Who he's gonna fight? Like, we not asking that. You just made a very bold statement that people don't know how to pay their dues. Like, I don't even know what that meant. That was crazy. You know what I mean? That's the emoji man at it again. He's stupid. Reap stupid, yo. Hit that like button. I agree. I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. You can't say he priced himself out then. They didn't even get that far. See what I'm saying? Big Bevo was good. Shakur didn't step aside there, said little bro first. Key to big bro, right? He didn't step aside and none of that. He ain't step aside. Step aside how? He with Zuffa, with he? How's he stepping aside when he with the people that Bill said wanted to fight? Huh? Bill said it. Take pay cuts to get belts. Nobody's doing that, fam. Ain't nobody doing that. Devin did that shit for Cambosis because he let them play him for them belts, but nobody else is doing that, fam. Nobody taking pay cuts for some belts that you're going to have to pay for. Shit just don't make sense. It's kind of silly. Kind of silly. We're going to keep rolling, man. We're going to keep rolling. Something else I want to play, I want to get to, man. TB, Tim Bradley, man. Tim Bradley made a bold take. Y'all ain't going to like this one. They're going to be mad as hell. Yeah, Parrow and Jack is definitely not on that fake-ass list. I told y'all that list was fake. That's not shitting on Devin. That list just was wishful thinking. You put a bunch of names up there with wishful thinking, fam. Yo ass. Look what Tim Bradley said. Let's get it up, man. Tim Bradley, the only one talking with sense, man. Y'all out here lying, telling people that Devin is calling Boots out. How the hell anybody calling Boots out about to make a fight with Jack Catterall? Nobody that's about to fight Jack Catterall or Liam Parrow is thinking about fighting Boots. Nobody that was just talking about fighting Shakur, Keyshawn, and Tank is thinking about fighting Boots, bro. They just say anything. I swear they do. This should be wild, fam. This be wild, G's. They be lying, man. He said Gerard Ennis will knock Debo ass into the middle of next week. What he said. Nah, ain't nobody duck him. Ain't nobody duck him. If Keyshawn ducked him, he ducked Rolly. I'm cool with that. Keyshawn ducked Rolly.
I ain't never took no shit where it didn't stink. All shit stank. It don't matter, right? Yeah.
Hey,
Bill. Hey, look, I get it. Nobody want to fight your son's ass or whatever, but you need to calm your ass down, man. You need to calm your ass down, man, for real, bro. Hey, you keep over here barking up this booze street, bro, for real. I don't think that's smart, Bill. Look, don't bite off more than you can chew, big dog. You thinking Boots is soft, man. You thinking Boots is easy work, man. I promise you, man. I'm telling you, that's a bad style matchup for freaking Devin Haney, man.
I said
for real. Yeah, y'all worried about the reason why y'all ain't fought damn Ryan Garcia is because y'all think he on that dinosaur meat. Yeah, y'all think he on that dinosaur meat, so that's why y'all ain't stepped in there and fought him. Shit, boy, when you fight Boots, shit. Oh, you ain't up against no dinosaur meat, but you up against one of the athletic, strongest dudes at 147 from 147 to 154 pounds, man. For real. Yeah, you in there with a real one, dog, for real. He gonna be coming all night long. He can match his output, all of that, man. He a lot longer than Dev. Yeah, Dev is smart. Yeah, oh yeah. Dev is more calculated with his approach. Yeah, he will have some success. But he gonna get his ass chopped up and chopped down and Philly walked. That's what he gonna get. He gonna get his ass Philly walked down. Philly gonna run straight through Devin's ass. And he gonna get his ass stopped. Yeah, by Boots Ennis. Stop playing with the Boots name, man. I promise you, bro. For real. He gonna pull y'all card, man. Just the way you pull Keyshawn card. Boots gonna pull your card, man. But right now, that man right now chasing straps, man. It's strap season for that man Boots. Yeah, he finna go out there and take that boy on what that boy name is. I forgot his damn name. Shit, I forgot his name. Sorry, forgot your name. But, 154-pound champion. Yeah, he finna go unify the champion. Josh Kelly, that's his damn name. Shit, it came to me. Thank you.
There you go.
Anyways,
Kelly.
Man, I just want to just chime in real quick. Hey, Bill, don't bark up that tree, dog. I promise you, man. He ain't ready yet. He not ready yet. Hey, look. Y'all lucky Brian Norman, man. But y'all caught Brian Norman with that left hook. Y'all lucky, man. Brian had a couple of open rounds, man. He did. You know what I'm saying? And in the back end, he did damn good too. You know what I mean? He couldn't get it past that damn spider web that you do, Deb. You got that damn spider web defense, boy. Ooh, you tie him the hell up, boy. Damn. But yeah. You ain't gonna be able to do that with Boots, man. Boots gonna let them hands fly, man, from where they are. He ain't gonna fall in on your ass either. He gonna throw them combinations, boy. Them mugs gonna be fast and hard, bro. You gonna think he on that shit. After the fight, you gonna think he on that shit for sure. Anyways, man, I'm Tim Desert Storm Bradley. Yeah, man, all the Devin fans come in the comment section.
Tim, wow,
he fast and hard, bro. You gonna think he on that shit. After the fight, you gonna think he on that shit for sure. Anyways, man, I'm Tim Desert Storm Bradley. Yeah, man, all the Devin fans come in the comment section. It is what it is. I know what y'all gonna say. You said that about Norman. Yeah, but yeah, Norman dad, nah, He ain't got that, man. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got that like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. He ain't get his boy ready. He should have listened to me. Should got them goddamn chickens, like I said. He ain't get them chickens. So, hey, that's what happens when you don't listen. Anyways, Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you already know the damn rest. And
you already know the damn
rest. Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you already.
Man, that shit funny, bro. He said he gonna think you on that shit. Look, the only reason I'm talking about this because, they keep pushing it. Like I said, I seen a video getting a lot of traction, lying to the people saying Devin called out Boots. He didn't call out Boots. The man is at 47. I think he about to, entertain other welterweights. From what I'm hearing is Jack Catterall. He down to Jack Catterall. We went from Shakur and Keyshawn on the same contract to Tank to Keyshawn ducking to Shakur being clout chase. Now you have to entertain real opposition. You essentially signed some deal with the zone, and these fights still not materializing, man. Only one could wonder what the hell is really going on. But I told y'all, I seen the play a month or so ago. They're going to tell you everybody's ducking. Nobody want to fight. So when they fight a guy that you not too particularly happy with, they can blame the opposition. They can say, hey, you know what? The reason why we fighting this guy is because everybody ducking. We said this already. We seen this shit coming a mile away. You see this play all the time, fam. You see this play all the time from them, unfortunately. Everybody's scared. Everybody's ducking. But in reality, I just think the situation's just not the best, man. These fights not the biggest of fights. Guys are asking for money, whatever that money is. They clearly not able to get it, and dudes are moving on. But my thing is this: we seen Boots Ennis have a similar problem. So what did he do? He paid more to make the unification fight. He paid Stan Jonas more money to get the unification fight. Am I telling y'all that Devin Haney got to do what Boots doing? Nah, but it's an option. It's an option. It's damn sure an option. So you either, if everybody's truly ducking you, how you say, you either be in a position where you're willing to pay a bit more to get guys in there, or you're going to have to move up. Because I've never seen somebody move up to 47, have one fight, focus on smaller guys that's not in the weight class, to the point where those fights don't materialize. Then you forced to focus on your weight class. Those fights still don't happen. And you're going to tell the world that everybody is scared to fight you. And that's supposed to be believable. Why? Boots is getting fights, but Devin Haney can't get fights. That makes sense. Boots could get fights, but Devin Haney can't. Just make it make sense, bro. So you're gonna have to say something else besides everybody ducking. You're gonna have to make this shit make sense. You're gonna have to make fights, fam. You're gonna have to fight somebody. It's only so long you can keep saying everybody don't want to fight you. You know what I'm saying? And I'll just give my thoughts on this. Look, Devin's a hell of a fighter, but right now, fighting Boots wouldn't even make sense. He's not a 54-pounder. I don't think his mind is up there. Me personally, this is my opinion. I don't think his mind is up there. The fact that he was still talking about fighting 35-pounders tells me everything I need to know. Me personally, I don't think there's no way somebody that was just talking about fighting a 35-pounder is thinking about fighting a 54-pounder and one of the best one there. I don't think so. I'm with Tim Bradley. I think it's a bad style matchup. I don't think he'll be the jab, stay away, and grab and clinch Boots like that all night. I just don't think so. I don't feel like he has enough tools to keep Boots up off him, and I just think it'll be a lot. I think the combinations, the speed, the size, I think it's too many advantages for Boots, and I just don't see that as a winnable fight for Devin. If I'm wrong, if it ever happened, I'll be the first one to say I'm wrong. But I think that's a bad style matchup. I think Boots is too big, too strong, and too much. Too athletic, punching too hard. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? If Ryan could catch you, you don't think Boots would be able to land those shots on you? I'm just saying. Ryan cheated, yes. We ain't counting that win. The hell with Ryan in that fight. But you get me? We seen some mistakes being made. And Boots is way more of an athlete than Ryan. Way more athletic, got way more tools. He just way more to deal with. Boots don't let you have fill-out rounds. He get right to beating your ass. Look how fast he had Xander on his back pockets in that fight. Within 2 minutes, Boots had him on his back pocket. So the biggest thing is, it's not that it's such a skill gap or something between Boots and Devin that Devin won't be able to compete. He's just not a 54-pounder, in my opinion. And the fact that he's not a 54-pounder, that's not a good fight. If he did what his super fans is saying, right? Go from 47 to 54 with no tune-up and just fight Boots, that's not a good fight. It's not. I'm not being funny. It's just not a good fight. He's never fought at 54 before. Boots got a couple fights up there. He looking better each time. Or he looked better each time. Nah, that just would be a bad fight. That's wishful thinking, and that's setting the fans up for failure. You're like, that's not the fight that you want at all. That's not the fight that you want. You don't want to do that shit. Hell no, you don't want to do that shit. Ain't no way you want to do that. Just not a good fight in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Some things are better off left alone, and that's one of them. That's one of them. Leave that alone. Rhino and Juice still can't with Boots. Nah. He said, who ain't counting that win? You know, I don't count it because he cheated. You know what I mean? I ain't against Devin, but I get it. We seen the 12 rounds, but Boots will be all bad. That's just not the right fight. This is not the right fight, y'all. This is not the right fight. And that's just my opinion. Now I could be wrong, but I'm with Tim Bradley. Tim said he gonna think he on that stuff that beating to be so bad. You gonna fight Tiger? He's scared of that kid and give him a shot. Cali Monk, they keep saying something about some restraining order. I don't know how true it is or is not. I don't know what the deal is with the restraining order situation. Got Boots winning, but can knock people believe Dev. Dev has put in the work. I ain't knocking nobody, but I don't believe it. Everybody's entitled to think how they want, but I just think people just talking. I don't see no scenario where he beats up Boots in this. I don't see no scenario. I think Boots stops him bad too, just like Bradley said. Think it'd be a cool fight for as long as it lasts. I think at some point Boots does what Boots do. And get the stoppage. That's what I think. Hold on. Let me find where. Didn't I have a clip? It's a reason why I was talking about this too, man. Hold on.
Stylistically, that's like Shakur's not stupid. Somebody is telling him somewhere like, man, don't let that boy come in the ring. 165.
Nah, that's not the one I'm looking for. Where's that joint at? Boots. Seen Devin lose big names too many times. Loma, Ryan, especially Boots. Yeah. Maybe Ryan Wrapstar and extra 3 pounds has his system has more punch power than Boots. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that Osterine made him punch no harder. I think that was the same punching power we've always seen from him. That's just my opinion. I think, but this is how we got to the Boots conversation. He went on the Boxing Voice and he went on Champ's Side. He went on Champ's Side and he talked about it. I'm gonna play the little short clip. I'm not gonna pull it on the screen. Candy Slim was good, fam. Marcus, my dog, appreciate the love, man. Back in that super chat, he said Ryan cheated, but that didn't make Devin defense that bad. Yeah. I'm just saying, Nah, he made big mistakes. Ryan cheated, but it was some critical mistakes made on Dev's side that I know if he acknowledged it, he had to fix some of them things. And I feel like Boots is just far better talent than Ryan Garcia. How did Karen make Boots look silly? How many rounds did Karen win in 2 fights? Y'all just be saying stuff and y'all think you got to lay. If little ass Loma gave him that much trouble, little ass Loma had him in the corner talking about dad, he figuring us out. Boots is way bigger than Loma. He's more athletic, right? He got more tools than a Loma too. That shit's going to be bad. More offensive. That shit going to be bad. Little ass Loma. Y'all keep talking about Karen who got dominated twice. He got dominated. He didn't make Boots look silly. Did Loma make y'all look silly because you had to fight for your life in that fight? And the world thought he lost. Still to this day, they still thought he lost to Loma. So if that's what making you look silly look like, look, what do you call Loma and Devin? He dominated Karen both times. Then he dropped him in the first one. Dominated him. Dude won a couple rounds at best. That's not making nobody look silly. Boots ain't never had a close fight. Never. Them fights wasn't even close. That's the leg you standing on, Karen. I'm looking at the mistakes he made. I'm looking at the mistakes he made in the Ryan fight. I'm looking at the mistakes he make from fight to fight. That's not a good style matchup, in my opinion. If you think him and Boots is a 50-50 fight, that's you. There's nothing 50-50 about that. Why? Because he don't have the size, reach, speed, power. Is too many advantages on Boots' sides for me to call it a 50-50 fight. And he would be fighting at a weight class, according to his lying-ass fans, at 54 with no tune-up. So Devin Haney going to jump right from 47 to 54 with no tune-up with Boots. That's going to be an established 54-pounder, and it's going to be a 50-50 fight. Yeah, okay. Wishful thinking like
What do
hell.
you think about that fight, like in the future, like being a mega fight? I mean,
What do you mean? We put him on the list.
You think that's something that would happen after the whole? I mean, so your goal right now is to become undisputed.
I think it's his big. I think it's his biggest fight. You know what I'm saying? And when we get to him, hopefully that will be our biggest fight as well. You see what I mean? Because I think the Ryan Garcia fight is bigger, right? But Devin, inshallah, when he beats Ryan Garcia, then that makes the Boutines fight big.
Yeah. All right.
How in the hell is him beating Ryan Garcia make Boots and Devin big? That's at 47. That not at all. It don't make it big. It don't make it big at all, man. That shit is ridiculous, man. The fuck? What's his name? Ryan. Him beating Ryan don't make him and Boots a big fight. I think him and Boots, the names alone, if they can make it happen, it'll make it what it is. But I don't think you need to beat Ryan to make it a big fight. I mean, maybe if he was moving straight up after that, maybe he could use that as I'll just beat Ryan, a rematch, maybe. But I just don't think that has no bearing on how big Devin and Boots is. Maybe if you with the right kind of
fight, like in the future, like being a mega fight. I mean,
what do you mean? We put him on the list.
You think that's something that would happen after the whole? I mean, so your goal right now is to become undisputed.
I think it's his big. I think it's his biggest fight. You know what I'm saying? And when we get to him, hopefully that will be our biggest fight as well. You see what I mean? Because I think the Ryan Garcia fight is bigger, right? But Devin, inshallah, when he beats Ryan Garcia, then that makes the Boutines fight big.
I mean, I just like I said, I get what he's saying in theory, but overall, I think Boots and Devin would be what it is. I don't think beating Ryan in a whole separate weight class will have any bearing on how tickets sell for the next fight in the weight class.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of said something similar the other day, because I think Boots is going to keep getting bigger and bigger, you know, in the sport of boxing. And so y'all go right now.
But Boots needs to do what he's supposed to do. He was supposed to tighten up 47. So we're going to tighten up 47. He tightened up 54.
Would you?
And we get out.
Would you? I know it's kind of hard to like be all in the future, but
he tightens up. He was supposed to tighten up 47, so we're gonna tighten up 47. He gonna tighten up 54, and then we're gonna get down. This fighter never happened. This fighter never happened. And I see we got another one, y'all. We got another teachable moment. Here we go with this fake created Haney hate. Heart of America. Name something that I've said that's hating on Devin Haney. Name one thing. Go. If you name it, I'll cash app you right now. Name me one thing that I was said out of my mouth that's hating on Devin Haney. Go ahead. You can say it, I'll cash app you.
Would you move to 54 then fight him, or would you be undisputed at 47 and then fight him immediately at 54?
No. We took care. Brian Norman was breathing down his neck and all the shit. We tightened up Brian Norman. Right now we got the 47. Right, he don't want to do that part, so we did his part. Now he has to do that. Go ahead and tighten up Virgil. Right.
Oh my God.
Front door. Go ahead and do some heavy lifting at 54, and we meet you. You know what I mean? For all three, inshallah, God willing. That's a whole lot of stuff, ain't it, man?
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of stuff to happen, but I mean, y'all been on that path forever. So
we got ours. We got our sights on ours. And
now, because of this, dude took this clip and made a video saying Devin Haney is calling out Boots Ennis at 54 for a fight at 54 with no tune-up. You cannot make this stuff up. All people do is create false narratives. Nowhere is Devin Haney speaking on this. I don't hear Devin Haney voice. I ain't see him tweet it. None of that. He not calling out no Boots Ennis. And y'all could be fanned out all you want, but that fight way too big, too strong. It wouldn't make sense right now for that man to go right to 54 and play with Boots. Y'all could be, like I said, y'all could be delusional if you want and think he just runs up there and there's a 50-50 fight because you said so. Ain't shit 50-50 about that fight. And that'll be the first time that he be in a fight where he is at a complete disadvantage, in my opinion. And his experience won't factor in. You won't have the experience in that weight class. You'll be in there with a big ass guy that could be fighting at 160, man. That should be all bad. That should be all bad. The only people convincing themselves that man beats Boots Ennis are his fans. That's it. And I get it. Y'all think he could beat Godzilla. If you put Devin in there with Godzilla, he gonna stop him. That's what y'all think. So y'all entitled to feel that way, but I'm just telling you my opinion. I don't think this would be a 50-50 fight. He'd be at an extreme disadvantage, and it'll show. And that should be bad, I think, personally. Shout out to Martin Machine. Say, yo, Just, where can I find you saying the Shock versus Shakur fight won't happen next? I need to kill that Haney's fake narrative. Oh, shit, you won't saying it won't happen next? Where I say, or you say where I'm saying the fight won't happen next? Because we know it ain't going to happen next. Shock been already made plans to fight Navarrete. So that's what they saying. Shakur's supposed to fight O'Shaquie Foster. I don't see how he's supposed to do that if that man agreed already to fight Navarrete.
What do you think about?
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Martin. Say respectfully, that list don't mean shit. No, I don't. That list is what it's always been. Wishful thinking. It's very ambitious. It's good for some talking points to sit up and conversate about. But said Devin gets called Debo and the best in the world. Bill going around saying made up shit like this that he has zero intentions of actually doing. Yeah, talking about undisputed versus undisputed. And shout out to the homie Mill from YSM. He was building on this early and he was saying the fight won't never happen. He was saying why. Everything he said he was cooking. Bill knows by the time I get to 54, Boots more than likely will have been moved on. You're just saying in a perfect world, he get through undisputed at 47. You're going to have a lot of trouble doing that. You having trouble getting fights now, period. Whether it's title fights, you couldn't get the mandatory in the ring. You could say he ducked you. Couldn't get Liam Parrow in the ring. That's a unification. You could say he ducked you. You couldn't get Rolly in the ring. That's a unification. You could say he ducked you. Ryan. Couldn't get him in the ring. That's a unification. You could say he ducked you. You can't spend your career talking about everybody scared to fight me. That shit not real. Yeah. If your business is in order, somebody gonna get in the ring with you. That's all it is. That's it. That's all, fam. You get what I'm saying? You can't say everybody pricing themselves out, but then when you can't get the money you looking for and walk away, it's perfectly fine. You know your worth and shit like that. I don't want to hear that.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Funny how y'all say tag team champions, but Bill made it a WWE scenario when he said both fighters on the same contract. Y'all ate it up. Y'all was talking about 2 for 1. Now y'all flipped it.
What do you think
when
about
the whole
that
reason that it's even WWE type shit is because of y'all 2 fighters on the same contract, little bro then big bro. Dudes ain't never want to fight no Shakur Stevenson at 44 ever. Just Boots massacres Haney. So yeah. Bill was being, yeah, man, look, Bill was being a damn fool is what he was being. He was being a damn entertainer. You couldn't get him in there because you wasn't interested in fighting Shakur. You know who you could have, what
like
to go
in the future, actually took less money than he. I was seeing something that Devin.
We got ours. We got our sights on ours. And according to their team, they have their sights at 54 as well.
Is it true that Is it true that Devin took less money for to make the Keyshawn fight happen? I was seeing something that Devin actually took less money than he could have got.
Yes.
Now let me clear that up because I don't know how far they got into it. It's my first time listening to this clip this deep. Somebody sent this to me, and this is how we got here with this conversation about Boots. As far as Devin Haney taking less money for Keyshawn, that's cap. What they mean is Devin Haney made a certain amount of money to fight Brian Norman, right? I think they was reporting 12 million or something to that effect. And he was getting 6 with Keyshawn to fight Keyshawn. That's the difference. The fights are not the same. He didn't take less money. Nobody where they get this shit from is beyond me. I get it though, because I seen the post too, but I was able to decipher what they were saying. He didn't take less money, but he was making less money because it's a different job, right? Brian Norman Jr. was a champion and it was a turkey card. So Turkey paid. You know, Turkey got that bag, right? In this case, he was the defending champion and Top Rank won the purse bid. You see the difference? Do you see the difference? You didn't have Turkey Al-Sheikh involved, so he wasn't going to get paid $12 million to fight up front to fight no Keyshawn Davis, although he did get a flat fee up front and it was taking care of Devin. But so that's what he mean when he say taking less money. No, he's not taking less money in terms of like, you know, he took less money to make the fight. No, that's not what happened. No, he was making less money for that particular fight. If you get the difference, it's not the same. You get what I'm saying? It's basically like a pay cut because you fighting a dude with 15 fights and it's his promoter that won the fucking purse bid. It's kind of common sense. Simple. It's easy to understand when you think about it. Shout out to my homie Marcus, man. I appreciate the love. Back in that super chat. Everybody got over 80 people. Hit that like button, sub to the channel. Click the link if you want to talk some boxing. We're going to be here for a minute. We got some more to get to. Says Shakur has to fight at 3 different weight classes in 2 years to get a fight with Devin. But Devin couldn't fight at 144 before he went to 147. And just do you get what I'm saying? This shit is annoying, fam. He the only one that got to do what everybody else say do. If Shock say he owe him a fight, he got to fight him. Raymond Mordtai say he want to fight, he got to fight him. If Devin say he want to fight, he got to fight. It's like, it's stupid. Make the fights with this guy for real, behind the scenes and not on Twitter. That's the only thing I'm annoyed with this whole situation with this fight. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I called it from the get-go. I said, yo, it's going to be a weight discrepancy. They just going to spend a lot of our time. They're going to waste a lot of our time arguing about weight that they know they're not willing to come to. And look what we seeing now. More bullshit. Look how fast they beelined away from that Shakur conversation after Keyshawn fell by the wayside. They beelined away from that conversation so damn fast because they know he's with the people that can put the fight on. And they know if you make any concessions and come to 44, that fight is going to get made. They know it. They know it. Yeah, man, yo. I'll tell you, boy. Damon, you disappoint me, yo. Devin is not being blamed. You just interpret it that way because you sensitive. Devin is not getting the blame. And now, again, watch this. Another teachable moment, y'all. Damon, for the last time. Because you just be talking. How am I blaming Devin for anything? How am I blaming him? Say it. Tell me again. Tell me, bro. I ain't never consider blocking.
What do you think
like
about that fight, like in the future, like being a mega fight? I mean,
oh, hold on.
Right. Is it true that Devin took less money for to make the Keyshawn fight happen? I was seeing something that Devin actually took less money than he could have got.
Yes.
No, he didn't. That's cap.
Yes. Because that's what Shakur says.
What?
That's what. Yes.
Listen to his explanation. He starts stuttering. You telling me he telling the truth? He just agreeing to what he said. If that was the case, you don't think he would have included that detail? And he was willing to take less money to make the fight. That's the whole thing, man. Just on another interview, they was asking him, do you think Devin should have took money out his purse to make the fight? And he was saying no. So now in this one, he's saying yes. Like, that's what that would have meant. You would have been willing to give up more money to make the fight. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. The truth is you was getting less money to fight Keyshawn than you was for Brian Norman on a turkey card, man. All they do is fucking manipulate, lie, and they conveniently leave out context to try to make this guy look like more than what he is instead of telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Dad made double figures his last fight, and he took shorter money, according to Mannix. Again, comprehension is fundamental, Damon. They reported he made fucking $12 million for Brian Norman. That's a turkey card. Brian Norman was a champion. Now he's fighting Keyshawn. He's defending it. He would have been defending his belt against Keyshawn. Top rank, won the purse bid. Do you really think they was going to pay him $12 million? Come on, man. Chris Mannix. That's what they're not saying. They're not including context. So in I guess at the grand scheme of things, is he making less money? Yes, but he's not taking less money the way y'all trying to make it sound. Y'all trying to make it seem like he's making some kind of sacrifice. He don't got a fucking choice, or the fight can't be made. He's not going to make the same money that he made to fight on a turkey card against Brian Norman, who was the champion, to fight Keyshawn Davis, who never fought at 47, right? He's a mandatory challenger. Like, you're not going to make that much money, fam, with Top Rank bidding on it. You really think he was going to make that much? That's why it's pointless to even say how much he was making. That's why I still, to this day, I hate the fact that these people money even get talked about. I hate it. I hate the fact that they money get talked about. And this is why. Let me play the rest of this clip and get it out of here.
Because that's what Shakur says. Yes.
He's saying he took less money because that's what Shakur says. Listen to this shit, fam. Listen to it. Put your ears on, both of them.
Right. Is it true that Devin took less money for to make the Keyshawn fight happen? I was seeing something that Devin actually took less money than he could have.
Yes. Yes. Because that's what Shakur says. It is. It's the
Yo, he got Shakur on the brain so bad. He just didn't have nothing. Yes, because that's what Shakur says it is. What the fuck do Shakur got to do with it? What does Shakur have to do with this? Now, y'all tell me what he said made sense and tell me you believe it too. Go ahead, so I can know what kind of stupidity I'm dealing with. Whatever to make him sound good. Yes, that's what Shakur says. Shakur what?
Yes. Because that's what Shakur says. It is. It's the money over there, not necessarily the opponents, but it's the money.
Oh man,
so
good bell out there.
And you're going and saying that all of these fights can happen. You know what I mean? You put a mark on your back and say, okay, who's coming to collect it? I'm at 147, 147-pound champion. What's happening?
I swear to God on my life, man. From the point that he asked about him making more money, nothing Bill said made sense. He just freestyled some shit. And y'all, that's the type of shit that y'all eat up. Y'all be like, yeah, he cooking. You heard him? Yeah, he said Devin took less. Chris Mannix said Devin took pay cut. Taking no fucking pay cut, fam. Not fighting to say he's not fighting a champion. He's not fighting a defending champion. He's the defending champion. And tell me how the face of boxing is a champion that has to take a pay cut to fight a guy with 15 fights. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, fam. Rare Breed was good with it. Make it make sense. The man just freestyled some shit, fam. He just brought Shakur up. That shit didn't have nothing to do with nothing. Tell me the way he answered that question just made sense. Yes, because that's what Shakur says it is. You know, the money, you know. If, you know, we fight, you know, a champion at 147 pounds, like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about, fam? Bad news, man. Bad news, man. Before we get to that showbiz and core shit that people been talking about, we got some other stuff we're going to get to, but trust me, we're going to cover that. Matter of fact, you know what? Yeah, I got to get to this joint from Bill. Bill went on his channel the other day, and somebody told me to check it out. Shout out to Wrapstar. Bill went over on their channel. He did an interview. Let's hear. It was just the other day. Let's hear what he had to say. I'm gonna play some of this while Bill was on the live stream. Shout out to 40 Mil Bill. And I clearly, if I hated Devin Haney, I wouldn't cover him. I promise you, I wouldn't. I would not cover Devin Haney if I hated him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing. It's just ridiculousness, man. All right. Let me get this up, man. He was on Wrapstar joint, man. Bill is obsessed with Shakur. Shakur not lying. Yeah, he obsessed with him. He brought up Shakur's name for no reason just now. They was talking about him and Keyshawn. He said Shakur and then said some shit that didn't even make sense.
Point Boots, guys.
Crazy work, bro. Crazy work. My bad, y'all. Turn that down. Let me get this joint up, B.
Fam. That's facts. Shiraz was a bit disappointing, bro.
40 mil bill. Hold on.
Yeah, he sent his brother to us, and we sent him back to him.
I don't want to skip too far ahead, y'all. My bad.
Let me get Bill Haney if he's around. Give me a sec.
That's on my Instagram, Bill Haney _.
Okay.
That's, you know, and you can just see the journey. And we knew then, and I keep saying it over and over again, we knew then that one day Devin would be the 147-pound welterweight champion of the world.
I mean, Bill, we've seen that, right? But as far as this is unfold, big bro, your homie, Jay Prince said that he got two barrels waiting. You were happy to entertain both barrels. You said that you're ready for any shotgun, AK-47, Uzis, whatever they want to bring. You said, let's bring it. But Devin Haney wants all of it. Now,
and one thing why Bill gonna always get my respect don't mean I don't respect him because I call out the shit that he's not being honest about. It's up for you to decipher the truth from the lies and the fluff and all that stuff. But one thing he gonna always have my respect for, outside of the way he's done with his kids and his family, is he make time for the YouTube community. That I do respect, regardless of what he's saying on any platform. He makes time, he pull up, and he'll chop it up and shoot the shit with you, answer some questions, crack some jokes. That's gonna always make him, I think, relatable to the people. There's certain people that when they feel like they're talking to him, they think he's a celebrity. So he makes that work in his favor, man. Smart move by Bill to kind of get behind the media like that.
we saw one guy say, nah, well, I'm going to make way for this brother because he's my brother. The brother seems to not had gone ahead and wanting to take the fight with Devin Haney and put himself in a mess. The man's dropped from #1 to #7 that even the sanctioning body seems disgusted.
Yeah, we got to call it how we see it.
You know me, I'm calling it a lot. I'm a Keyshawn Davis fan, but I'm still going to call it for what it is, for where we are. I don't hold back.
Yeah, he sent his brother to us, and we sent him back to him. You know what I mean? That's what it is. We sent him back to him. So, you know, you never want to go send your little brother to do a job that big bro is supposed to take care of anyway.
Look, Bill, I really appreciate you. Even though, you know, I've been away for a while, you just came straight to give me the time for the people, for the fans, for the people that even are with you.
Always.
Against you.
Yeah, so he giving him credit for making time, and I salute Bill for that. I had 2 interactions with Bill. They both was solid. The second one, he even said something about coming to the channel. I just never reached out to him for him to do it. If I was a hater when I was talking to him, he would have picked up on the fact that I was a hater, and he would have responded to me accordingly. But instead, we had a good little short dialogue. I asked him a couple questions. He answered one of them. The other question he didn't have an answer to. I asked him, do you think Shakur and Devin gonna fight? And he said he didn't know. He said he didn't know. He told me that straight up. Then I was right on the panel talking to him. He said that he didn't know. So make of it what you will. Everybody hit the like button. I just want to say this. You can't send a little brother to fight nobody. You can't send Keyshawn on nothing. That's his own man. If he sent Keyshawn, then why Keyshawn ain't fight him if he's sending him? If it was all about him sending Keyshawn. Nah, the WBO put Keyshawn in position. Shakur didn't tell Keyshawn to move up to 147 and call Devin out. He didn't tell him that. He didn't tell him to petition the mandatory. Keyshawn did what Keyshawn wanted to do, just like Shakur said, 144 like he been wanting to do. Y'all didn't do it, so now y'all got to worry about possibly fighting a Jack Catterall. It is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to get in the ring. The best opponent for each other, if they could have met in the middle, would have been Devin for Shakur and Shakur for Devin, if we being all the way 100. And the backstory that they got, the history, the fight would have sold itself.
No matter, even if we are the biggest dons in the game, or if we're walking, or we're treading in water, you're always there with the
Big or
real
small,
ones.
big or small, we support them all, man.
Yeah, so you're always there with the real ones. Now, Bill, we gotta just know what happened exactly here. The man got offered $3 million, biggest, highest pay, and he decided not to take that money and take it to the purse bid. Is this correct?
Yeah, 200% more markup on the money. And I think he wanted to go. He wanted 400 or 500% markup on the money. You know, it's
He sent Keyshawn back, but he didn't beeline and focus on the big brother like he said. He went back on his word after they told the internet that they was doing, that they was willing to do 144. He spoke for Devin again on Twitter and said 147. So it is what
you
it
know, they
is.
should tell the truth, Wrapstar. They should tell how they really feel about Devin, what kind of fighter he is. I mean,
Anybody from now on, man, when I see them talking coon talk over boxing, I'm timing you out and you keep talking and I'm blocking you. I'm not knocking Jack Catterall. I'm not knocking Liam Parrow. It's a big drop off from a Keyshawn fight, from a Shakur fight, from a Boots fight, from a Tank fight. But still in all, it's a boxing match. He has to move on. The reason he didn't fight Keyshawn is not no fault of his. So whoever Devin ends up in the ring with, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining either way, but I question why he keep negotiating with everybody and all the fights falling out. I question why they're trying to convince everybody that, that'll listen, that everybody's scared to fight him when we know that's not the reality. The reality is somebody's business is not right. And I don't know whose business is not right, but somebody's business is not right, because this is not problems that the face of boxing has. Getting back in the ring, capitalizing off his biggest win, right? You go right back into inactivity, and then you blame some of the inactivity on guys not wanting to fight you. But again, you're gonna be saying that shit to the end of 2026, and you're gonna be the whole year without a fight, trying to convince the world that everybody's ducking you. It's a corny play at the end of the day, man. It's some shit we seen a bunch of times from them.
They need to tell the truth, man, because it's things that's not adding up. And the world is starting to see, executives are starting to see, the networks is seeing, you know what I mean? And it's a good time to be in the Devin Haney business.
So, Bill, do you feel that your time is never wasted? It's always building whatever's around your son and whatever else fade you can get. So you ain't wasting time. But do you feel that a man that put himself in a position now that he's going to number 7 in the rankings, I mean, he might have to fight a Brian Norman or somebody else, but that's not your business. The problem is here, they want to say everything, but let's fight. Now, the other brother, he's still adamant that he wants to fight your son, but he wants to be at a catch weight. What you got to say about that?
Man, I heard Timothy Bradley. He said that he wished he was in this era. He wished he was 15 years younger. And you best to believe I wish Timothy Bradley was 15 years younger too. So Dev can, you know what I mean, tighten his ass up. You know what I mean? That's how.
Now, that's how he answered the question. He asked him about the other brother with the catch weight. He said, "What do you think about that?" He said, "Well, you heard what Tim Bradley said. Tim Bradley said he was 15. He wished he was 15 years younger. Says he'd do this and do that. And I wish he was so he could tune him up." That's how he answered the question about Shakur Stevenson, the 144. And y'all tell me this don't be the bullshit. Y'all make me sick when y'all make it seem like I'm saying something wrong because I'm pointing out that he answered. That's not answering the question. He asked about Shakur. What the fuck did Tim Bradley have to do with Shakur fighting at 44? More evidence that they don't want shit to do with that weight. They never committed to it. They suggested it on Twitter and y'all ran with it like that was gold. Like, yeah, see, he agreed. What happened? Now, what happened is somebody over there with Zuffa who still want to fight, and the other guy on the zone letting everybody talk for him, negotiating with everybody but Shakur Stevenson. You could negotiate with Parrow. You can negotiate with damn Jack Catterall, but not Shakur while he got his deal. Make it make sense. You can negotiate with Shakur when he didn't have a deal announced. No deal done. You was promoting for 2 months that you was negotiating with him. The minute they announced this deal, you didn't say another thing to Shakur about fighting him at 44, but 147 pounds. And now Wrapstar asks you, what do you think about the other brother at talking about a catch weight, and he starts talking about Tim Bradley. You cannot make this shit up, family. You cannot make this shit up, bro. You cannot make this shit up, man. Ridiculousness, fam. Ridiculousness at its finest, bro. Hold on, let me run it back. I didn't want to rewind it too much, man. This shit is crazy.
It's they should tell the truth, Wrapstar. They should tell how they really feel about Devin, what kind of fighter he is. They need to tell the truth, man, because it's things that's not adding up. And the world is starting to see, executives are starting to see, the networks is seeing, you know what I mean? And it's a good time to be in the Devin Haney business.
So, Bill, do you feel that your time is never wasted? It's always building whatever's around your son and whatever else fade you can get. So you ain't wasting time. But do you feel that
ain't wasting time?
A
It's
man
crazy.
that put himself in a position now that he's going to number 7 in the rankings,
He's saying waste his time is crazy. Say he never wastes his time, but telling people you could fight 2 fighters on the same contract.
I mean, he might have to fight a Brian Norman or something.
Promoting with Shakur without speaking to his manager, or negotiating with Shakur without speaking to his manager is not wasting time. Him signing his deal and then you not being willing to really negotiate in good faith is not wasting time.
Somebody else, but that's not your business. The problem is here, they want to say everything, but let's fight. Now, the other brother, he's still adamant that he wants to fight your son, but he wants to be at a catch weight. What you got to say about that?
Watch how you answer the question.
Man, I heard Timothy Bradley. He said that he wished he was in this era. He wished he was 15 years younger. And you best to believe I wish Timothy Bradley was 15 years younger too. So Dev could, you know what I mean, tighten his ass up. You know what I mean? That's how the younger brother, big brother, team boxing, all that shit don't mean no different, make no difference. You know what I mean? It's one king at 147 pounds, and we're gonna continue to show out, show up and show out on them.
I'm going to tell you how the fans are feeling now. The fans think, and this is from my perspective, and I know a lot of people are with me on this, that Devin Haney is the king at 147. Where the other brother did not want to fight at 147, the other brother, Shakur Stevenson, who claims to be a pound-for-pound great, I don't think Devin Haney has to entertain no one. And I believe that if you let Devin Haney entertain that kind of talk, for him to cut down from 147 to 144 to entertain a fighter that wants it made that catch weight, I don't feel like that's something that the fans care about anymore.
Now you see what I'm saying? That's what happened to the fight. Y'all arguing against what the fighter is saying. Y'all copping pleas. Y'all up there trying to convince Bill that he got to convince Devin. Nah, man, don't make no 144 because y'all didn't want the fight. That's why we not getting it. You didn't really commit to trying to make it. Not at 44. All y'all did was argue against it. The only time you did say it was on Twitter. You suggested it and ain't said a peep about it after that. Get out of here. Y'all shouldn't have been using his name. He told y'all, didn't he say leave him alone? What did you kept saying? Nah, we negotiating, man. We've been negotiating with him for 2 months. Tell him how he been wasting everybody's time and da-da-da-da-da. Now he got a deal in place. He got a home. And not only just any home, the same home that Bill told the world that wants to fight. Get the hell out of here. They up here copping please. Nah, Bill, you can't let him do it. Nah, I don't think that's something the fans care about, 144. It don't matter what the fans care about. It matters what the fighter said. And y'all like holding fighters to their word. Keep it consistent. Didn't they suggest 44 on Twitter in front of the world? How do y'all let him switch it up now because of what Keyshawn did? Don't have nothing to do with you agreeing to fight him at 44. It don't. Y'all make too many excuses. That shit sound crazy. You telling me you really want to fight when his fans is arguing against what Devin said? Do you see why I want to hear from Devin and not these bogus ass fans? He said it 44. We don't care what nobody else say. Once the fighter said it, now that's what I'm expecting. Because again, we holding people accountable. We holding people to their word, right? Hold him to his word. Didn't he suggest it? Got over 90 people in the building. Everybody hit the like button, man. If you're on the vertical side, Double tap the screen, man. Hit that like button. Don't hate watch. The link is there for anybody that want to talk boxing. Let's get back to this.
The man wants to fight your son. He needs to be where your son is to claim the phone.
In the
That's what I
welterweight
think.
division. Well, the
Yeah.
WBO is the.
But it's the welterweight called out the 40-pounder, which is really a lightweight after one fight at 140. And they keep switching it like it was Shakur calling for him. I agree 1,010%. If Shakur Stevenson seen Devin Haney beat Brian Norman Jr., and soon as it was over, he was like, that's the biggest fight in boxing, I would be looking at Core like, what you willing to do to make the biggest fight in boxing? Because you speaking on him, he's up there. That means you got to go get it. You can't expect him to come to you and you asking for him. Now it was the other way around. Devin was seeking out a guy that started 2 weight classes below him, right? So naturally there's a weight discrepancy. So that smaller guy said, oh, well, okay, I wasn't thinking about you, but I'll entertain that you want to fight me. This is how we do it. Let's meet in the middle. All I'm asking you to do is something that you did 2 fights ago versus me doing something that I never did. I just moved up 5 pounds, right? Or you get what I'm saying? I would be moving up another 4 pounds, right? That's 9 pounds. In the last 2 fights, you would just be doing something that you did 2 fights ago. What's the big deal? You're asking me to do something I never did, and I'm doing it. I'm willing to do it, but you're not willing to do it. So you don't want it. And you suggested it on Twitter. You don't get to walk it back now because the fans are uncomfortable. Told y'all, man, and it'll be 2 pounds because he weighed in at 146, right, against Brian Norman. 44 will be 2 pounds less. He could do that shit if he wanted to do it. Nah, his style ain't too much for everybody. He's a pure boxer, Simon. He's the pure boxer. His style ain't too much for Core. You know how I know? Real quick, let me run you to memory lane. Remember Bill said this?
First thing that I don't even know how it happened because we thought that we was getting points. You dig what I mean? Because Core is an Olympian. Core always then got in on Devin. Nigga, are you tripping? You niggas, y'all. Nigga, the whole shit started because it was live that we're in there with. Saying the first thing that I don't even know how it happened because we thought that we was getting points. You dig what I mean? Because Core is an Olympian. Core always then got in on Devin. Nigga, are you tripping? You niggas, y'all, nigga.
Did you hear it? Core done always got in on Devin. It's clear as day. His style ain't too much for nobody. What the hell we talking about? What we talking about? He said within, I ain't even got to play the rest. He said it in seconds, bro. And y'all out here talking about whose style is much. Let me tell you what a real, because I'm a realist. Devin is not scared of nobody in boxing, in my opinion. Not one soul, Shakur included. And that's the same thing for Shakur. The big difference is the weight, man. I told y'all. The weight. And that's what they acting like ain't a big deal. But they know the weight is a big deal. Because if it wasn't, all the fans wouldn't be arguing against it. His biggest supporters are sitting up there like they swallowed the lip, sucking on the lemon. Oh, you know what I mean? Faces all puckered up, you know what I mean? Lips all pouted out, pouting their lips, pouting like, man, he fighting man 44, man. I'm not giving Shakur no credit, man. He can't fight him at 44, man. Why Devin ain't got to do nothing, man. He want to fight Devin. Devin, he got to come to Devin. He called Devin out. Devin called him out, meet him in the middle, or shut up and stop using his name. West Coast Boxing, shout out to you, fam. West Coast Boxing was good with it. So again, I'm not listening to no more Haney fans. Y'all said he couldn't make 144. He got on Twitter and proved all y'all wrong. At least that's what he said. He suggested that y'all didn't know what y'all was talking about. So again, you could have made the 44 or you could have stopped using his name. Nobody asked you to start using his name. He beat up a 40-pounder. He beat up a 40-pounder in a welterweight. A true welterweight is looking at him like, yeah, that's the biggest fight in boxing. Yeah. It's the biggest fight in boxing. It's a weight discrepancy, man. That's why the fight didn't happen yet.
Welterweight division is from 140 and the 147-pound limit, right? You can come in at 141, 42, 43, 44. But to tell someone that they should come follow any rules other than the WBO rules for the belt, would be, you know,
Yeah.
it's too. Listen, it's trying to.
Now he's saying 144 is still welterweight. So if 144 is still welterweight, why are you crying? Why are you complaining if 144 is still welterweight, fam? And Damon, you must got selective memory or comprehension, one of the two or both. You keep talking about him talking about dropping the belt. Damon, if he fought anybody else outside of Keyshawn, he would be stripped of his belt. This is why Shakur said that. Because if he dropped his belt, he said it, put it in the contract. I'll sign the contract first. You drop the belt after that. Not realizing you're going to get stripped regardless. But the reason he even mentioned the belt, because that way he wouldn't be interfering with Keyshawn plans to be a champion at 47. That would open an opportunity for him to fight for the vacant title. Which hence why he mentioned stepping on his toes. Smart guy. Come on, stop chasing your tail, man. You smarter than that. He said yes to 44 and they ain't say shit else after that. Finish. He said it on Twitter. They ain't negotiate shit. He ain't pick up the phone and talk to Jay or none of that. So again, stop acting like you. Stop being selective, fam. He said something about dropping the belt because you know damn well fighting me means you not keeping it. And y'all all know that. Y'all heard what Gustavo said. Rob, what's good with it, homie? Shout out to my dog. Hit that like button. We're going to keep going.
Get a guy at a disadvantage instead of having it even playing field. If you can't beat him, if you can't beat the champ, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and I feel like that's how it is.
The champ got to stay in his lane. That's what he leaving out. You called out a guy that is 2 weight classes smaller than you, and you're surprised that he said meet him in the middle. And now you're flipping it as if he been calling you out for the last 2 months. Y'all full of shit. Y'all some of the most dishonest people in the world, fam. Very dishonest, man. Very dishonest. Guarantee you, Devin was going to make the same amount against a fighter like Jack Catterall and to come down 3 pounds. He would do it in a blink of an eye, and the fans wouldn't complain at all. That's a fact. He'd do it. Capital One hating on you, bro. I can't super chat anymore. Is he? Who Capital One? Where he at? Where he at? Is he in here? Capital One and I put Capital One on the Summer Jam stream. Where you at? Who's Capital One? A lot of these dudes be hating. I forgot. I got. Damn, that reminds me. I gotta cook another one of these content creators too. He caught playing with me. Yeah, we gonna get to them. This trust me. We only halfway. We are. Oh, he said. Oh, I'm thinking. I think Capital One. I'm like, where he at? He said that's the bank. I know that, P Hunter. I wasn't thinking bank, fan. I wasn't thinking bank. I said, where he at? I'm in my content creator space, fam. I ain't thinking about I wasn't thinking about a bank. That's the last thing I would have been thinking he was saying. Man, look, I appreciate the love, my dog. I appreciate. Look, Super Chat, Cash App is available. It's tagged to the bottom of the screen. It ain't scrolling at the bottom of the screen, but we about to fix that. My bad, y'all. Players mess up. I'm thinking content creator. I just heard Capital One. Did he say hating? I'm thinking a dude. I'm thinking a person. Like, oh, who hating? Capital One hating on you, hating on your boy. You get me? Hold on, y'all. I immediately started going to Just Wick mode. I went into Just Wick mode quick. Let's keep going though. Let's keep building, bro. This is a cool conversation, bro. Yeah, I was ready. I was ready to call him the Uber after I cooked him though. I'm like, where that Ninja Capital One at, man? That's hey, y'all. I was ready to call the Uber, B-Lo. I'm like, who that, man? Who that? That Prince had both jam. Yeah, nah, they didn't. You could keep saying that, fam. You could keep saying that. All I'm gonna say is this. Shakur Stevenson signed to Zuffa, who Bill Haney said wanted to fight. How did his shotgun jam? He didn't want to fight. How? When he went with the people that had to fight, he never said no to 144. He said, I'm still saying yes to 144. No rehydration clause on top of that. They just didn't pull the trigger on that fight, bro. Soon he said 144 to Bill. Bill said no. Petition yourself. Make yourself the mandatory at 147. So he basically against the 144 again. He's back speaking for Devin. So which one are we going to run with? Because the last thing Devin said about a Shakur fight was 144. We got to fight, right? Bill is the one talking for him. So y'all, who do we listen to? Do we listen to Bill or Devin at this point? I don't know who to listen to, but so I listened to the fighter. The fighter said 144, we got to fight, right? And we still don't got no fight. I wonder why. I wonder why. Y'all know why. Y'all know why.
Even though Devin is the one who calls the shots and he will entertain what he wants to entertain.
I know.
I just want to give a
Devin
message
calls the
to all the
shots.
fans. There are
Not
fans
y'all.
coming in now. The fans that are actually Devin Haney fans and even the haters. If there are still haters, because if they are, they must hate boxing. What I'm saying is that the people are saying to Devin, don't do that, G. That's not
Yeah.
what we want to watch.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
what we want to
100%.
watch.
Listen.
That's our
And
message.
I
That's
didn't,
our
I didn't,
message.
and listen though, but I didn't suggest it the first time. I mean, no competent manager, right? Or you know what I mean? Person that's keeping it business, right? He beats Brian Norman, the dangerous guy at 147, and then you go down, and it's your most comfortable weight, dominant performance. But of course, Devin doing it for the people and doing it the Debo way, right? Shakur was talking shit, and he said, "Let's, that come down to 144, and we can make it happen." So Debo pulled up on him and said, "Well, let's do it." And and then he said he's not going to step on Keyshawn's toes. Drop the belt. And we said, "Drop the belt." You already know dropping the belt means that you're not facing the mandatory that Jay Prince, who's a manager for both Keyshawn and Shakur,
Telling us
while
everything we know.
negotiating with Shakur, Keyshawn, and James Prince petitioned to the WBO to be the mandatory for Devin's title. So it was almost like a joke because it was like, drop the belt, come to 144, and then I'll fight you. We're the champ. What do you mean, drop the belt? He's like, he's not going to step on his brother's toes.
Exactly my point. They keep rehashing this shit like they got a leg to stand on. It don't matter whose toes he trying to step on. You claim you wanted to fight Shakur, so it don't matter what he wanted. You claim you wanted what he wanted, right? To fight each other. And that you turned out to be you full of shit, fam. Didn't really want to fight like that. You got an opportunity to make it still ain't got an opponent. Still ain't have an opponent. But y'all want to get online, y'all, the Haney hoes, and push that Shakur fighting Ryo. That's how down bad y'all are. Y'all reposting articles from bad platforms with no credibility to push some Ryo shit. Y'all crazy, fam. ETB, they really out here pushing Ryo. If that shit happens, so be it. So be it, man. We know why. We know what fight could have happened at 44 and why it didn't happen. Tell you that.
So we went back and forth with this kind of shit. We decided the best thing was to defend the belt, tell them we're not dropping nothing but our nuts, and you know what I mean. The little brother can get it, and then the big brother can get it after at 147 pounds.
Yeah,
See?
and I just feel like we need to stick with
Now
our
he's saying
gun.
that 147 pounds, but that's not what the fighter is saying. That's the problem. Y'all speak more for the fighter than he speak for himself. Y'all fans need to shut up, and sometimes Bill need to let Devin speak up, right? How you gonna just switch it up and say, nah, both fighters at 147 pounds, both of them is not at 147 pounds. All y'all do is play yourselves, man. Put your foot in your mouth every single time, fam. Band up, what's good, homie?
Now, because these men are messing around. They're not just messing around, they're messing around with the fans and the sport. And I feel like even the guys that, and this is the truth, the guys that are rocking with Shakur and Keyshawn, they've let their own fans down, because even if they wanting Devin, they were backing them. They've let the boxing business down, because we as boxing fans can see the fuckery. And the fuckery is simple. Devin Haney makes the less words. All he said is, if you want to fight, let's fight. And now that Shakur.
Nah, he didn't say that. See? Because he don't like the 44 ideas. So he said, let's fight. If you want to fight, let's fight. No, he said 144, we got to fight, right? But because the guy that's talking to Bill don't like the 44's ideal, he going to leave that out the conversation and remix what Devin said. We all know what he said. 144, we got to fight. He didn't say, oh, if you want to fight, let's fight. Y'all dudes is ridiculous, man. Y'all very dishonest and very disingenuous people, fam. Y'all think we all supposed to be slow because y'all are? Crazy, man.
Cool, you don't want to go with it. You want your brother. Well, let's get your brother. But now your brother don't want it. Your brother's playing games. So now you want to play games. Well, guess what? I don't think Devin needs to be in the game business. I think
Right.
we just got to know what is next for Devin Haney. We're hearing it's Liam Paro. How far are we with that?
Well, I mean, we'll see. We hope that there's no ducks in Australia.
How far are we with Liam Powell? Well, we'll see. But with Shakur and them, it's they ducking, we promoting. Where's Shakur at? You talking to Keyshawn? You want to talk to Shakur? With Shakur on, you want to talk to Jay? Like, bro, yeah, all over the place, fam. All over the place. Now is what Liam Powell y'all see. So you're not gonna publicly negotiate how you been doing with Shakur? Say it ain't so. So you're not about to publicly negotiate with Liam Powell. I wonder why. Zoomverse, what it do, homie? How you feeling, bro? Peace to my bro. Let's keep going. Funny shit, fam.
We know George Kambosos. We went over there and did it with him twice. There's some good people.
How in the hell did George Kambosos come back up, fam? This is how you know he operate on a hamster wheel. Like these shits be like programmed responses. How is he talking about George Kambosos when he's talking about a welterweight, fam? Like I don't even know how did you get to George Kambosos based off anything that he just said? Bro ain't say shit that would have made you bring up George Kambosos or the fight you had with him. Crazy work, bro.
The boxing business down because we, as
his name, Wrapstar, ETB. Wrapstar. He got a channel. Wrapstar.
Boxing fans can see the fuckery. And the fuckery is simple. Devin Haney makes the less words. All he said is, if you want to fight, let's fight. And now that Shakur, you don't want to go with it. You want your brother. Well, let's get your brother. But now your brother don't want it. Your brother's playing games. So now you want to play games. Well, guess what? I don't think Devin needs to be in the game business. I think we just got to know what is next for Devin Haney. We're hearing it's Liam Paro. How
they don't. He shouldn't be in the game business, but his dad is online telling people you could put two fighters on the same contract. You cannot make this.
Far are we with that?
2-for-1s. And
well,
shit.
I mean, we'll see. We hope that there's no ducks in Australia. We know George Kambosos. We went over there and did it with him twice. There's some good people of Australia, and we respect the people in Australia, and we know that money won't be a problem with this.
Yeah,
so we just need to see is he really about it.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this though, Bill. I remember a time that Devin had to outprice himself, go to Australia, beat the guy who had the throne, even though that you never got the visa at the time. He went there by himself.
Oh, he did, bro.
By himself, and he went over there until
stupid,
you were granted the last minute visa to see your son perform. And he went out there in Australia and outpriced. Well, he got a lower price.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and he took the risk and he went and took the throne, and then he made where he needed to come. After that, he did what he had to do. So with Keyshawn Davis, it's very simple. It's like even a 5-year-old or kid would understand this. If you are put in a position where you got a good business, then you want to get great business and get the big money, then you should have been confident to go in there to beat the guy. Obviously, you wanted so much more that it wasn't even making sense anymore. So nobody can do no business. It just feels that
look, it's funny how he could have that energy for Keyshawn, right? He wanted so much, but that's the same thing PBC and them is saying about Devin with the Rolly fight. He wanted more money than they was willing to pay, and he walked away, not a duck, right? He knew his worth, right? Why is it Devin Haney is the only fighter that's able to negotiate or determine what his worth is, and if it's not what he see fit, he walks away, not a duck. But any other fighter that can't get what they looking for, they pricing themselves out and they a duck. I don't like that logic, fam. That shit is very flawed logic. That shit is flawed, very bad. I need everybody in here. Hit the like button, man. It's over 100 people in here. Everybody hit the like button. If you're on the vertical side, double tap the screen. The like button is free. Let's keep going. Nasty work, fam.
I'm just going to say as it is, the biggest duck in boxing. Right now, what I'm not happy about is that we actually thought Keyshawn will take the fade. And I actually thought that would be a fight that we'd be watching. You know what I mean, Bill?
Cornelius was good,
player. Oh, absolutely. I was gutted about it. You know what I mean? And I'm still gutted about it, right?
Yeah, I hear you
You feel
because it's
gutted
all
about it.
about
Your
keeping it
ass ain't gutted.
consistent. You want to
Yeah, well, he
be,
was on the list though, right? See, that's what
yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. It's
yeah.
the list. Shakur was it was on the list. Shakur came out
I'm
and
so
said,
tired of
you
that
know,
list.
scratch his
That
name off
list
the
is
list.
flawed,
I
man.
said, man, this shit is crazy, right?
The list is flawed, G.
And two brothers at the same time,
Hit the
boy.
like button, y'all.
Who would
Support the
ever
G.
thought this shit?
I mean, I don't even know what we're hearing out here because we seen Rolly and Tiafimo
Back
fight. Them
zone.
boys grew up with each other.
Back
Them
zone.
boys know each other.
Yeah, Rolly and Tiafimo is fighting. They put the fight together. 1, 2, 3. It's a teachable moment, y'all. It's a teachable moment. Rolly and Devin falls out when somebody can't get their money. Rolly and Tio, 1, 2, 3. Done. Fight on the way. They promoting it later this month. He just got beat up by Shakur. He already getting back in the ring. He getting back in the ring, you get what I'm saying, before Devin. And he made a fight with E. So all I'm saying is, yeah, it's only so long you could push the narrative that nobody wants to fight your son. At some point, people gonna start looking at you, fam. Everybody's ducking, like just everybody. Well, you know how you fix that, right? Go up to the next weight class. You want to keep talking about the list? Boots is on your list. Like Core said, go up there and fight Boots then, since we all ducking you. Everybody ducking you, Boots ain't ducking you. You already promoting that you're gonna fight Boots. Your channel's already promoting that you called out Boots for a fight at 54 with no tune-up, which is a straight lie. But that's what they pushing. Crazy, nasty work, bro. The problem is you presented this shit as a joke. 2 fighters on the same contract. What a joke. We're going to get the little brother. Then if the little brother don't want to fight, we're going to get the big brother. The big brother is saying, I'm with Zuffa, ready to go. What's good? We got Nick and Dana with us. What's good? And now they back talking about, you got to fight us at 147 pounds. The problem is it ain't no fucking us. Y'all Devin fans keep talking about we, us, and all this, man. Devin got to fight. None of y'all, it's going to be one person in the ring fighting. It's going to be Devin taking the punches. Y'all keep talking about we, us. Like, nah, bro. If that man said 44, then let him stand on it. Devin Haney fans, hold him accountable. He said 44. He willing to do it, right? Y'all ain't seen no shred of negotiation since Shakur got that deal. I told y'all they was bullshitting. I told y'all they was using the fact that this man was a promotional free agent to fake negotiate a fight that didn't make sense because you didn't even know what network the fight was going to be on. And there's no way that it was going to be on Zuffa, and they ain't signed to Zuffa, and they went the other way. Crazy work, man. Y'all crazy. That's what Wrapstar is not saying. That's what he's leaving out of his assessment. I know you got up there Trail Bill and y'all bow down to him, but that's what you're not keeping it real with. How you going to accuse the guy of not wanting to fight that signed to the people that Bill said had to fight on that? I'm going to keep saying that to the end of the stream, bro. I don't get it.
Them boys were backing each other. When it comes to boxing, there ain't no brothers. The realest brother is if he's your blood brother and the mother is the same. Because if it's a step brother, he gonna think to make that money. It's family money. You're gonna help.
Blood don't make you family, loyalty do. Y'all know the saying. Blood don't make you family, loyalty do, bro.
Each other.
Simple and
That's
plain.
what boxing's about.
Man, you said it, man. You said
know-
it, Wrapstar. I mean, listen. You can hear in my voice that as you bring up the
Got it,
Keyshawn shit.
ETG. He got it.
Yeah.
I've got it about it, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, can I ask you, when Devin knew
Jack
that
Catterall.
Shakur wasn't taking the fade straight away and he was making way for others to fight Devin, did Devin say, let's
Can't take the fight straight away? They didn't even have no home. Neither one of them did. Neither one of them did. Take the fight where? And it be where at? Where would the fight be at? Y'all could go back and forth because you might not like what I'm saying, but could you refute what I'm saying? So let me say it this way. If Devin Haney was the one that signed on the Zuffa after Bill Haney said that's who wanted to fight and Shakur went to the zone, what would y'all be saying right now in this chat? Y'all would be saying he didn't want to fight. He went the opposite way, but y'all found a way to flip it. Now that he went where Bill said it was necessary to get this fight, one of the biggest fights in boxing, right now it's like, nah, he didn't want it. Nah, man, he was supposed to go to the zone because Devin went there. When his fans, super fans, coming on my channel talking about Devin was signing to Zuffa. You cannot make this shit up, yo. Y'all down bad, fam. Y'all down bad, man. Hit the like button, everybody, as we continue to keep rolling. Y'all down bad, yo. This nasty work, fam.
Just
Nasty,
get this
nasty work.
Keyshawn, because he just made a tweet. It's Keyshawn now. So was Devin already in the training mindset that he was coming for
because
Keyshawn?
but because right? No, listen, but because I mean, we do it for the people. We can't. We are emotional. Our team is emotional, right? I'm on here. You call me immediately. I'm doing something, but you say, "Hey, B, come on, man. You know, we need you on the show. Come on the show, right?"
Yeah.
That's what our brand. That's what our team represents, right?
Yeah.
So I'm negotiating with Zuffa and Nick Khan and all those guys, Dr. Khan, everyone for Shakur. And this is a fight that we believe that would decide who's the number
Nasty
one
work,
on the
y'all.
pound for pound list on everybody's list, right? So while doing
Shakur
that, in the middle of
already
talking to
top
him,
3 pound for pound. He already ahead of Devin on the pound for pound list. Y'all had to cry. Y'all had to cry for them to put Devin on the pound for pound list. Shakur beat ass and got put to number 3. Y'all cried about that, and then you cried that Devin Haney wasn't on it. Then when he got put to number 9, y'all cried about that. All y'all do is cry. Cry. Tell his ass to catch up. Dude talking about Shakur said he's some pound for pound fighter as if he not. Bro, that's a 4-division champion. You got to put some respect on his name. Got to. On my he said he a pound for pound great. He is that. Why the hell y'all clout chasing his name if he not? Shout out to Big Dog Will. He said just do boxing. Wrong. Bill has 100 mil from Zuffa. My bad. He had the 100 mil. My bad. And he was signing to Zuffa because they wanted the Shakur fight. That's what Bill was putting out. Come on, fam. More than 100 million, Big Dog.
And we ain't never got a box again.
Fam.
Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Nasty. Shout out to Big Dog. I appreciate you, homie. Let's keep going, man. This shit is hilarious, bro. This shit is funny, man. Cornelius, this shit funny, fam. It's crazy. Funny shit, though.
Keyshawn Davis is doing these videos. And I'm like, man, I'm trying to talk to Debo. I'm telling him, I said, man, he did another video, Dad. I said, all right. I said, but now I'm telling you that the fight is Shakur. Let's stay with the Shakur fight. The fight is Shakur. And he said, well, what is taking us so long? Right? So they said, what's taking us so long?
Dad.
So I said, he's saying 44. I said, I don't believe that it's so. He should do 44.
What up?
I said, I don't think it's 44. I came out and I said that. Shakur kept saying 44. Debo said, all right. He went on Twitter. He said, all right, 44. Now let's sign it. Then Dev came back to me again. He said, well, what's taking so long with the 44? I just said, I'm going to do it. Let's do it at that 44.
Which Shakur, I didn't agree with.
Listen, I didn't agree with that. No, of course. I didn't agree with that either.
This really a joke, fam. This is really a joke. They was going to fight at 144 pounds on what network while they both promotional free agents, you idiot. And if you're referring to it being on Zuffa, Shakur signed to Zuffa, so he was never holding up the fight. Get the hell out of here. Y'all can't fool nobody but dummies and people that don't think for themselves. And I'm just being respectful, but man, you can't say that it's Zuffa that wanted to fight the whole time on multiple platforms and then say you agreed to 44, but he signed the fight, but not the bout agreement. Your whole argument was that it was supposed to be at 47. And the minute he said 44, y'all switched it to something else. This shit is crazy, fam. Boots Raw, what's good with it? Yeah, this shit is wild, yo. This shit is diabolical how they confuse people.
I mean, no, but Shakur was saying 44. So at the same time that Shakur is saying 44, Keyshawn Davis keeps doing the same videos. He keeps saying, no, fight me. You can't fight my brother. You can't fight. I come out and I said, hey, y'all, listen. Is there a way that we can come to agreement that we can go back to back? I said, Dev want to fight both of y'all, man. They said, I said, like a double up, like we do an agreement.
that they says, what, you can't put two people on a contract on this. I said, I didn't say no. I said, man, y'all, I said, listen, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. Hold on.
Nah. We heard what you said. And your biggest supporters heard what you said because they went on their channels pushing it. They went on their channels talking about two fighters on the same contract, 2 for 1. Y'all know what y'all was pushing. He came back and cleaned it up and said that's not what he said because he know that can't happen. But that's exactly what he said. Yeah, Boots are ruined Devin, Rocco. Bad, in my opinion. Think it'll be a bad fight for him.
I said, okay. So the biggest fight, I said the biggest fight that they want to see is Shakur. So let's work on this.
So the business, let's stop there though, Bill, the business, Nick Khan and the business really wanted to push for Shakur and Devin Haney.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Keyshawn was only there if by
no, he kept doing the videos. No, he kept doing the videos. He kept doing the videos. Then his last straw was he went to the he went to the WBO to do the petition.
Yeah, but that's Jay Prince. Jay Prince did that on his behalf.
No. Keyshawn, it came out. The WBO president said Keyshawn and Jay Prince were both informed what the rules were, how it was going to go. They had called in and they said, and informed that they would be, doing it. If they had to do it together, it couldn't just be not on his behalf. So that wasn't actually true, But
man, you tried to lie. The WBO president said what it was, bro. He said why he put them in position. He stated it. He listed it. Anybody arguing about that is silly. Notice how earlier in the interview he said Shakur sent Keyshawn, right? It was Shakur that sent Keyshawn to do something. Now what he's saying is it's the WBO or it's Keyshawn and Jay Prince. Like you can't even keep your story straight. You all over the place. Shakur can't send Keyshawn to do a damn thing that he didn't already want to do. He keep trying to tell y'all that because y'all live in Haney land, y'all think that grown men are able to send other grown fighters to fight for him. Whole time the man been saying 44 the whole entire time, and y'all been clout chasing and playing games and double talking, backtracking. Shit is wild, fam. Wild, bro. Wild shit.
After, so now we're running out of time, right? He's going back and forth with this stuff like drop the belt, my brother this, my brother. He's going back when all he had to do was go and sign the paper, right? So they kept going back and forth. And I said, well, man, you know what, champ, what you want to do? He says,
I guarantee you any amount of money, if you ask Bill Haney, what network was that fight happening on? Where was it happening at? He would have some bullshit to say, or he'd be forced to say Zuffa. And with you knowing that Shakur is with Zuffa, how could he be the one stopping the fight? He didn't say DAZN wanted the fight. He didn't say DAZN had the money for the fight. He said Zuffa did. He said Zuffa did not want the Keyshawn fight. They want the Shakur fight. So that's why they pursuing that. It's the bigger fight. It's the money. That's the fight we want. That's what he kept saying. He kept saying that. Right now, the piece of paper that he's referring to him signing, if he's asked the simple question like, all right, had he signed that paper, what network was the fight going to take place on? He going to be forced to tell the fucking truth, fam. Skipping steps. Neither one of these dudes had deals. Promotional free agents. You telling me what network was the fight going to happen on? Both of them was going to fight on Zuffa without neither one of them being signed to Zuffa. Do that even make sense? Because we know it wasn't going to be DAZN. DAZN wasn't talking about putting on Devin and Shakur. They were speaking for Turkey, right? Turkey want the biggest fight. Turkey said he want this fight. Didn't Chris Mannix, since y'all cited what Chris Mannix said right earlier, didn't Chris Mannix say they still pursuing the Devin and Shakur fight even after he signed to DAZN? But it's Devin that's not interested in his opinion? Didn't he say that? Come on, fam. Y'all got to catch up. Pay attention. All that misdirection shit only work for people that don't pay attention, fam. That's on everything. Big shout out to Big Dog Willie back in that super chat showing love, man. Say, when did Bill become Don King? When has Bill ever offer a contract without a promotional company backing him and then actually following through? Right? Bill is full of shit, man. Cartoonish type of capping. Hey, Big Dog, you speaking the real, fam. You speaking the real. You speaking the real. Without no network backing them, what contract are you sending? Sign what piece of paper? Come on, man. All you do is manipulate the people, man. Now, what happened to this piece of paper that y'all signed to the zone? Because you can't say it was Shakur that messed it up. He went where he was supposed to go. Y'all went on the opposite side, but y'all supposed to be backed by Turkey, though. Come on, man. Only boxers in boxing backed by Turkey, but signing to the zone. Turkey ain't said shit about Devin Haney. Wow, man. Wow. Nasty, nasty work, fam.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right. That stepping on toes stuff, Marcus, is something that they overblew. They dragged that point, man. They dragged that point. They knew what he was saying, but I noticed with them, they ignore logic and they conveniently leave out context to push their narratives. If you add context and logic to their talking points, it forces them to tell the truth. So with that, they leave those two things out and they just push their weird ass talking points all across the social media space. Let's keep rolling, bro.
Man, I ain't dropping shit, man. And I said, man, I wouldn't either. We gonna tell these folks. We gonna tell these folks we ain't dropping nothing but our nuts.
Basically, let's be honest. You were happy to let Devin, not happy, but you let Devin call his own shots until Devin realized these motherfuckers are playing games. Or every mofo's playing games. Once Devin realized that this is no concrete and no substance, obviously you being his manager, not just his dad, he said, look, I ain't giving my belt up for this fuckery. I'm moving on now. Because there's nothing coming back. They got offered the fight. They never took the fight. They got offered the fight for $3 million. Then they wanted to go purse bid. Even then, they never took the fight. So how much do you want to sit there and wait on a bench to try and make a fight happen?
Right.
There's nothing concrete for you. You're wasting your time, Bill.
Absolutely.
The problem is you're wasting your own time because Keyshawn was officially offered the fight. Shakur Stevenson was never officially offered the fight. Can any Haney ho tell me what network officially offered Shakur Stevenson a Devin Haney fight? What network offered Shakur Stevenson a Devin Haney fight this entire time? Who offered it? Where was they fighting at? Because the only thing Bill was saying was Zuffa. And who's with Zuffa? I'm tired of these games, man. It was never no official offer for the fight, and he knows why. He know why. Trying to act like he don't know why, but he know why, fam. Nasty work playing with the people mind.
Where are we going now? Where's the energy at right now? Is Shakur still... It looks like Shakur's not budging. Shakur said, I would fight Conor Ben at 154, but I don't want to fight Devin Haney at 144 because I feel like that's fair on me. So it doesn't look like Devin is going to entertain this anymore, does it?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't going to fight him at 144 because when we said let's do it, he then said some other shit. So like we said,
they lying, bro. They lying again. He's telling on himself. He said he was never going to fight him at 44 because we said it, and then he said some other shit. But what did that have to do with it? You should have said we was going to fight him at 44. We told him, yeah, and he said some other shit. You said we was never going to fight him. Yeah, you right. You right, because you was in his ear the whole time. That's probably why he got quiet. The minute he said 44, you probably called his phone immediately. You probably called his phone immediately, fam. You just told on yourself we was never going to fight him at 44. Facts. You never was.
They say everything except let's fight. We know that he came out and said people don't just say shit for a reason. He came out and told me, scratch his name off the list. His brother scratched his own self off the list. So you see what the list what we're left with.
So are we left with who are the front runners of the list in Devin Haney? Because even though Liam Paro wasn't on the list,
pull it up and show everybody. Yeah,
Liam Paro wasn't on the list, but Liam Paro ended up getting a belt now, so that mandatory makes him on Devin Haney's list, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, that's something that we look at. But even with that, the titles didn't supersede the names on there because Keyshawn didn't have a title, right? He didn't have a title for us to get, but he was a name on the list, and he represented a fight that the people want to see. Liam Paro is something that the people want us to do, right? Is to unify and to become undisputed and all those other things. But
You know
you
what
know,
though, Bill? I'm gonna stop you though. People don't know not how much I've known, how long I've known you. I've known you for over 7-8 years. Not
Mhm.
only the time when Sean was playing tennis and you showed me when you did FaceTime to what Sean was doing as a little kid, how you used to, he was playing tennis and then used
Yes,
to train Devin at 5 in the morning.
He known
I
him for
just
yes,
want to let the
7, 8
people
years.
know how passionate you are in making fights. And you sound sucked energy the same way you were when at 3 o'clock of your morning time that you spoke to me when Teofimo Lopez decided not to
oh
take
my
the fight.
God, oh
When
my God.
Teofimo Lopez decided not to take the fight, I
Woo.
heard your energy dropped. You sounded the same like you do today. And me
Yes.
and you spoke for 1 hour, and you even said to me that I'm a rap. If this is really what's going on, just make the calls, rap, to anybody because I'm shocked that Teofimo is not taking a fight with Devin. And
Right,
you was
Ray.
very, very
Right.
upset about that. And
Maybe
Yeah,
people
that
you
don't
know.
know
Catterall will
this,
take it.
that how
Yeah.
passionate you are in making fights.
No, absolutely, because those are the fights that the people want to see. Those are the fights that catapult Devin's career and to where we see it going as being one of the best in the sport. And it wasn't that I've never said that Tio was a bum or trash or
No.
nothing. You know what I mean?
Hey,
And
Bill, I'm
definitely
going to
not in
be
no
honest.
seriousness.
Do you remember you even saw him quickly come on Punch Drunks Live and you saw him and you went over there and he changed his energy in a minute? Do you remember that?
Yeah, because you know what? Most of these guys, we all came up, in the sense of Devin came up in the amateurs and I watched them and the coaches, we've all learned and matured and got to the place that we are right now. It's no sense in for me, it's no sense in telling the world that these guys aren't who the world believes that they are. It's about giving Devin an opportunity to show who he is against your favorite fighter or against the fighting style that you like most or whatever. And we've been in this sport that long. So, I don't believe that it's going to be a Martian that's
So,
going to
yo,
just
what's
pop
good,
out the
homie?
sky that somehow then worked harder than us, then stayed focused longer than us, and did anything longer than us and pose any kind of threat that we haven't seen. That's why I said it's the Devin Haney era.
There's something about Devin Haney that as slowly as time has gone on, even the people that were non-believers are now believers only because Devin has ready to take the fade with any man. And most guys have said everything, including my boy Conor Ben. He said, I'll fight Devin Haney last. What the fuck does that mean? Right? Like there's always something in these.
The problem is, like, you've been entertaining smaller guys while your fans have been ignoring the fact that there's a size discrepancy. And then when the guys say, meet me in the middle, it's like, oh, man, it's always something. Devin got to make these, he always got to make these concessions. He got to do everything. No, he don't. Nobody told him he had to call out a guy that just fought one time at 40. Nobody told him to pad his list with lightweights. Nobody told him to do that, but he did it. And then be surprised when those fights don't materialize. I have never seen somebody move up a weight class and only focus on smaller guys. And then when they can't get them, everybody's ducking you. We're going to see where that ducking shit get you. That shit going to keep you on the sideline without no fight, fam. It's going to keep you on the sideline without no fight. What you already going on 10 months? November will be here before you know it, fam. You need a couple months for the training camp. The longer you stretch this out by pushing this narrative that nobody wants to fight you, it's going to look crazy, fam. And I'm starting to think it's something to the fact that your last two fights was turkey cards. Your last two fights was turkey cards. There was no issues, no discrepancies about money, no fights falling out, no long drawn out negotiations, none of that. You went and made them fights, and now it seemed like if he's not involved, you run the risk of these fights not materializing because of money. And that's what I'm saying. I think that's the issue. And I'm not saying it's Devin's fault for the money or his opponents. I'm just saying it seems, without Turkey being present or involved in particular fights being made, we run the risk of guys pricing themselves out, as they say, right? Asking for too much. So that's what I'm seeing right now. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know if it's going to change. We're going to find out. Shout out to Mark. He said, mofo crying about Devin going down to a weight. He literally just fought that last year in May 2nd. Yo, two fights ago for what they say is his biggest fight in boxing. This is what I'm saying. Sacrificing 2 pounds, Marcus, and he can't do it. Can't sacrifice 2 pounds is crazy, bro. I just don't understand. Don't get it. If Zoom said folks playing semantics now, I'm telling you, that's all they do. Games, man. Games. This is one of the nastiest displays of a so-called interview I've ever heard to. Yeah, he eating it up. This is what I call drinking from the cup of Bill Haney, ETB. When you drunk with what Bill is serving, you know what I'm saying? When you drinking that liquor from his cup, you're going to be intoxicated, fam. This how it sound. When you intoxicated off that Bill, man. Bill need to come out with a champagne or a liquor right now.
Transitions in years. What has your son done in the early days that these guys have seen that Devin Haney has got something that they know? What is it? Has your son known in the circuit?
Yeah,
There's got to be
sport.
something.
And the sport. Yeah, it just the sport is what it is, and you put in work. It's only so many guys that fight in the world, right? It's only so many guys that, trainers and stuff like that. It seems like that, but in comparison to the world, right?
Really
It's probably
wild,
like
man.
1 or 2 boxing gyms, if that, in your city, right? But it's so many basketball courts and so many baseball fields and soccer and all that other stuff. So this is a small niche sport, that's extremely passionate and dedicated, and everybody kind of knows,
But this, like this brother says here, Punch says, they want to negotiate with Devin thinking maybe they might lose to Devin. It's a different negotiation when you're negotiating with Devin Haney.
but Punch, exactly. But
nah, it's a different negotiating because y'all, when it's a threat, when you're negotiating with the biggest threats, it's all public antics. When it's somebody like Jack Catterall or Liam Powell, it's how far we got along with that? Well, I don't know. Well, we looking to see, if he's going to take the fight. He's a champion at 147 pounds. It's like, bro. Every single time you just did it with Shakur, you did it with Keyshawn too. You get what I'm saying? That's all y'all do. When y'all not truly all in on fighting somebody, it's all over the media. When you truly about to fight somebody, you hear less of the business and you see more things being done, and then you'll get an announcement. Watch. Next fight is going to be a teachable moment. And I don't think it's going to be a drawn out, long ass negotiation period where they dragging the fighter, talking about he ducking the whole time. But they already said Liam Powell ducking, so Jack Catterall it is.
When you've built up the guy that has pillow fists, that he's chinny, that he's not really fought nobody fight. You know what I mean? Like when you describe that, and then you've told your fan base that that's who this guy is, and when you fight him, they like, what happened?
I ain't gonna go that far.
Like Brian Norman Jr. He knew straight away that there's levels to this sport, and
his dad told him it's nothing in there. He said it's nothing in there. Trust me, it's nothing over there.
But you know what, Bill? You sound too confident this last year or two. Like not only you sound so confident. As time has gone on, you've always been the most biggest believer of Devin has been you, and not only in the ups and not in the downs, but in the last short term, even before Brian Norman, there's something that Devin's done that has not only built your confidence to the next level, that you're ready for any fade. So I believe Devin has become a better and more complete fighter in our eyes in the last 7-8 years since we've been watching him since a kid. He really has developed as a boxer and a fighter to a level that you are more satisfied with. Is there something like that?
Well, I think you remember when Devin said that as younger, I think he was probably around 20. He was chasing Loma and 2021. He said, catch me now, because it's going to be too late. If you
Right.
wait, it's going to be too late. To whereas he's the veteran now. He's the big boy, right? We as a
Yeah.
young guy,
He's becoming a veteran
yes,
now.
right.
Yeah.
So as a young guy, he had to go through Gamboa. He had to go through Jojo Diaz. He had to go through Linares. He had to go through Lomachenko, right? He has to go through Regis Prograis to when he gets in the ring with Keyshawn Davis, he's a veteran. When he gets in the ring with Brian Norman, he's a veteran. When he gets in the ring with you know what I mean? So that's the difference. The
And let's
guys
be
that now
honest,
they
Bill.
don't have anything that we haven't seen. You know what I'm saying? Like when you
Yeah.
learn, okay, Linares, we were pitching a shutout with Linares, but if you don't stay focused as a young fighter, an older fighter always has a chance because power is the
This
last
shit
thing to
is
go. So
hilarious,
a
bro.
fighter with power, you have to stay focused the
He
whole
named
time.
a bunch of guys that ain't on Shakur or Keyshawn level, to be honest
So
with you.
when you saw Brian Norman, us in there with a Brian Norman, Devin was focused the entire fight, right? And we gave Brian Norman the grams that he really is, a powerful, and strong and explosive fighter, right?
Well, Brian Norman showed in his last fight that he ain't playing.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying is, but if you don't stay focused, and times that we drift and we don't stay focused and we do it for the crowd, we've come up short. And then it's times when we stay focused and then we do it because we gotta win and we gotta look good. And then everybody said that we're over, that the fighter isn't who they are, or we were overmatched, or we dominated them, or right, or we
This
could have.
shit be
And what they said
wild.
with Brian Norman, oh, you could have knocked him out, you could have stopped him, right? So the name of the game
Shit
is
all
winning,
day.
I hear you. So where
So
where
he went
where
from
are
him
you
being
looking at
60
now?
pounds
What
heavy.
is your structure for Devin Haney? Can you let the fans know? Are we looking at unifications more and stop playing with these brothers,
yeah.
because it doesn't look like nothing's going on with these brothers anyway,
Hey, well,
right?
we
Nothing's
you
going
guys
on with
reach
these
out
brothers.
and
Shout out to
spam,
Wrapstar,
Perro
man.
and or call his
We
team
love
and
him some
see,
Bill.
are they going to do it, or are they going to be serving Australian duck? You
I mean,
know
they're looking bad right now. I'm just gonna tell you,
who?
these motherfuckers are looking bad right now. Keyshawn, I don't even know how he can show his face going from number 1 to number 7 and go take less money and go fight somebody else. That's number 1. Shakur, he making stories and stories like he's never made stories for anybody else in his fucking entire life, but this Devin Haney. So for me, both.
What stories though? Like now, seriously, like real quick though, y'all. What stories is he talking about? They say he's been consistent about not going to 47. He's never said it, right? He's been very consistent. He's always said 144, and he literally just said it to Bill while he was on Cigar Talk some days ago, right? Like it ain't no stories. Y'all the only ones playing around. And again, y'all ain't got the room to play because he in a situation where he can give you what you looking for. He can give you the fight you looking for if you really want it. So, man, I said it a long time ago, man. That man said 135 and 140, come get your issue. That's who I expected to talk about him, not somebody at 47. You minded his business, and now he made your business his business. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. I appreciate the love. He back in that super chat. He said I'm back in court to fight Devin just to shut Bill ass up, man. When it comes to Shakur and Tank, there's always some kind of hang up to make the fight as draining. It is. And this one is worse though. I think this one might have you get me? Because at least Tank ain't fake promote a fight, negotiate for months and just for nothing to happen. It was some cappery on that side too, but it wasn't this. These dudes take it to a whole nother level. Whole another level. We gonna. That's all. And I just don't want to seem like I'm defending one side or the other, but it's simple. The reason why I'm not criticizing Shakur is not because of favoritism and nothing like that. It's simple. If a guy say 144 and you say you agree to it, then I expect that y'all to be able to negotiate a fight based on what was at least agreed to on Twitter, right? Now, I expect y'all to go behind the scenes where it's real and actually try to make the fight, but that never happened. You was promoting that Shakur was supposed to sign some bout agreement. Y'all said it's 144, but he didn't sign it. And my question there is, what sign a contract or an offer and bout agreement to fight where? And that's what Keyshawn Davis asked you. Where we fighting at, Bill? You couldn't have told him at the time of before the purse bid situation with network him and Keyshawn was going to fight on. So how he going to tell you a fight that's the biggest fight in the world? You don't know what network is going to fight on. Somebody randomly going to write you up a contract. And Bill was insinuating that it was from Zuffa's side that had the money on the table for him. That's why, like, that's logic. That's what Shakur is at. I can't say it no clearer than that. Like you that's where you said the money was. Shit is crazy, bro. And then went the other way.
For them are looking like they're a bit weary. Now we understand they're weary. We know that Devin Haney knows that, look, he wants to fight the best. It just is what it is. So for right now, I just need to know, is Devin Haney looking at Liam Paro, or are we looking at the winner of Rolly and Teofimo? Even are we looking at that? Well, and what do you think of Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia? Because all these guys are in Devin Haney's path.
Well, Conor just said that, I think, and I don't know if it's real or not, because I always called him Conor when.
Shit, his a hen dog. Some of his biggest supporters already pushed that Liam Paro is ducking Devin Haney. They already said he ducking. They saying the Australian excessive economic demands. So it might still be on the table.
Like, Conor, when you gonna get a title?
Remember, you came to England to see him at the press conference and talk and introduce. Say, are we gonna do you and my son?
Right.
Remember?
So now that he's saying that he's going to beat Ryan Garcia, but he's saying he's going to move up to 54 because it's another champion. It's a king at 147 pounds. So why would Conor Ben get a title, right, at 47, knowing that to beat Ryan Garcia, knowing that the big fight would be him and Devin, or does he think it would be him and Boots? Or does he think it would be him and Fondora or him and Virgil? Man, these people are crazy, dog.
Yeah,
that's crazy,
and I'm confused with certain people, the way they're talking. It's like, I don't understand it. But obviously, as a businessman yourself and Devin Haney, does it get frustrating that business is not as smooth as it looks on the outside when people want these things? Does how do you feel about
Wrapstar? Watch this. He's younger than all of them. Right? It's not like we're gonna be looking and saying we want what Abdullah Mason has, or we want what you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You gotta let Abdullah grow in the sport and do his thing. You know what I'm saying? We're cheering for him, right? Abdullah would have to want to fight Devin, right? And of course, we would oblige him, right? But I'm saying that's not something that Devin is.
Damn, that's new. How Abdullah get in this shit? See what I'm saying? Like, I can understand English, yo. I could follow conversations, but I swear he do a lot of random babbling. How in the hell did we get back to the lightweight division? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. See, we would oblige him now. Somebody gonna hear that and be like, man, he said he'd fight Abdullah Mason. See, if he'd fight anybody, Shakur, look, why you gonna fight? I'm telling you, they do this all the time, bro. Abdullah Mason, the fact that you even bringing that up was crazy. The way you set that up and just brought it up out of nowhere is just strength. That's what I be talking about. And that's the same thing with Boots. He'll be undisputed at 54 and we'll be undisputed at 47. Then we'll come up there and face him for the third time undisputed. Like, bro, that shit ain't happening, and it's not. Crazy work, fam.
Is a veteran in the sport, man.
So basically, Gustavo said on Cigar Talk, respect to them, is that at this point, because Keyshawn has decided to move away from the fight, and that's a nice way, professional way of saying ducking, is that now Devin Haney can be granted if the fight is a good fight, whatever, can be granted of. Did you hear that?
Yeah, man. I already listened. We know that we could petition to be a super champion. We know that we
Yeah,
could have been a franchise champion. We don't
yeah,
want all that. We want the people, the organizations to pick a bad motor scooter and watch how we do them. You dig? We're
yeah.
not
But
running from shit. We're not
yeah,
running
but
from shit.
Bill, why would you not want to take
What?
the opportunity like Vasily Lomachenko did, Estrada did, Canelo did, that they got a belt
He
to
know.
make them a super champion, so they have at least some authority? Why don't you want that?
Because we say we wish somebody would
We don't want
do
all
it.
that.
We want a
Okay.
bad motor scooter. We wish you would. Debo, this is what we do. We go and become mandatories. We don't run from nobody and hide behind nothing, man. If the person is doing it, if the organization if the organization has someone good that's a TV fighter and they want to make the fight a mandatory, just like the WBO did with Keyshawn Davis, that was a good thing. They gave him an opportunity, right? And it was going to be a good fight. The
Mm.
only thing that was bad for us is that we couldn't have them both back to back. You know what I mean? One after another, because they were on the list before he ever made them the mandatory. That only just helped the fight and hyped it up a little bit. But we found out he was capping because I looked at him and I said, "Are you serious though?" Because I
Mm.
don't see too many people come. You know what I mean? My son is over there, and you're looking for me because I know if you want to go over there and fight him, he's right over there. Why are you talking to me? That's why I was looking at him. He had on the shiesty mask. And I'm looking. I said, the first thing I could think of, I said, "Do you promise?" He said, "Yes." And here we are. I knew it.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm just
Yeah,
because
all right.
what would make another man say, "Man, do you promise?" Right? That's what made me say it because, and that's how I'm really like gutted behind the shit, man. You know what I mean? I'm not happy behind that. I'm not saying that he was like a bum or some shit like that. We don't
I
pick
see that.
bums and put bombs
Dodge
on the
J, what
thing,
up?
and we definitely don't let a sanctioning body order a fight with us that we go take as a mandatory if a guy's a bum. If the guy was a bum and the sanctioned body was doing, we would just throw the belt in the trash and say that's not a fight that people want to see. That was a fight that people want to see. Period.
But the problem is
Now
that
you
people might want to see the fight, but we know the fight.
now remember what he said. Now he just said if the fight is trash and it's not a fight that the people want to see, he gonna throw the belt in the garbage. They'll just throw the belt in the trash. So I hope y'all heard that clearly because y'all hear everything else. He just said if the fight is not a fight that the people want to see, they will throw the belt in the trash. I don't care about a unification. I'm not knocking neither fight, but I know people wasn't asking for Lynn Powell or Jack Catterall. And I already seen a video from the Haney channel saying Lynn Powell ducked already. They say he ducked already. So it got to be Jack Catterall. And this is Jack Catterall people. What I hope isn't the case is that Jack's been used as a decoy so that Powell is scared into taking the fight for less money than he's wanting. All I could tell you is we've accepted the fight and the date and the location. So if the fight doesn't happen, it's not Jack. They on y'all, Team Haney. Hey, Team Haney, Jack on y'all ass, man. Jack team said, yo, if the fight, they said they agreed to everything, man. If the fight don't happen, then it's not Jack, fam. Damn. What happened, fam? They said they hope they ain't playing these games. Trouble in paradise, fam. Damn. It's crazy how this shit come full circle, bro. Jack Catterall gonna be ducking in the next couple hours. Jack Catterall gonna be ducking too. Next is gonna be we moving to 54. Everybody ducking this. Y'all ass is gonna be on the sideline to 2027. We are gonna be out till 2027 playing around. Trying to tell you, man, this is crazy, man. Damn. So it's Jack Catterall then. Now he said all I can tell you is we've accepted the fight and the date and the location. They accept it, man. Y'all fighting Jack next. It's all good. Ain't nothing, you know, everybody need a little, you know what I mean? Get a little Jack in your life. But Bill just said if the fight is not a fight that the people want to see, they're gonna throw the belt in the trash. I know damn well ain't nobody asked for no Jack Catterall. I'm just saying, fam, you better call Dana White. Better get Dana on the line, fam, and stop playing, bro. This shit about to get spooky. You better get Dana on the line, G. Better get Dana on the line, fam. Jackariah, man. Catterall knows Bill playbook. He's saying it already. He said, I hope Jack hasn't been used as a decoy. It's crazy. A decoy is wild, fam. He said he hope he ain't trying to basically trick Jack. I mean, trick Lim into taking less money than he's worth. Man, this is interesting, fam. This is crazy. I don't care if he fight him. I'll call the fight. I'll call the fight live too, because I know I won't be one that I'll be interested in going to, but I won't knock the fight. Devin Haney got to do what he got to do. He got a career to maintain. He got to keep the ball rolling. If it's Jack, it's Jack. But I only laugh though. I only laugh because of how his people be talking. This shit crazy, fam. Yo, hey, yo, we really said this months ago, man. Where Dante at? We were talking about this shit months ago, fam. Months ago, fam. This shit is crazy, dude. Bro. Man, this shit wild, man. Damn, man. Damn, let me hold on. Let me see. The date. March. Oh shit, damn. Damn, this was in March. Damn, hold on. Let me pull this up. This wow. Damn, that's way in March. That's crazy. Yo, that is crazy, fam. God damn, yo. I told y'all people, yo. Yo, this shit is crazy, yo. Yo, nah, fam. Hell nah. Yo, look, hold up. This post was in March. I don't know exactly when we first discussed it, but I know for a fact I had conversations on the phone and I said this on everything I love. I said, man, they saying all this back-to-back brother shit is gonna mess around and be Jack Catterall. And the reason why I said it was gonna be Jack Catterall, because Jack Catterall was saying everybody, don't nobody want to fight or everybody ducking nowadays. Something like that, he said. He said something to that effect. And he was like wanting the shot at Haney. And of course, I'm not saying Haney ducking, but I remember Jack Catterall talking like he was frustrated and he wanted the opportunity. And people been said it, yo. This post was in March. Yo, this shit is crazy, fam. Nah, yo. So what is dude, a psychic? He ain't no psychic, is he? Bro ain't no psychic, man. This shit really exposed the playbook. I'm not gonna lie, fam. This shit sound funny, bro. This shit funny as hell. It should have been Key. It should have been. I ain't gonna lie. Business. It should have been. I'm right there with you, fam. Key didn't take the fight. But damn, shout out to Truth Over Narrative, man. He said we heard Shakur, Keyshawn, Ryan, and Rolly. But the fact this is next. And let me be clear, yo, because I want people to know why I'm laughing. Why I'm laughing is not that it's a bad fight. It's not that Paro is a bad fight. I'm not gonna trash neither fighter or fight. Devin has to continue his career. Keyshawn didn't accept the fight. He didn't like the money. They said he ducked. Cool. He got to keep moving. But the fact is, look at the date. Look at the date. My guy pointed this out. Look at the date on this shit. This was in March. Somebody posted this in March. And this is before the purse bid and all of that shit. Remember, it was people already thinking y'all gonna promote with all these other people. I called it. I said you're gonna say everybody ducking. I just seen a video. Liam Powell's ducking too. Told you. Shakur ducking, Keyshawn ducking, Liam Powell ducking. Tank was ducking before he was inactive. He's still ducking, right? All this ducking. Then you're gonna get to an opponent and you're gonna fight him, and it's gonna be an underwhelming guy. he's going to be underwhelming when you hear people would rather see, I think, Rolly than Jack Catterall and Devin. People would rather see Ryan absolutely in the rematch than Jack Catterall and Devin. People would absolutely want to see Keyshawn and Devin over Jack Catterall, but that's not Devin's fault. That's on Keyshawn. He didn't like the money. He skipped. He slid. People would definitely love to see Shakur and Devin over Jack Catterall. That's all I'm saying. I said it's going to be of a bit of letdown if you get an opponent in the ring that the people don't care for. That's all I'm saying. And you heard what his dad just said on his interview that I'm going to play the rest of, and we're going to keep it pushing. But I just wanted to this is the updates, man. These are the updates to the conversation right here, fam. It's looking like you're going to fight somebody less than, man. Nah, nobody wants them to, it's not, I don't see how you got that from anything. Who wants to be dead? Who want Dev to be a bitch? It has nothing to do with that. Everything just went over your head. We keep saying I think he'll fight whoever, but the situation got to be right and got to make sense. How do I know that to be true? Because he could have fought Rolly, but he didn't, right? Why? Because the situation wasn't right. It didn't make sense for him, and he didn't fight him. I don't think he wouldn't fight Rolly because he's scared. So nobody wants Devin to be anything. I think he's a hell of a fighter. I think he got a lot of heart. He'll fight whoever. But I think it got to make sense, just like any other fighter. And look at the date. This is in March. Just for all. Oh, all right, bet. Yeah, he did. That's wild. That's wild. That's ignorant talk, Big B-Lo, man. None of these dudes ain't no bitches for real, man. That's weak. That's weird, man. But for this guy to suggest that this was going to be the fight in March, is telling you that people see how they play games, man. They'll promote everything but what's happening. And when it's all said and done, I guarantee you they would have promoted Shakur Stevenson over the last couple of months. And that didn't happen more than they're going to promote the fight that actually is happening. That's what dude in this picture is that in his post is saying. He calling out the play. He like, yo, they going to say they fighting all these people, but they going to end up fighting Jack Catterall. Whoever this is a damn truth teller, bro. He on point. He on point right now. You fast forward to today, he on point. It's crazy, fam. You think Bill is lying when PBC offered no guarantee, but Key got guarantee is not the same. Man, y'all drain me sometimes having to over-explain. Y'all be asking questions based off stuff that you think, not what I said. Do I think Bill is lying when he said PBC offered no guarantee? PBC put up half the money for Rolly. They told them if y'all bosses put up y'all half. They was unwilling to do it or send a counter offer because DHP is not structured to put on boxing events. So that is the reason why they wouldn't counter offer. It doesn't matter. Keyshawn Davis wanted a flat fee. He didn't get one. Devin Haney got a flat fee. Keyshawn wanted a flat fee and wasn't able to get one. So that was the holdup, and that's why I ended up going to purse bid. So I don't know what you asking. It don't have shit to do with Bill lying. That's not in question if Bill is lying. You asking the wrong question. And I never said nothing about Bill lying about the money. What I'm telling you is ultimately if Devin is saying the money wasn't right and he walked away, is that a duck? Because that's what Keyshawn is saying. 2.1 wasn't enough and he walked away. The principles are the same. When money isn't right, guys are going to walk away from fights. It don't have shit to do with ducking. But in Keyshawn's case, the fact that he said, he'll fight him with 25%, all that's why, it didn't. If he didn't never say none of that and he would have been saying, the money got to be right, and he would have walked away, it wouldn't hit the way it's hitting now. He said something different other than what he did. That's why people on this case. DHP offered no counter to Rolly, but a counter to Tank. No, they never offered Tank nothing. Boy 12, fam. I don't know if it's knee boy, but they never offered nothing. DHP never offered. They didn't counter Tank. How did counter the Tank? What did Tank send? Tank didn't send them for them to counter shit. DHP can't counter nothing. Did you just hear what I said? You ain't hear what I said? They're not structured to be able to put on boxing events, fam. Have you ever seen DHP put on a boxing event in your career, in their career, the whole time you've been watching? They co-promotion is not the same as putting on the actual event. Get what I'm saying? That's what you don't get. They never counter Tank with nothing. Counter him with what? Bill ain't signed nothing. Devin's allegedly signed with DAZN for 4 fights. Yeah, they ain't countering Tank shit. What do you think they got to offer Tank, fam? You really think DHP? If DHP countered Tank, why wouldn't they counter Rolly? Why wouldn't they counter Rolly and salvage a unification fight? Make it make sense, fam. DHP ain't countering shit. They don't send offers. Just as a ducking when you know you ask someone to do something that they won't do. Is it ducking when you know you ask someone to do something that they won't do? Nah. It's mind games, Cornelius. If I'm reading your question right, it's mind games. It's like offering a fighter 25% of nothing because they know he won't take it, Cornelius, and then calling him a duck when he don't take it. So nah, Got Bill tweet July 6th after the DAZN deal. Rolly deal was before the DAZN deal. What are you talking about, fam? You all over the place. What conversation are you having? None of that is in question. All that's irrelevant. DAZN doesn't have anything to do with DHP. Are you talking about DHP or DAZN, fam? Because you just said something about DHP. Now you talking about a DAZN deal. Where'd that come from? What are you talking about? I think you all over the place. Look, DHP don't send offers of no kind, no counter offers, no nothing. You get me, Cornelius? So nah, it's not a duck because they offered 25% of nothing because they knew he wouldn't accept it, just to call him a duck. So nah, it's not a duck. Based off that situation, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? People be trying to play mind games. You know what I'm saying? And Shakur was able to call a bluff by going to the sanctioning bodies. That's how he did it. He called but he didn't say no to the fight. He said he not taking that offer and went to the sanctioning bodies, and then they vacated their titles and moved up. Yeah, Tank wouldn't need the offer, man. Tank wouldn't need the offer. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to you. Shout out to my dog Cornelius. Let's keep going though. But yeah, I don't know what conversation bro having, but yeah, it don't matter when Devin got the deal. He got a deal now, and they saying Liam Parrow is ducking. So what's the difference? I don't know what point you was trying to make with the deal, the DAZN deal thing. But let's keep going, y'all. Let's hear what else Bill had to say.
Are not adamant and not ready to take these fights and these terms that they want. They want everything but blood to fight Devin Haney. The message is out there, bro. Everybody wants not just 10 bungalows, 100 bungalows to fight Devin Haney. And the problem is Devin Haney has put that persona out there because he has shown that not only has he grown as a fighter, he's not just more of a complete fighter. He's shown things in himself that can adapt to any style that a man is actually shook in their own terms to think, wait, there's a chance to lose to this man.
Yeah,
and when you got a chance to lose to this man, that means that there's no price that you can pay.
Well, we could have took more money and went with Zuffa, and there would be no opponents necessary to do all that and still.
So what happened with the Zuffa deal?
We took less money.
Devin Haney Promotions not teamed up with Zuffa yet?
Because we took less money to go with DAZN because it's more opponents, and we can still go and fight fighters like Shakur or Connor or anyone that's over.
Wow. Did he just say they took less money to go to DAZN because it's more fighters, but they still could fight guys like Shakur and Ryan and all this shit? So you mean to tell me that narrative that y'all been put, where is we at? Where the timestamp at? 56:21. Where the timestamp at? Short video on the way. Short video on the fucking way. I mind you. Short video on the way. So you're telling me the narrative that they've been pushing that Shakur is running from smoke going to Zuffa, even though Bill said Zuffa was the ones that wanted Devin Haney and Shakur. Bill Haney just now said they signed to DAZN. They took less money to go with DAZN because DAZN got more fighters, but they could still fight guys like Shakur Stevenson. Oh my God, bro. The plot thickens, man. The plot thickens, fam. This shit is gold, man. I'm glad I listened to this far into the thing because I was just about to take this off too. Hold on. Let me skip back a little, just a bit, y'all. Wow, fam. Just so we can hear this again. Y'all took less money with DAZN because there's more fighters to fight. That makes sense. I understand that. That could make sense. It's more opponents. They saying allegedly it's a 4-fight deal. You will have more guys to choose from, right? That makes sense. But you still can fight the guys on the other side. I like that. That I like. That's the most important thing he said this whole time. And they've been talking for like an hour, fam. That's the best thing he said the whole time. Give me a second, y'all. Hit that like button. Everybody hit the like button. Support the grind. We're going to keep building, man. We over 4 hours in. We're going to keep going. Wow, man, that was the most informative shit that he said since they've been talking. Everything else they've been talking about up until this point, we knew. They ain't say nothing that we didn't
That
know.
means that there's no
Yeah, you
price
can put
that
the link,
you can
man.
pay.
Well, we could have took more money and went with Zuffa, and there would be no opponents necessary to do all that, and still,
So
you
what
know what I
happened
mean.
with the
So
Zuffa deal? Why
we
did
took
you?
we took
Wow. But look, listen to what he's saying, though. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying he took less money to go to the zone because it's more opponents over there. But at the same token, saying that even though you over there at the zone, you can still fight everybody that's on Zuffa as well. So did you just trick yourself out of your own spot? Because you saying there's no opponents on Zuffa. Shakur is there. That's the fight that you said you wanted. That's the fight you promoted for 2 months that you wanted. The Shakur Stevenson fight. And now he goes there. Now I can understand why you're saying there's more opponents on the zone and it's less for Zuffa, right? Got you. I got you. You know what I'm saying? It's more opponents on the zone, less opponents on Zuffa. But at the same token, you get what I'm saying? You can still fight guys on Zuffa. So why wouldn't you take the Zuffa deal if that had the #1 fight that you told the fans for 2 months that you wanted, being that you would have still been able to fight guys on the zone or vice versa? So it didn't matter where you signed. The fact of the matter is you still can fight guys on the other side. Wow, man. Short video coming for sure. All right, my guy, I see you. What's good with it, bro? Yo, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My AirPods keep disconnecting when I'm trying to talk, but
Nah, you sound pretty good. I can hear you.
So what I'm trying to say is, before the
You got yeah. Did your earbuds disconnect again?
Yeah, they keep disconnecting.
Dang. Yeah, go ahead. You good now? I can hear you now. Oh, he said disconnected again. We'll see. But yeah, man. Whenever you get it situated, just let me know. You definitely could chop it up. You could tell me what you was trying to say in the chat. Bill be capping, Core be capping, Tank be capping, Bam be capping, Canelo be capping, etc. It's just Bill more valuable than others. That's true. That's true. That's true. He make himself available. That's why he get the love he get too, though. That's why he get both. He get the love and he get the scrutiny because he make himself available. And some people hang on to his every word. Some people overanalyze every word. So me, I always make sure I say that I don't hate this guy. And I try my best not to call him all types of names that people, but I be like he be on some bullshit sometimes, and that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yo, you still there? Your joints, I don't know if it's probably having some issues with his earbuds. Whenever he done, he could chime in. We here, but let me play the rest of this and try to get it all. But man,
Devin Haney Promotions not teamed up with Zuffa yet
because we took less money to go with the zone because it's more opponents, and we can still go
nobody's reporting on
and
this.
fight fighters like Shakur or Connor or anyone that's over there. No different than what Ryan Garcia is doing right now with Connor Ben,
right?
Zuffa and the.
So why wouldn't you take the money knowing that you still could be able to cross the street is my thing. And not only did you not take the money, you went against and went away from the fighter that you said for 2 months that I'm making a short video when I end this live stream, bro. Man, this is more proof that you never had no intent on fighting this dude. This shit is crazy. Nasty work, fam.
US and DAZN Global.
But come on, just like there's Zuffa's picking up all these other guys, and looking to make a big
Call the
splash, I'm
fight they
sure they've
want, but we gonna
approached
go
you
opposite.
and said, look, we want to pay this much for Devin to be
Wow.
representing us. I'm
Oh,
sure they've already
they pay.
approached you.
Oh no, they pay good. They pay good. Their offer good. Their rollout plan is good. Everything about them is good. But you can only be loyal to one place, and it can only probably be one place that fits you a little bit better than the other place. Without saying that the other place is wrong, because it might be a better fit for someone else. But to go to a side of the street that doesn't have all of the promoters, whether it be PBC, Golden Boy, Matchroom, Top Rank, all of those guys are with DAZN. So, that was my goal, is to get everybody under one building, everybody working together. And, because we've worked with all of them. So to see them all with DAZN and then for us to
So
go.
is this brother right then? Golden Hunter in the chat says, Devin isn't afraid to fight. He wants legacy, but these other dudes, they want the paydays.
I could get with that next gen. I think that's reasonable. You might not get prioritized, but nah. Hold on. Nah, because remember, next gen, he was alluding before DAZN was in play, he was alluding that Zuffa had all his money on the table for them. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, why wouldn't they prioritize you if they paying you all that money, next gen? It's just like Core going there. They paid him a lot of money. Why wouldn't they prioritize him? Devin, one of the bigger names in the sport. Why wouldn't they prioritize him? Right? Why would you go to DAZN where, coming from over that side, they said they overpaid you when you was dealing with Eddie Hearn, right? They said you was overpaid. So it's kind of strange that you would
Yo, am I
that I
good?
would see you back on that side. Crazy. What's good with it, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What I was saying was, Rolly and the Devin negotiation happened after the Saudi Ring 4 event, but they didn't have the deal to offer or counter Rolly.
Right.
They didn't have the DAZN DHP deal to counter.
Yeah, DAZN and DHP is separate. So you
No,
saying like
the deal
with the
that
Rolly?
Devin has now, which is not announced, it's a DHP / Devin Haney deal.
Yeah, but what they saying is DHP signed did a deal directly with DAZN. So what that means is they'll co-promote alongside of DAZN, but they're not gonna them not having that deal first. Like, when I get what you're saying, I think I get what you're saying. That deal wasn't available. They didn't have it in place when they was negotiating with Rolly.
Yeah,
With
so
the
like they
Rolly
weren't
situation.
able, when they had Amari and all those other guys, they didn't have a DHP card. But now
Yeah,
with the deal, it allows them
they
to do
never
that.
did. Yeah, they
Yeah,
not.
so with this deal, it allows them to have like the Kevin Newmans and whoever else they have to fight on their card.
Not
So now,
that's cool. But what I was saying was, I don't know. When I see you saying DHP, I'm trying to tell you, look, DHP is not structured to put on any boxing events. You'll see them co-promote. So yeah, the DAZN deal wasn't signed when Rolly and Devin, when Rolly and PBC sent the offer to Devin. But
so he wasn't allowed to counter. So, but
yeah,
now
no,
with
but
this deal, he can counter.
but this is the thing now. They allegedly had $30 million for Tank DHP, but we knew that's smoke and mirrors because they're not structured to put on events. They don't make offers. So he wasn't able to counter offer because, yeah, you're right, to a degree, because he didn't have the deal behind him, right? He didn't have nothing in place. So that makes sense. But even before that, they was trying to make it seem like they had 30 million for Tank, right? And the Tank fight, 15 apiece, and they was talking about splits, but that's smoke and mirrors because they're not in a position to be able to offer and put up that kind of money and put on no event. We know this. This is why that shit didn't go nowhere. So when I bring that up, I'm just alluding to how they manipulating people into thinking that DHP is something that it's not. It's not saying it ain't shit, but it's not. They're not a licensed promoter. They're not, they're not in a position where they can put on boxing events. They
So
co-promote
you
alongside the guys
think
that they do deals with directly? Absolutely. That's something that he's done for the most of his career. I think he got about 15 or more fights where he's co-promoted with DHP, but you've never seen them making the offers for a fight. You never seen DHP put up any money for the fight. So that's why all I was shooting down is this notion that they're in a position to be putting on any fights. Bill won't tell you that, but a lot of people don't do their homework, so they'll think DHP is in position. When they seen what he said, they're like, see, that they thought in their mind, they think that's countering Tank Davis, but they're
Tio
not in
could do
that
that
position
now.
to do that. You got 30 million for Tank, but nothing for Rolly. That's what I was saying. So how would you have $30 million for? And it was from DHP. He wasn't saying with the zone deal. He was saying DHP got X amount of dollars, this much a piece, this split. And that's nonsense, because if that's the case, you got all that type of money, then you would have had some money to be able to put up for a unification fight. You know what I'm saying? So it just be a lot of misdirection with them guys. A lot of misdirection. Everybody hit that like.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was talking. I think you had me muted. But
no, I ain't have you muted. I ain't mute you.
Tio has that deal. You telling me Tio has that deal now?
Tio has what deal?
Where he can offer, where he could put up money for a card.
That's because he got Takeover Promotions. Takeover Promotions is actually structured to be able to do it. That's why they was in a position to put up money on the purse bid. You notice DHP would never bid on a fight,
but
here's how they're not structured to put on events. Takeover Promotions is legit. He actually, like, if he would have won the purse bid, that he would have been co-promoting still. He wouldn't have been the only one putting on the card.
But Tio didn't have that until he had his deal. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know exactly when Tio got, the Takeover
Tio always ran with the Takeover Promotions, but he's never validated his brand until he bid on the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that because
that's
it's
what
the
I'm
first
saying.
and only time I've seen him do it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I'm with you.
So that's what I mean by
DHP
that.
is not the same thing. You're not, more than likely, it's gonna keep going how it's been going. They're gonna co-promote. You're not gonna see them bid on the fight and put money up for an actual event the way Takeover Promotions did. Because see, you got DHP Promotions, but it's more of a tax write-off. Tio got his ducks in a row.
But the thing is, both of them are going. All of those networks are gonna be co-promoters because they're all under the DAZN umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
You don't agree with that?
Say that again.
They're all gonna be co-promoters because they're all getting their money from DAZN.
Yeah.
So he has no other option. Like Tio, if Tio did the deal, if Tio won the purse bid, it would have been Takeover, Top Rank, and DHP.
Yeah, it been some co-promotion.
Because the Haneys had a deal with Matchroom, and it was DHP. If you're talking, I can't hear you. It just went silent. Yo, you there?
They had booted me out, man. I don't know why that keep happening, but it's so frustrating, man. That it be booting me out like that. And then I don't even remember what we was chatting about, man. I gotta connect everything all over. But yeah, man, it's gonna be an interesting next couple of days, man. With what fight is gonna end up happening but it's looking like Jack Catterall, man. And if they say Jack is ducking, it's not gonna be a good sign, because what that means is you're gonna be on the sideline even longer searching for an opponent. At some point, somebody gotta get in the ring, and I will hope that the consensus is not the money is not right. Nobody wants to keep hearing that. You get what I'm saying? Every situation, I don't want to keep hearing everybody pricing themselves out either. That's why I question the validity or the strength of the deal and what it entails. Because if it's 4 fights as a network or a promoter, do you or shit, you going with the zone directly? Do y'all want to spend time on one of these kind of fights? Do you want to make a fight with a a Jack Catterall and Devin, or Devin and Liam Parrow? Like, what's your interest level in that? And that's my question. Big Dog, what's good, homie? That was my dog, Big Dog. What happened? But yeah, y'all. Damn, I gotta pull this joint back. Yeah, I'm back. Roach, man. It's a good question though. But yeah, I'm back, man. I got that. Bill was talking some stuff, man. I'm gonna make a short video on that, man. I'm gonna just leave that there, being that is this late in the stream. I got a couple more things I could get to, but now you can finish making state your case if you want, bro, and then we're gonna move to the next topic. I think you still having some issues with your earbuds. Because if you talking, I can't hear you. Yeah, you having some issues. I don't know. Probably need to reset them or something. Dante, my dog, or change his settings.
What's up? Just do you hear me?
Because now I can hear me in the background. Yeah, I can hear you, big
Hey,
dog.
there's something going on with your system. Cause I just tried to get on and it won't let me say anything. Or
Yeah, I don't know what the hell be going on. It should be crazy, be tripping. And the heat been knocking out power out. We got power outages. I don't know if that one was a result of the heat or if it's just one of those little bugs where I had to reset my whole damn router. Dante,
yeah, I ain't gonna be on here.
You said
what? Go ahead. I was gonna just chat about what you were talking about with the Haneys and stuff like that.
Nah, talk to
Man,
me.
it's like it's really draining. Like to hear these guys always try to make fights, and then it's something always goes wrong with them. Something is the money, or it's the VU, or Devin can't fight at 144. If he can't fight at 144, then it has to be this way, and then he might since Keyshawn quit, now he has to fight at 147 because it's somehow Shakur's fault. Keyshawn didn't want to fight. It's always something. Even with when I meant the tainting, even with the tainting in Devin, it's always like he worked more than 25%, and he should get 50%. That is always something. It's always something. When it comes to especially those two fighters, when it comes to Shakur and Tank, it's always something. And it's just like it's draining. It's like just fight whoever you want. Like that's what comes when it comes to the point. Just fight whoever you want, man. Nobody care. I don't care no more. It's like of course I want to see the 3 best fighters at that. Like Shakur, Devin, and Tank. As of right now, they're the 3 best fighters in between those weight classes. But you can't. But it's even for Tank and Shakur, it's draining. It's just draining because it's like maybe because I'm on YouTube and I be talking to you guys all the time. It's draining, but it's like, and I don't want to be one of the people, but I can't go to a Tank channel all the time. I can't go to a Devin channel. There's certain channels I can give maybe one day out of them, but for the rest of the week I can't fuck with them because they be saying so much ill shit that I just it's you know what I'm trying to say, Just because you be listening to some of them, and even on the Najee shit when Bill Haney, you see that shit when Bill Haney called in and Shakur sitting right there, and Bill Haney started just telling Wolf ticker, and they were laughing at him. It was just because you just seen it.
Yeah, they know that shit see through. And I got this post up because this is what we was talking about, like towards the end. The fact that this person said in March that we heard Shakur, Keyshawn, Ryan, and Rolly, but the fact is this is next. And now you hear that Liam Powell has ducked because of money, right? And now it's Jack Catterall, but Jack Catterall team came out and made a statement and said they hope Jack Catterall is not being used as a decoy because you get me, they're trying to scare Liam Powell into taking something that, less money, because they said they agreed to the fight, the date, and the location. So if the fight don't happen, it's not Jack. I got a couple short videos coming up, man. Got a couple
It's
short
always
videos coming up for
it's
sure.
always somebody, huh? It's always somebody. It's never him.
Always.
It's always somebody.
Yeah, it's crazy, ain't it? It's
And
crazy.
you see Wrapstar had me dying. So he made it sound like he was like Bill Haney was in shambles and like Keyshawn and all he fired hurt his feelings.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah,
like,
Can
come
you hear me
on,
now?
man.
yeah, I get you. That shit is
Uh,
funny.
I was
I
like,
forgot
man,
where I
like
left off.
that shit was killing me, man.
Right. Say it again.
Forgot where we left off. I forgot where we left off.
Oh shit.
Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
I think we was
I
talking
didn't
to
know you
something
were.
about the deals though with both of the guys, and
Oh, so
basically I was
someone
just saying,
someone in the chat said Haney doesn't have a deal because it's not announced. If you guys can remember, what got announced first, T.O. Roley or T.O.'s deal with his own?
I don't know, but
um,
I don't know. Has he really? Is he really with his own? Because I really don't
No,
know either.
no T.O. But which one got announced first? That's what I'm trying to tell
I
you.
don't know. I don't know. I don't
I'll
know.
say this. Normally people deals get announced before fights. You don't announce a fight
No,
before somebody have a deal. If you're a promotional free
exactly,
agent, you're not going to negotiate a
exactly.
whole fight before you with your deal. It's kind of ass backwards. So I don't know.
But
I don't follow the exact timeline because To's deal never was a conversation on here for real. Not on here. I'm just
roll.
saying it never was it never was up for discussion, right? I don't think so. Devin being I think that his dad said a deal worth over $100 million would made people zero in on his deal and
I
if
think
it's
it's a
valid or
5 to 6 fight. I think it's a for 100. I think it's a 4 to 6 fight deal. That's in
yeah.
my opinion.
Chris Mannix say he hearing it's a 4-fight deal.
So because he was getting 12 from Turkey.
Right. Well, he got it for that Brian Norman fight he did.
Yeah,
But
but
you
I
see,
think
you
he
remove
got one
Turkey
more
from the
fight.
equation. Now you dealing with totally different money.
So I got
But
a question.
he got one more
I
fight
got a
with
question real
Turkey,
got
and Turkey's gonna use it on Ryan.
No, but I got one more question.
We'll
But
see.
who is he signed with? Who is he signed with? Who is Devin Haney signed with as of right now?
There is no official announcement because he hasn't officially announced a fight. Once the fight
No,
is announced,
I
he'll
know, but
officially.
Yeah, but
I
he
don't.
not
It
going
just
to
still don't make
announce.
sense.
Yeah, he's not going to announce. I don't think a fight
No, the zone
before
is
his
not going to
deal.
release a statement unless the
Yeah,
fight is announced. That's
yeah.
my opinion.
I
I
don't
don't
know
believe
about
that.
that.
I don't know
Yeah, I
about
don't
that either,
know.
man.
That's
That's what they did with Rolly and Tio.
No. I
mm,
know.
mm, I don't
Google the
know. But look,
timeline of Rolly and
the thing
Google the
is,
timeline.
Devin is reported to have some $100 million deal or something. That's why his is in question. Tio was never really. I don't think nobody gave a damn, right? I think he quietly did what he did, right? But again, this Tio we talking about. Bill was the one making these announcements and making these
Yeah,
statements, and then not being able to
Keith
confirm it.
Conley
So
doesn't speak for him. Keith Conley
yeah,
doesn't speak
I
for him.
don't know if you could announce a fight before you did. Look, Shakur announced his deal. Period. I told people his deal would be announced before a fight would, and now you see him talking
But how
about
many
fighting
months?
a
How many
Devin
months was it
because
alluded before they announced it? Like 4 months, right?
Hold on. Then when the zone first started happening, didn't Eddie Hearn come here and sign a bunch of people, and that was announced. That was announced, right? When he signed Dudu Andre and all those guys, that was announced.
Yeah,
So
but
why
he's a
wouldn't they? I don't.
promotional company. This is a fighter. This is a
Okay,
fighter's
this
deal.
is the weird thing about this situation. I understand what you're saying,
yeah, or
but
is it the 100 mil? And we
the
don't
hundred,
know.
well, it's always something. It's always like 100 mil. You know
Mm-hmm.
that's not true. We have to think that's not true because nobody in this 100 mil shit. This is the thing about it, I doubt him because I need to find out. I mean, I don't believe him until I see it. Especially when it comes to
I,
Haney.
I don't
Yeah,
think he's lying because if he can get 12 for from Turkey, he can get a deal from the zone. Who's
Dude, we're not talking about, but when he got
That's
the
not the same
he
though.
told the he's not the same. He told the whole world that he was signing with Turkey, and when he had some fight with Turkey, he
Like
told the whole world that shit. But
here's an
this
example
situation,
of how different the pays are with Turkey. Turkey is essentially allegedly paid Devin 12 million for the Brian Norman fight. Top rank won the purse bid
no?
with the
It's a
Keyshawn fight,
It's a 3 fight deal.
and he was
It
getting
was a 3 fight
6.
deal.
What's a 3-fight deal?
Devin's deal with Turkey.
hold on,
So
but I thought he
let
signed
me
to
get
the
this
zone.
straight. You telling
What the
me
fuck?
he got another fight on his deal with Turkey, but then he also signed a deal with the zone? Do
He
that even make
signed.
sense to you?
No, no, listen to what I'm saying. It's gonna sound crazy, but you can Google it.
You just
The
said it
Oh,
sound crazy.
I'm
You
no,
telling
no,
me
no, no,
that he
no,
signed with two
no.
different people now?
I'm gonna explain it. He signed a 3 fight deal with Turkey to fight on ring cards.
Bro.
The first
oh my
fight
god.
was the Manhattan fight in the street. That was the first fight.
Yo, I know what you're trying to explain, but you talking to somebody that followed the situation. I'm not out the loop. Like, I don't need feelings. Bill Haney was asked directly about that $36 million deal that you talking about, the 3-fight deal that was supposed to be worth $36 million.
He completed 2
When
out
he
of the
got
3.
asked about it, they asked him what happened to that. And he went on to kind of blame it on Ryan Garcia. Well, you see with Ryan Gar this and this and that. So he basically is no more. That was the end of that. Like, I've never seen a fighter sign a 3-fight deal, have 2 fights, go inactive, sign another big deal directly with the zone while still having a fight with Turkey, while Turkey is not mentioning nothing, but whole time his fight went to purse bid. With Turkey
No,
involved, you're not going to a purse bid. If he still had any
no.
kind of deal with Turkey, I
Those
think they
weren't
would
ring
be trying to
cards.
make a fight instead of him being inactive for 10 months. It just
But
don't make a lot
Keyshawn
of sense.
is not a ring card fight. It's not a ring card fight. That's the difference.
Man, this is what
Devin's
I'm
deal
talking about.
with
This is what I'm
Turkey is
talking
a
about.
ring card deal.
See,
Man.
Just,
So
this is what I'm talking
basically,
about right
what
here.
you're telling me is he's still in a deal with Turkey out of
He
the
has
3
one
fights. He
fight with
had 2 of them.
he has
Still
one
got
fight
one
with
more
Turkey
fight
left.
left. That's going to be a ring card. But in the meantime, that went on pause. That deal went on pause. Even after I just told you, Bill Haney acknowledged that there's no more deal once Ryan Garcia fight didn't happen. The rematch didn't happen. That shit is over with. Then he moved on to the next thing. So he's going to be signed to Turkey for 1 fight still. Turkey owing 1 fight. And then he's going to go do a big-ass deal directly with the zone. And then his fights go in the purse bid. And then you see, furthermore, like, where is Turkey at involved in any of this stuff? Like, you see
The
him negotiate with Lynn
Tur-
Powell. They say
Turkey
Lynn
doesn't
Powell
speak.
jumping. Now he with Jack
Turkey doesn't
Catterall.
speak.
Those are going to be the zone events. I don't think it's going to be no, oh shit, Turkey comes and saved the day. I think that's over with. Turkey hasn't mentioned Devin Haney since that second fight with Brian
So
Norman.
you think it was a 2 fight deal or a 3 fight deal?
I think
Who
it could have been a
knows?
3-fight deal, but I think whatever. I don't. To be honest, I don't know.
If
I know they said 3-fight
if
deal,
you
but I think
if
it
you
got
got one
squashed.
more fight, if you
I
got
think it
one
got
more fight
squashed
left,
once they didn't make the fight. They didn't make the rematch.
I think if you got one more fight with Devin, you're trying to cash out on the biggest ticket available, which is him
And
versus
then,
Okay,
Ryan.
and then you got to
can I ask you
think. Why would you be signed?
just
Why would you be rumored to sign to Zuffa if you still, signed with Turkey? Right? It just wouldn't be
Zuffa and
necessary.
Turkey is the same. I mean, Zuffa is owns Turkey owns Zuffa.
see? Look how much mental
Turkey, Dana
gymnastics
White,
you have to
they
get through
all on
this
the
shit.
same side, fam. Them dudes
Look at
working
the
together. Obviously, Turkey is dealing with Dana White, who's running, I guess, the show for Zuffa. So that's what I mean. That's
It's
connected. So why would you have one fight signed to him and then be planning on signing another $100 million deal? Just think about the logic in that. This don't make
you
sense. Money don't
if
go like that. I've never heard of a fighter having 2 separate deals with 2 different
two
people.
separate
I've
$100 million.
never heard of that in my life ever. So I don't think there's no more. I don't think Turkey owes him nothing. I don't think Turkey owes him a
No,
damn.
because
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. This shit don't exist. I
Nah,
don't understand why. No, I don't understand. Hold on. What's your name, dude? What's your name? I don't know him.
Neboy,
Okay,
Neboy.
salute to you, knee boy. I just saying. I'm not trying to be funny, but what's up with the 100 million? What was that? Where did that come from? I'm asking you, since you seem like you're more in the loop than I am.
I'm taking the guy's word for what he announced.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
saying.
The 100 million. Where did that come from? I'm just curious.
The manager,
What manager?
Devin's manager is Bill.
So Bill said, but where's the 100 million coming from? That's what I'm asking.
The zone.
But didn't he have 100 million with Zuffa, or was that just in case? I don't. That's what
We
I'm
don't
asking you.
know if
It
it's
was a
a
bidding
hundred
war.
million
It was
because
a
I
bidding
just
war.
played the
That's what it
clip.
was.
I
It
just
was a
played
bidding
the
war.
clip where
So,
Bill Haney
so
said
you
they took
saying
less money.
hold
They
on,
took
Just
less
hold on.
money.
You said
That's what he
Zuffa.
said.
You said Zuffa and the zone was bidding over Devin for 100 million. That what you're saying?
Whatever the details were, they went with the zone. There was an offer from A and B, and they took B, which was the zone. That's what I'm saying.
So that was the other 100 million. So that was the 100. See. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but you see how this kind of don't make any sense. You're
Yeah, he
saying
said
that
they
they
took
bid.
less money to go to the zone because the zone had more opponents. I'm gonna make a short video on that because nobody is talking about that. Maybe they didn't hear it, but they be Bill Haney out. You would think they heard all his interviews. I can't. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make a short video on that. They
But
said a
my thing
couple
is
of
this:
things.
if you're Devin, you're chasing belts, and the only belt that
No, no, no,
Zuffa
no.
allows is the IBF.
Oh, this is again. This is what I'm saying. Mental.
I don't know.
That doesn't make
I don't know.
sense? That doesn't make sense?
No, no, that doesn't make sense
What?
because that's not what he's. This
WBO
is
is not
because
sanctioned in Zuffa. Gustavo said that.
but
WBO is
Shakur
not
gets a
sanctioned
keep.
in Zuffa.
But no, because they went back on that, and Shakur has a belt currently.
Shakur publicly said that he's okay getting stripped from the WBO if he fights on
Did he
Zuffa.
really say that? Did he really say that?
He said that.
When?
He understood that when he signed to Zuffa after the
No. But
Upper
when did
Titan
he see? This is what I'm
situation.
saying. You're speculating
Wait,
He
that
give me a
he
said
said
second.
that.
Give me a
he
second.
fine with getting stripped.
Give me a second. Give
He
me a
did not
second.
say. He did
Yeah,
not
because
say
I don't
that.
remember that at all. I don't. I don't remember it. I
See
guess he
how
knows
see but they.
his own bill's worth 100 mil. You don't. I think we could assume that it's less than that because he clearly said he took less money than what Zuffa was offering because the zone had more opponents. So they took less money, but even though, they signed over there, they still could fight guys on Zuffa like the Shakurs and this and that. So it's crazy that he said that. I can't. That short video is coming for sure. Yeah, but I ain't
But
never heard the course of that.
Gustavo publicly said that we're not they're not a licensed
I
outlet
understand what he
promotion.
said.
So he will get
I
stripped.
understand.
He will get
No, no, no,
stripped.
no, 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 no,
They
no. This
will
is
get
what I'm
stripped.
saying.
No, they didn't. Did you hear Gustavo say Shakur is their champion
No,
and
but
he's gonna continue to be?
he has a mandatory coming up soon. So
Yeah,
unless they
but why
find
would they strip him? They're not gonna. We strip him for what?
the same
They
way
they acknowledge that that's their champion. He got
Opetaia
a
got
good
stripped.
relationship with the WBO. The belt ain't going nowhere because he on Zuffa. I don't think so. Now, if you
You
don't
think
fulfill your mandatory obligation and get stripped, that's different. That's the rules. But
you think Zuffa's gonna play ball and pay the fee and become kumbaya with all the sanctioning bodies after
I
Dana
mean,
did
I
that?
mean, but this
you
is what we
watching
haven't seen.
Zuffa right now fight a Zuffa fighter and Conor Ben fight Ryan Garcia, who has the WBC belt. I mean, what's so hard about it?
That's another body. That's another
Yeah,
body.
exactly. But if you're willing to do one, I think if you just signed a guy for a bunch of money and you ain't trying to strip him, obviously you'll be willing to play ball. It's only you could only assume right now, but I don't give a damn about the belt because I just want to see the fights. What belt and
No,
that's for sure to worry about. I don't care if they decide to try to strip him. The
but just
WBC,
do it. Just
look what the
ties him.
WBC did. That was the nastiest shit I've ever seen. Like strip him when he went to go make another fight. You know what I'm saying? That was weak as hell. They ain't even
But
think
what
But
long
just
happened?
do
enough.
my whole thing.
What
But
about the
there'll be
Opetaia IBF?
Or something.
no. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You're bringing up all this stuff and it's all speculation. And it's the same thing that what the Haney fans do. You guys speculate everything, and then it doesn't go this way. Oh well, Bill said this. Bill said that. It's like I said, it's
No, I'm a
draining.
fan. I'm a
I
fan of
can't.
both fighters. I'm just
But I
saying.
know, but you're speaking for Bill right now,
I'm
and so I'm here. No, no, let me finish what I'm saying. You're speaking for Bill right now. That's what it sounds like to me. And you're saying that he said this and he said that, and everything he's saying doesn't make sense. It really doesn't, and it hasn't made sense in the past. It
You're
don't
right,
make sense
Willie.
about. It just doesn't make sense. And like you're saying that he had to fight left on the deal with Turkey, but he signed to the zone, but the deal with Turkey still stands.
Let me
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But here's the
I
say,
mean,
thing:
say,
Bill
let me
Turkey
say,
didn't
let me
say
pays
say
the
that
this.
was
money up
when
front.
asked about it. I told you I heard
Turkey
him
pays
somebody
the money
asked
up
about
front.
it.
Just my stuff
Rich was
messed up.
good.
No, all I want to say this before my shit get messed up, right? If you was up here or if you was on any other panel 2, 3 months screaming out that Devin Haney was gonna go to Zuffa, Now all of a sudden you switching around saying Devin Haney, all this stuff is for the zone. You lying, man. Because if you was on a panel 2 months ago screaming out that $100 million deal was with Zuffa, now all of a sudden you saying it's with the zone. You lying. You lying your ass off, man. And that's
Mm-hmm.
just
But it's
that's just
not. But Rich,
All right, let me.
it's like running water. It's like running water. This happens consistently. Hello.
Yeah, we here. We still here.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
y'all can hear me?
Everybody,
Like
right,
Rich,
but
this
nah,
happens.
Rich, it's facts. What you saying? Fan
Hey,
facts.
hey,
It's a
hey, hey,
fact.
hey, hey, I was about to say, I just came from your town, man, New Brunswick, man.
Ah,
Just
shout out to you, man. You was in my
I
neck
was
of the
down
woods.
there at a station called Smith off of Smith Street, Albert Street, some stuff like that. I had
Yeah,
to drop some people off down there, man, off the 9A, off New Jersey Turnpike, 9A, something like that.
word,
I was
man.
just
Shout
down
out to
your
you,
area.
Rich, man.
All right,
You
all
got
right.
my neck of the woods, man. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody, man. We got a couple more things we gonna get to for sure. But
Oh yeah,
look,
get to it.
we rooting for Devin. You know what I'm saying? We just want clear news that we could use. That's all I've been maintaining. And a lot of my energy and time be spent shooting down a lot of misinformation and narratives that they be pushing because they don't got to do that to promote, but I don't think they know no other way. I think they gonna see it through. They gonna ride that train till the wheels fall off. Whatever it takes to keep Devin Haney name going, whether it's true or not, whether they being dishonest, tricking the people, manipulate, they don't care. They'll do it. And that's the only thing I don't like. Cause I think a fighter that good, it's too much substance there that needs cheap ass
They don't
tactics.
need to do it. They don't need to
No,
do it.
I
Really good
remember what
boxing
we were
match.
talking about before you left. You was talking about the co-promotion with DHP. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
But they're all under the same banner, so it's gonna be co-promotions, Matchroom, PBC, Top Rank, and what's
Yeah.
the other one?
Yeah. You
Sailor.
got Golden Boy, Top Rank,
Yeah, it's they're
PBC.
all under the zone, so they won't they're gonna be forced to have a co-promotion.
Yeah, that they ain't that it's forced, but that's just the way the cookie gonna crumble. That's cool. That's never in question. But my question was co-promoting, or my statement was co-promoting and actually structuring and putting on an event is different. And that's what DHP has confused and manipulating people into thinking that they're in position to do that. And that's why people keep saying they frauds or they not the bosses that they portray to be, because when faced with a situation to prove said boss status, it's always some BS. So, and then
That gets
people
proved
justify,
now.
well, real bosses don't use their money; they use other people's money. We get that, but they got to stop running around telling people that, hey, man, DHP does this, DHP has that. We're not knocking DHP, but stop lying to the people. It's just obvious. Like, you got 33 fights. How many of them fights have DHP structured the event and put a card on, right? The one fighter that
That's
you
what I'm
did
saying.
have, I don't know if you had more than one, but the fighter that you did have, Mark Jones, where is he at? With Matchroom now?
Yeah, he's with
Bro,
Matchroom.
you know what I'm saying?
But my thing is
That's
this:
what
once
that's
you're a
what I'm
And
saying.
promotional company and you
Fat
have no
TJ.
deal, everybody gets stalled out. When Top
Mm-hmm.
Rank left ESPN, they did not have any fights. When PBC left Showtime, they had no fight. So when Devin has no deal with no promotional company, he's not gonna have any fights.
Well, but if somebody
Is that
pays
not
for
true?
like
Is that
hold
not
on,
true?
but Top Rank.
Yeah,
Let me
but you're
finish. Let me
making
finish.
my point though. The only doing is making my point.
Yes.
Without him having a promotional company, right? You saying he's not going to have no fights, which is why the promoting with Shakur Stevenson was smoking mirrors because neither one of them had a home at the time. This is what I was saying.
There
And
we
if
go. There we
anybody was
go.
bullshitting or fucking up the fight, it would have been Team Haney because they the ones that turned down their Zuffa deal, according to what Bill said, and took less money because the zone got more fighters. That's what he said. Instead of going where he told everybody had the money for the fight, that shit proves my point. Deals get announced and then fights will get announced, right? The only reason that Keyshawn shit, that was the exception, right? Because Top Rank bid on the fight, so you know where that fight was headed at. You already know, but it didn't come to fruition. And then now, you know, this guy has a deal in place, and where is he going? Down the list. Go to Lynn Parrow, that would be a DAZN fight. Go to Jack Catterall, another DAZN fight. This shit makes sense now. Now it makes sense for you to actually negotiate in good faith. Stop running around talking about you negotiating with no fucking network and deal behind you. That's what I was saying, because without that, what are you negotiating? What's the money? Because it ain't DHP putting it up. That's why I said, man, I've learned so much in the time that I've been here in this space. And when you really start breaking this shit down, you'll get a little annoyed with how people believe such silly things that just not possible in boxing. These dudes will lie to you, confuse you, have you thinking some shit going on that it's not. You get me? They want you to believe that Shakur Stevenson really avoided a fight with somebody, but he went to the people. It should just I can't stress that enough. I don't understand how people brains work.
I believe that you won't get a
Shakur went to the zone while Bill Haney was saying it's Zuffa that got the money. They would have said he ducked. 100% they would have said that. And I don't even want to hear the duck shit. I just want to hear people talk real boxing, real business. Devin made a business decision by not accepting the Zuffa deal. I don't think it's as simple as ducking, but by y'all logic, that's exactly what a fucking duck is, going away from the fight. So I let it be what it is. At the end of the day, I've been said it. He was never fighting Shakur. They was just going to clout chase his name and paint him as a duck when the fight don't happen. I was 1,000,000% right about that. Keyshawn Davis didn't take the fight. They got that off with the purse, but it stood on business. Then you moved to Liam Parrow. Now they saying he's ducking. Now you have Jack Catterall. Fight him, and I'm cool. Fight who you want to fight, fam. I don't care. I just know I can break down this shit the way I need to break it down. I ain't got to be a fool because they want you to be. I ain't no dummy for Bill Haney. I rock with him, but he said a lot of shit that don't be he don't be being honest about a lot of shit. And I don't have no problem.
I feel like Devin is not gonna be able to fight any champion. They're gonna want I say whatever Keyshawn got times 2. That's what I feel like.
When did Devin Haney become this super A side to everybody?
It's not A side. Is they know he's the cash cow. If you want to
No,
fight
no,
at
no, no,
47,
no, 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 no,
he's
no,
the
no,
guy
no,
that's gonna
no.
get you the most
Oh
money.
my lord!
I'm not
This
saying
is what I'm
I'm not
talking.
saying
Josh, this is what I'm talking about. There's always another hurdle. There's always another hurdle right there.
That's not a
He
hurdle.
said, "Dev, the cash cow."
It's
Hell
always
nah,
another hurdle.
that cash
If
cow.
there's only
That
2
cash
guys in
cow.
the
They
division.
said
There-
5 million was too crazy. You know what I mean?
There's only
Allegedly with
there's
Keyshawn.
only
That
there's only
cash
2
cow
guys.
they wasn't gonna pay that dude no 6 million up front to fight Rolly Romero. Like, but I get what you're saying. He's one of the names at the welterweight division. I think he's the
No,
Ryan,
name,
but for him,
but he just don't
Ryan
no,
and
but
bring.
for you
Devin
to
are the
say,
highest
I don't know
pays
if he
in
bring
the
that kind of
division.
money though. I don't know.
but
Ryan
to
and
to
Devin are the
say,
only person that you could get
I
paid
know,
for.
but for you to say, this is like a built-in excuse. For you to say they're gonna want too much money, it's built-in excuse from the jump. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
not
I'll
excuse.
say this:
It's not
when they
excuse.
wanted too much money with Boots, he gave Stanionis more money for the unification and beat his ass. I'm not saying Devin Haney has to do anything Boots did, but it's an option. It's an avenue that he could travel. You can't spend your whole career talking about everybody ducking me and asking for too much money. It's going either you be willing to pay a little bit more to get them in the ring, how Boots did, or you're gonna have to move up to the next weight class. But
Keyshawn got way more than a little bit more, and he
Okay,
still
okay,
took
we're
it.
not talking about
yeah,
Keyshawn.
that's
No,
top
no, we're
rank
talking
though.
about
Top
Keyshawn.
rank took care of Keyshawn because they believed in
Yeah,
him.
yeah, we're not talking about but
But they
we're not
also
talking about
didn't want to give
Keyshawn.
him the flat fee that he was looking for. So it's debatable, man. It's
The
all how you
guarantee
see
is
it.
the
I don't
flat
think
fee.
they
The
mistreated
guarantee
him
is a
though.
flat fee. The guarantee is a flat fee.
Okay,
Nah.
so no,
He
no,
wanted his money up front, bro. He wanted money up front that they wasn't willing to give him. That's why they went to the purse bid. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you that's a fact. That's what the problem was. They gave
He
Devin
turned down
Haney the
3.
flat. They
He
gave
turned
Devin
down
Haney
3.
a flat fee. They didn't give Keyshawn Davis a flat fee. They
The
took
3
care of
was
Devin Haney, and that's what he wanted. Keyshawn wanted a flat fee the same way Devin Haney got. They didn't get
he
it.
turned
He
down the
didn't end
3,
up going to purse bid.
which is the flat.
I hope you heard what I said, man. I hear you, but I'm telling you directly that's what happened. You could keep saying that's the flat fee, but why did he go to purse bid then if that was the case? He didn't get what he was looking for
He thought he was
initially
gonna
up
yeah.
get.
front, period.
He
And that's
thought
why
there
they
was
went to the
gonna be
purse
a
bid.
bid 12 million or higher that he would get more than 3. That's why he thought that.
Yeah, that's a separate conversation. I'm just saying simply, what he wanted, he wasn't able to get, and he thought the purse bid route was the route to go, and he was wrong. It
He
didn't
was
work out for
offered
him.
3, and for him to get 25%, they would need a 12 million bid or higher.
Yeah, that's for him to figure out though. That I'm not questioning that. That's cool. I mean, but that's that he needs to know that because he the one that wanted the money, so he would
But
know. He
he
would
said
need
he
to know
knew
how
that.
much needed to be bid
He
for him to
said
make
he
that.
knew who the highest bidder was gonna be.
Yeah, and it
Well,
was
who
top
know?
rank. Yeah,
It was
he knew
top
it.
rank. He knew that.
He knew
He
it.
knew top rank was gonna be the higher bid.
Yeah,
He just didn't know for how much. And that was the problem.
yeah. That's
No,
the
he
thing.
said he knew
He said
exactly
something
how
about knowing the
much.
numbers,
He
but
said he
I
knew
doubt if
exactly
he
how
knew that.
much. He said he knew exactly how much
He knew
on the
how much
lot.
if he would. Okay.
Yeah, he said it, but I
On
don't
the lot,
believe he
on the
knew
I'm
exactly
not
how much
bugging.
because
On the porch, he
It'll
said
be
I knew
stupid to go
exactly.
through with it.
Yeah, I don't think he knew how much exactly how much it was going to get until it happened. And
Yeah, I
so
know. Yeah.
I don't believe that.
But he said he did. You
Okay.
don't believe it, but he said he did. Which one are you
Yeah, he
taking?
said it, but again,
That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
believe it
You say you
because it
don't
would
believe
be
it,
pointless
but
to
he
go through a purse bid if you just turned down more money and then you knew what the purse bid was going to be and you getting even less
Yeah.
money to
but
go
that
through all
says
Yeah.
a
of that
lot
just
about
to say
him.
no
That
is
says him,
stupid.
not you. That's it.
He could have just dropped out altogether and just said, "Nah, I'm cool. We don't need to go to purse bid. I'm not
But
taking.
that's
I'm
his,
not taking a fight."
but that's his fault.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
logical sense would it make is what I'm saying. And I'm telling you why I
Keyshawn
don't believe it.
operated out
Because
of
it
no
don't make no
logic.
sense to go through with it if you know that you're not going to take a fight. Why waste people time?
He did that to begin with.
I'm
Um,
off this. I'm off it. I ain't just we
I'm
yeah.
finna
not
go.
lying.
I'm not. Yeah.
We chasing
Am
circles,
I
No,
man.
lying?
We
it's just
chasing circles.
more thing after
Yeah,
another.
we
We're
chasing
not saying
circles.
it's lying, but it's just more thing after another. And I just think that
I'm
I
starting to
mean,
think
you
so
believe
too.
what
Shout out
I
to
believe
Devin,
it's
man.
Bill
Keyshawn's
Haney.
word. Keyshawn said, "I know how much it is."
Hey,
Then,
bro, we
then
know
he.
this. We're acknowledging. We hear you. We don't
No, I'm
care
not
what
talking to
he
you. I'm
said.
talking to
We're
the other
telling you
guy. I'm
why
talking
we
to the
don't
other guy.
believe what he
You,
said.
I'm
I don't
talking to the
believe
other
it
guy.
because it's a big waste of time. So I don't give a fuck. Fighters say shit all the time that I don't believe. That particular
All the
instance when he
time.
said, I know the numbers, I know this, I know that. Maybe it was some truth to what he was saying, but all in all, do I think he knew that it was $8.5 million was going to be bid and it was going to be? I don't know if he did. I'm not willing to say I believe all of that because it's a huge waste of time. Furthermore, putting you in a worse position with your promotional company. If you know based off of a fee that you didn't get $3 million that you didn't take, if you know the numbers, then you know it was going to be less than that. So if you didn't take 3, you know you're not taking 2.1. So to have them postpone and then resume it just for you not to take it is a huge waste of time. Is why I don't fully believe he knew all of the numbers. That's just me. If you believe that he did because he said it, that's fine. You're not wrong for that. You believe he said it. So I wouldn't fault you for believing what he said. But all I'm just gonna tell you is why I don't believe it because it don't align with what makes logical sense for me. That's all.
But do
So I'm
you
with you though. I
believe
get it.
after he got that number, he cut all communication with his reps?
Dude,
Nah,
we're done. I'm
that's
done with
not
this.
true.
I'm done with this.
That's not true.
That's
Shout
on
out to
y'all.
Rich,
That's on
man.
y'all.
These Ninja Talking Points come from other channels, man. I appreciate the love. We're
And
gonna
we ain't
get to
never
that
got
in
a
a
box
second.
again.
Hold on, let me pull this
I'm
up.
I
using
already been getting
Keyshawn's
these bet, but
words.
now it's time for you to
It's
get
not
your
like
just.
I'm making up stuff.
No, I can't do this no more. So you got to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it.
Cut all ties with his management.
This is my thing. Your manager
No,
gets you
did
the
he say?
highest
You
deal
said he
possible.
said he cut all ties with his management, right?
No, Dan Raphael. What's his name?
Dan Raphael reported that he cut all ties with his management.
No, when it was time for the extension, they couldn't hear from him. Or the what's the comment that Bob Aaron made recently?
I mean, you talking about it. You should know the comment that you talk about it. I don't
Hold
know
on.
what I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. I just heard you say he cut all ties with his management, but I'll pull something up. Let me find this in my
All right, the
phone real
comment.
quick.
Listen, I'm an old man. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't have no idea. We went and tried to make this fight for him because he shot his mouth off. This is the fight that he wanted. And when we made the fight happen, he doesn't want it. I'm totally perplexed.
Okay,
That's
I'm trying
that's
to
the comment.
understand where you're going with it. What's the point? Bob Arum said he's perplexed that he didn't take the fight.
Yeah, he offered him the biggest money of his career.
Yes. That's a fumble on Keyshawn. Yeah, I heard some of that, but I just don't think it's news. I think Bob was very supportive of the fight and Keyshawn, and they put him in position, so they would be disappointed. You know what I'm saying?
You think he
They
gets
would be
shelved?
disappointed. But
If
I was
He
just
didn't ban
speaking
him. He didn't cut
all
off
the
his
cut ties.
management. That's what you're saying. Yeah, cut ties with his management. That's what we're saying. You think where did you
Yeah,
get
that's
that
what I
from?
was talking
That's
about.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't know about the Bob Arum thing. That's separate.
You think he get shelved though? You think he get shelved?
It's possible,
Maybe.
fam.
Yeah.
That shit
Yeah.
possible. It's
Maybe.
very possible, fam. You can't just turn down fights, and that's a big opportunity. Now you got to think it's a combination of things. You blew weight, you had a little scuffle in the back room, and now this. So these situations can, in fact, put you on the shelf. They can. That's real, fam. It's a real thing. So that's speculation, but I wouldn't be fully surprised. But I'll say this: he got good management, and people know that man got skin in the game. I think that was one of the reasons why he wasn't shelved after the situation, even though people may have thought he was. Like, he got shelved after the little scuffle or whatever, but I beg to differ. You know what I'm saying? I think one of the reasons why he, wasn't in a position to get shelved like that because of who he with. You know what I mean? You got people that got good connections in the game, good relationships. You can keep things pushing, and at the same token, they still possibly believe in this dude. You get me? They still believe in him. We gonna find out, right? Because it could only get worse. You know what I'm saying? If you turning down opportunities, if you costing them money, things like that, squandering opportunities. So you can, but it just remains to be seen how invested they still gonna be in the Keyshawn Davis business. But my thoughts is they still gonna rock with the man. That's what I think. I think they still gonna
Yeah,
rock
I
with
think
him.
I still think they'll rock with him.
I think once he
Hello?
fulfills this contract, he's gone.
Yeah, I think
He's gone. Somebody got some snapping. What is that noise?
Oh, that's me. That's me. That's me. I'm putting up my
What the hell is that?
my umbrella. That's my umbrella.
I'm
I
about
put
to
up
say,
an umbrella.
I don't know. I did hear some talk about him possibly trying to get out of his contract too. So there's that talk too. I don't know how valid it is though. I don't know if that's really the case with him trying to get out of his contract, which is
And
why
Jay
they were
Prince is
saying he
cool
could have
with top
initially
money.
not took that money.
Jay Prince is
Say
cool
it
with top
again.
rank too. I don't know. Jay Prince is
Yeah,
cool
but
with top rank.
Yeah,
Keyshawn is the
had a
wild
good
card. It's
relationship
not it's not
with top
James
rank.
Prince. It's Keyshawn.
Yeah, but who is Keyshawn's management?
Jay Prince.
Exactly. So
But
he got good
but I would
management, got
argue
a
what
good
just
relationship
happened.
with Bob.
I would argue what just happened is more tainting than the other stuff.
Hmm?
You could
I didn't
argue
get
that
that.
with uh not turning down the biggest 3 times the biggest offer that we gave you was worse than missing weight or the weed. For a fight that makes you, if you win, you could your minimum start at $6 million.
Who said that?
No, in my opinion, I said in my opinion,
I,
him turning
I I'm
down
not
this
trying to
fight.
harp on you, but there's a lot of speculation and a lot of guessing, and I just and when especially when it comes to this boxing game, um, Keyshawn fumbled the ball. We can all admit that, but it's more of like what everybody speculate what they should have, and then it turns on a fire like they wasting their time or they're ducking. And I think that's the issue I have with the business of boxing and today's market with this social media. Everybody's ducking everybody, and I'm and
Yeah.
like just do this was the thing I got when you said it's like this word is being overused,
Yeah.
and it's like I didn't you say today Connor Bill somehow ducking Devin? You say something like that? It was something weird.
The
Like Bill, I don't
manager,
know what.
Angel. Jay Prince is not a promoter. He a manager. Why should he have to promote? He gets shit
That's
done. You
they don't.
see how fast Keyshawn got put in position to fight a Devin Haney? He ain't been with him for fights and fights and fights. Couple fights, and look how fast he put him in position. So he don't need to do no promoting. And I don't know where y'all getting these random percentages from, but if y'all ain't see no contract and stuff, I think y'all need to stop talking about how much Jay Prince get, how much Bill Haney get. Why people always worried about how much money Jay Prince get with his fighters? Why y'all don't worry about how much Bill get or
Nah,
anybody
Bill,
else?
Bill ain't
For
getting
that matter.
20%. He
You
getting
don't
less
know
than that.
what Jay get. I don't know what he get, and I don't care because it's not my business. But in terms of people saying he split with his management and stuff like that, I just want y'all to take a look at the
That's it.
screen and see the tweet up there. That is from Mr. Jay Prince himself. You don't know what his
What
contract is, Angel. Shut up. You never
they
seen
just
a
be making? They
Keyshawn
just making up
contract in your
shit.
life, man. You just talking. Looking
It
forward to
is
seeing
making
an
upset.
interview
This is
on Andre
hilarious.
Ward and Zab Judah, brothers that I inspired, and they inspired me. Believe me, nothing has changed with Keyshawn Davis. So stop telling propaganda channels to stop pushing the bullshit until I see him say it or Keyshawn come out and say it. Like, yo, I ain't rocking with him. All this over analyzing if he unfollowed them on social media. I don't believe that dumbass shit. And even if he did, who gives a flying fuck? They got a contract, and until that contract is up, they're gonna be working with each other. Jay Prince ain't did shit wrong. People like, Jay Prince is this and that. Nah, Jay good. Like he doing what he's supposed to be doing. He doing what he's supposed to be doing. And I think you wrong. I don't care what you think, Angel. I know you wrong. You wrong. He gets 30% gang, and I ain't no part of your game, fam. You're not talking to a kid. Not talking to a kid. Jeffrey, eat a dick. Straight like that. And matter of fact, let me pack you up permanently. I don't know why you come back here every single day. So your next comment better be something real. You don't know what Jay Prince get because you haven't seen his contract. Stop speaking on people money. Get that pocket watching shit up out of here. I don't care what you think I am. Straight like that. Y'all just be talking. Y'all being here. It's in the contract. And then you ask them what contract. Now I'm emotional because you can't back up shit you saying. You just typing. I don't. This is not the channel to type shit without no substance. You get what I'm saying? Straight like that. That's what y'all do. 30% this, 30% that. You don't know shit about what Jay Prince doing. Jay Prince.
No,
All right,
hey,
man.
just do. It's
Uber for
just
a
do.
little while, fam. Your next comment getting you blocked, fam. I ain't with none of that dumb shit. What's good with it?
Just do. It's on the internet that mob ties or Jay Prince get 30%. But I think that's for certain. I think that's a sign bonus. I mean, a sign on to get it. Not
Yeah,
only for
they
certain
won't
fighters.
post. Yeah, they
It's not
won't
for
post the
every fighter.
contract between Keyshawn and Jay Prince to know what he getting. They
Yeah,
just
it's not like
speculate.
that for you. And just do. The other day, I heard these take a maniac said that they're going to write a petition to Mason to get out of the contract with Jay Prince because he's messing up his career.
He got Abdullah Mason as the youngest world champion in boxing, but somehow he messing up people's careers. Shakur, the fastest 4 division champion in terms of number of fights. Keyshawn had 15 fights already, was a world champion by 13 fights, and that was before Jay. But then he got put right in position to be right there to fight Devin Haney. Jay Prince did well by Andre Ward. He did well by, what was it? Zab he talked about. You got Floyd. You got countless people that he worked with. He didn't do none of them wrong, but he doing Keyshawn and Shakur wrong.
But
He's
the
he's
Floyd
pimping
and
people out.
James Prince
I'm not
business
angry. You
situation,
just a
they got
little
bad.
kid, man.
It
You
got
think I'm
bad.
angry because you don't listen to my channel.
Hold on. What did you just say?
Annoyed though. Y'all are annoying because y'all like kids, and I gotta start ignoring y'all.
Hold on. Did you say Jay Prince? Hold on. You say Jay Prince and the relationship went bad. How do
No,
you know that?
the Floyd and James Prince business relationship, it got bad at the end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but do you know why?
Floyd.
Do you know why? Do you know
You can
why?
speak. I'm listening.
Yeah, he tried to cut him out of some money. And it led to a certain TMT member getting kidnapped.
Yeah, and a
Try to
bat
cut him out.
and
It
blood on the wall
wasn't
and
Jay
all of that.
doing him dirty. It was Floyd trying not to pay that man, and he made sure
But
he
he
got that
but
bread.
but he sent some people to rectify it. That's what I'm saying. It got bad.
No, but see,
Yeah,
this is
no,
what
he
this is.
got his bread. Just know
It
that
got bad
somebody
though.
got
It
snatched
got
from. I
bad.
don't even want to say too much because I don't know how much people know, but somebody
I know
got
that he don't
snatched
know the
up and that
story.
man got paid. Just know that.
He don't know the story. That's why he don't agree with us. But it got bad.
Yeah, yeah.
It got bad. Yeah, it got bad.
He don't know the
But
story.
Floyd
He
got,
don't know the
but
story.
Floyd
You
got
don't know the
issues.
story. Yeah, you don't know the story. That's why.
Yeah, Floyd got some issues going. Floyd always seemed like he had some issues going on during his whole
Jay
career.
Prince,
So
you
we
feel
don't know
like
how
you're
that
another
went.
Don King. All right,
Nah, you don't know the story. Me and
time
him
to
know the
call him an
story, so
Uber.
we could. But
Time
you
to
don't
call
know
the
it.
little kids an Uber, man. Let me let you go, fam. Let me let you go. 24 hours ought to do it. That'll cool y'all. Maybe you come back and talk some real boxing next time. I'll see you tomorrow. Or if you create a fake account. I'm tired of people with the misinformation. And I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna speak on it because this is a real boxing channel over here. I don't like a bunch of random like chatty patty, girly mouth, gossipy shit. Like we don't be sitting up just putting jackets on people irresponsibly because it's a chat and I could type. Well, I don't want to see that type of weak shit over here. We building something real over here. Have something real that offer to the conversation. Because if Jay Prince was in your presence, you wouldn't be talking about him pimping nobody. You know, yeah, I just blocked him. You wouldn't be talking about pimping nobody. You wouldn't be talking about how he doing this one and that one wrong. The man, y'all ever ask yourself why he been in business, why he been in the sport this long involved? Like why he's been successful. He's done right by a lot of guys. The only people that you hear raw saying anything wrong are people that are haters of a Shakur or Keyshawn. Now all of a sudden he
Exactly.
Keyshawn, but he's the first one telling you dumbasses that nothing has changed with Keyshawn Davis. Because he know the rumors, and that's probably as much as he going, you know, respond to it. Because he hear y'all divisive as hell. Y'all crabs in a fucking barrel. Now y'all want Abdullah Mason to rid himself of Jay Prince. Like, bro, you don't understand. That's probably why he's the youngest world champion in boxing, you dummies. He put people in position, not just him. Look how fast Keyshawn got put in position. And he letting y'all know, even with him not taking a fight, which I think is the end of us. Nah, he's entitled to it. You still support your guy. Y'all, see, y'all some suckers. And y'all used to like fake shit. So when something don't go according to plan, you like, yeah, their relationship bad. Yeah, he unfollowed Jay Prince on social media. Yeah, he's not responding to him no more. And Jay Prince come and tell y'all this. Shut up. Y'all ain't hear Keyshawn say nothing bad about Jay. It's not his fault. All he did was do his job. He put his guy in position. Tego, my dog, what's good with it? Shout out to Tim Lee. Yeah, I had to pack him up. From now on, I'm just doing that. I'm gonna stop giving people energy.
If Key said anything bad about James, the same thing that happened with Floyd probably would have happened to Key.
Tim Layton
That's
was
a
good
fact.
with it.
That's a fact.
So all that weird ass, he pimping this one, and y'all listening to them propaganda channels that don't have shit good to say about Keyshawn and Shakur because they some hoes. They ain't really here for boxing, so they tear boxing down. They pocket watch. They talk what they don't know, and they very divisive. Somebody was telling me how Keyshawn and Shakur is falling out with Jay Prince behind the scenes, and they not happy with this. And I'm trying to tell them all that stuff is malarkey. It make me use that word, malarkey, horse shit, man.
Malarkey.
Like the man is in position. That gym is centered around Shakur. You let my guy behind the hands, he'll tell you, man, they probably don't adjust the thermostat without letting Core know. All y'all do is cause division, man. Y'all some crabs in a barrel. Jay Prince robbing everybody but Abdullah Mason because y'all love Abdullah Mason, so he's going to do right by him. But at the same token, Jay, he need to get away from him. I don't respect none of y'all that's speaking what you don't know. Y'all listening to weak-ass channels that don't stand for nothing, where all them dudes, if they was in the presence of this man, they'd probably want to fucking interview or autograph or some shit. Real talk. Or they'd talk with the utmost respect if they spoke to him, but because there's no accountability on the live stream and there ain't no chance in hell Jay Prince give a damn about what you're saying about him. So you'll just say a bunch of shit that ain't true. I don't respect none of y'all that do that. Boxing, y'all be fucking boxing up with y'all narrative-driven, agenda-based propaganda channels pushing all that bullshit. Man, y'all some weirdos. You talking about a successful man, and any successful man, every relationship with everybody he work with ain't gonna be perfect. That's business. That's life. But overall, you hear way more good than you hear bad. I don't hear the shit ton of boxers coming out the woodworks like, yeah, man, he fucked us over, man. He was robbing us. You ever hear Shakur speak about that? No. All he do is talk about how you respect him, how you put him on the other shit, life after boxing, how to get his family straight. I can go on a whole fucking rant about how he putting that man in position and making sure that he's good. Y'all don't have no idea. Y'all just talking what you don't know. That's what gets me annoyed. So it ain't about being emotional. It's about being real. It's passion, motherfucker. If you don't like passion, don't ever listen to me. I love building boxing up, and I hate seeing people destroy it, talking what they don't know. So I ain't got to speculate. I'm going to say what the man said. This is what he typed. And I assume it's because people are running their mouths. That's why he added that in there. Yeah, we know this shit happened with Keyshawn. Okay, I'm still rocking with him. We supposed to abandon Keyshawn Davis because he ain't take a fight? Jay Prince supposed to be what he's supposed to. You really think right now they should be beefing? Man, it's business. Man, it's boxing. On to the next. Remember, he wanted to promote DB3, and he's still rocking with him. So shout out to Jay, man. I know it was some talk about them, you know, unfollowing them and all that. They pieced a little post together and showed how he unfollowed. Man, I don't care about that goofy shit. Who cares, man? You see people not following people all the time. That shit, social media is not real life, bro. I've seen people get on social media and pretend to be somebody that they not. I've seen people fake it till they make it on there. That shit is not real life. That shit is entertainment and or money, depending on how you use it. the shit behind the scenes is real life. Them people rocking with each other and him still being an advocate for Keyshawn is the only thing that mattered to me, fam. Like, you could tell how people not loyal at all in real life because they expect soon as something goes maybe not according to plan, then it's like, yeah, man, see, him and Keyshawn beefing. Yeah, I heard him and Shakur. I heard Shakur and Keyshawn not really getting along either because they ain't cool with how the shit happened with Jay Prince and kids. Like, bro, shut up, man. I don't care about all that chatty patty ass girly shit. Now let's keep rolling, man. But this was something Keyshawn posted online. You know what I'm saying? He was saying he's waiting on his turn. He was saying time will tell. People was treating this like he having some type of breakdown. Nah, he just speaking like, look, I made a decision. It probably wasn't the best. I'm waiting on my next turn. What's wrong with that? That's real. Look, I ain't taking this fight. Y'all seen him working out, still look like he's staying in shape. I didn't take the fight. I'm waiting on my next turn. Only time to tell what's next for me. They don't know right now. You got to think. I think a lot of time and energy was vested in making sure that the Devin Haney fight was happening. Didn't I tell y'all Bob Arum being on board from the start was a very positive sign that this fight could happen. That's why when he came out and made the statement, I don't think he exposing Keyshawn Davis. I don't think that's his plan. I don't think that's his objective. He told you that could be one of the best fight. That's one of the best fighters in the world. He could be like the next Sugar Ray Leonard type, right? But Bob is old. He don't got to cut no corners. He like, bro, I'm confused. Like, why didn't he take this fight? This is the fight he said he wanted. Got him some good money, more money than he's ever made in his career. How is that exposing him? He telling us what we already know. It's not exposing them. Y'all just got a low level of comprehension. Y'all turn everything to like some narrative driven shit. Yeah, oh shit, he exposes the hell out of Keyshawn. No, he didn't. Tell us one thing that Bob said that we already didn't fucking know before he opened his mouth. We know he didn't take the fight. We knew what the money was. We knew what the offer was, right? We knew it. We knew Bob Arum was on board, but he's confused as to why. The same way we are, fam. You know, you like, damn, y'all, but I thought he was gonna take it. So he got the right to speak on it. You know what I'm saying? I just wish Keyshawn to come out and make his own statement. Hey, look, man,
he's never gonna speak on it. I think he's gonna spin
I doubt it too. But I gamble.
He's gonna spin it to some religion or some mental health stuff. That's what he's gonna do.
I don't think he's doing that.
He's gonna do it.
I just think he's pushing ahead. He doing it now. He waiting on his turn. My next turn. Only time to tell. And he back posting. He was working out. So
yeah, but you can't call out ducks in the
How do you know this?
Take it down.
How do you know this? You're just making up stuff.
Yeah, they tell he took it to the mental health thing, huh? You say he gonna do some.
Yeah, he's just making up shit now.
I don't know when he be doing this stuff the way people be saying though.
Last time
like
he missed
mental
weight,
health is not something that's just one episode and it go away. It's like, I don't know. It's either you understand it or you don't. But I don't think this had anything to do with mental health. I think he made a business decision and it turned out to be, in hindsight, or should I say right now, for us from the outside looking in, it looks like the wrong move. But I gotta say this for conversation purposes. When all those offers got sent to Brian Norman Jr. and he didn't take them, they say he was dumb. He gonna fight on a female's undercard. He'll never make that money. He gonna lose his next fight. They were saying all that shit. He went and won his next fight. Then he got in the ring with Devin Haney, right? And made the most money he ever made in his career. So we don't know what really compare it to Keyshawn. Short-sighted, that's the biggest and best opportunity for you. There's no doubt. It's a blown opportunity. I ain't into all that duck shit. Because again, if you saying he ducked for not accepting money, he felt like he should have got more, then Devin is a duck for not accepting a Rolly offer. Because he should have got more of a guarantee.
Did he get 1.2 for Jermaine Ortiz, or that was what he was close to what he was supposed to get, or something like that?
Hey, shout out to Dante's Boxing Talk. My dog, he said Haney got to come off that money. I mean, if he's saying everybody is ducking him because of money, he's gonna have to. He just thought he would get more money for Devin. That's all. Possibly, Tori.
Yeah, possibly. But he's over. He got overpaid. Not overpaid, but whatever he got 3 times as much. So that's still more. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look. I can't say it's bad money.
That's hard to say.
Outside looking in, it sound like a good situation.
Everybody's looking at Devin like, when I fight you, this is the biggest pay of my career. And when you get offered, you're getting 2 and 3 times the amount, and you still say no.
Yeah,
it's always gonna look like that.
When you're looking at the overall whole number, he's not taking home 3.1 million. So I get it. Like when people say the 6 million this and the 3 million that, and he should have took I hate to get into all of that, but y'all know it's a lot of tax shit that you're not gonna take nowhere near 3.1 million home. So I know from the outside looking in, it sounds perfect because it's more than you ever got. Your biggest payday was over $1 million or something like that. I get it. From the outside looking in, it seemed like there's no reason in the world to say no. But when you
Yeah,
start
but
seeing
he didn't
how
have
the
a
taxes
problem
start getting
taking
up, and you think about
500
the
or
risk you're
700
taking.
from Albright and taking away fees. So why not do it with the 3?
Different tax bracket, fam. When you talking about as much money, you think he got as much money for Albright as he get for Devin? It's kind of obvious. The tax is gonna be way different. Just like they tell you, the taxes once you hit $1 million is different. Right now, think about 3 of them. They're gonna tax the hell out of you. So I don't even
And
want to get into all that. Ultimately, he just
you gonna
deemed it
write
not
off a
enough.
bunch of it. You
I
gonna
can't
write
tell
off your
him.
coach's fee. You gonna
Yeah,
write
I
off your
can't tell him what to
traveling
fight
fee.
for and what
You
not
gonna
to
write
fight
off.
for, but
You,
I'm good with it. Yopsticks was good with it. It's we move on. We move on. He wanted the money up front. He didn't want to risk the upside. That's what else I forgot to say. He wanted it up front. Like I said, when I was talking about a flat fee, they wasn't willing to do that. They did it for Devin Haney. They took care of him. Both guys stood to make more than what was being reported too, from what I understand. But again, he took a gamble and it didn't work out in his favor this particular time. Now he just got to eat it, take the criticism on the shoulder, and just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. Your career ain't over. You got 15 fights. Move on to the next set of
Corey
business.
D, I definitely disagree with you.
He should get the money because he definitely gonna be the one selling the fight.
I disagree with you on that. I disagree with you on that.
I'll say this: he could explore the possibility of paying the same way Boots did, but in this case, that's not a unification.
But guess
But
what?
you could
He didn't
take
want
that
to
train
speak
of
to
thought
Bill
with a
anyway,
Farrell
so that
fight
wasn't
or
gonna happen.
whoever
He didn't
else
want to
is.
speak to Bill.
Yeah, man. Taxes are commensurate with the earnings and percentages. Yeah, I don't even want to get into the whole tax thing. Don't get me to breaking it down.
Just you agree with me or no?
What you say?
The option for Devin to give him an extra 500,000 wasn't on the table because he didn't want to speak to Bill.
Because who didn't want to speak to Bill?
Keyshawn.
So hold on. So you think
Keyshawn went on live and says, get the F on. You
yeah,
remember that?
but he's not the fighter. Like, why the fuck would
And
he
then
want to
and
keep
then
going lip wrestling with
the
Bill,
coach went
man?
on Mill City and said, why didn't you split some of that bread up? But if Key's not gonna speak to him, that would have never happened.
Yo,
You get what I'm
Dude, do
who do
you
saying?
you
really
think is
believe
gonna be
that?
if 500,000 is given up out of somebody's purse? Who do you think the conversation is gonna be between Bill Haney and Keyshawn, or Keyshawn and Devin?
The manager.
The
Because the
manager.
manager got to okay it.
So if the fighter don't okay it, what the manager gonna do? So you telling me Bill discusses the percentage or what would come out of Haney's purse? It wouldn't be Haney getting on there with
If Key
Keyshawn.
gets an
It's gonna be
offer,
Bill telling
it's
him,
gonna
yeah, we're
go
gonna
from
give you an
top
extra
rank to his
500,000.
manager to Key. If Devin
Dude,
gets the
when did
offer,
this is the thing about this Bill Haney?
Yeah.
Bill, why you gotta try to negotiate shit over the fucking internet? It doesn't work like that. It's just hearsay. You came up with this whole
So
big old
y'all be
narrative
impressed
about.
by the
I
internet,
swear to
man.
God, you gotta be on some
Wait,
bullshit.
when Key gets
yo,
an offer, it goes from top rank to Jay Prince, and then it
But
goes to
how do
him.
you? But no,
exactly. Not the fighter, from one
but
fighter
not
to
the
the
fighter.
manager, man.
You say Keyshawn don't want to talk to him. Keyshawn don't have to talk to Bill. It's through his manager.
He
What the
said it. He
fuck?
said, Bill, what the fuck I'm talking to you for? I'm talking to the people, the networks, the people with the money. You
But
think
that cuts
Bill
off any
negotiates Devin
communication to
Haney's
even
fight
get
by
more money.
talking directly to the fighter?
Keyshawn don't have to talk to Bill. Where you gotta get this shit from? Keyshawn don't have to talk to
Bro,
Bill.
man.
I swear to God, you gotta be on
You
listen. Why
think
would you listen to something like that?
Stan Jonas had to talk to somebody on Boots' team like to get paid the extra money, or you think Boots made sure he got paid what he was looking for? What did Boots say? Boots say he wanted more money and I gave it to him. It's not up for Boots management to negotiate if he wants to get more money out his purse. That's gonna come from the fighter. It's gonna be okay from the fighter now. Yeah,
Who's
maybe
Boots'
Bill might
manager?
relay the information, but it's the okay is gonna come from the fighter, not Bill.
Who's Boots' manager?
I don't know who the fuck Boots' manager is. It was Cameron Duncan. I don't know who his manager, who
Cameron
Boots'
Duncan
manager is
passed.
after Cameron Duncan passed, because that's who
Yeah.
was managing him for the longest. I don't know who his manager is after that. I never even looked into it because it never really mattered. Never really mattered. But the only reason Bill come up is because everybody know how much he talk and he's Devin's manager. But who the hell is Is it gonna be you? Did you hear anybody speaking for Boots talking about Boots spoke up for himself? That's the
But
problem too.
that's the
Devin Haney needs
difference.
to speak for
Bill's the
himself.
only
Everybody needs to stop
transparent
speaking for that
parent
man.
manager in boxing. There's not a lot of
Right.
you know.
You really
You see what I'm
said
saying?
that? You just said Bill's the only transparent manager in boxing.
No
Yeah, you can have
managers
that
come out and
one. Why would Bill talk to Keyshawn and not Keyshawn's manager?
no,
Facts,
I'm talking
gentlemen.
about in general. There's no managers
Who
who
said he
publicly
didn't get
come
the
out
extra
and
500,000 because he wasn't willing to talk to Bill? You
you
believe
cut
that's
That
how
out.
is
Bill?
amazing. That's an amazing thing I heard. That's the best one of the
You don't
day
have to
right
keep
there.
proving. It's all good. It's all love, man. It is what it is. But
It's all love, yeah, but that's a
yeah,
tough one. That's a
this
good one.
is a good bill, man. I got a couple more things I'm gonna touch on before we get out of here,
You
man.
don't
Hey,
think he's
I'm about to get out of
transparent?
here.
You don't think he's
Yo,
No, I'm
transparent?
not going to talk about this no more. Hey, Jess, I'm out of here. Have a
yeah,
blessed
you already
Saturday,
know,
man.
big dog. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, man.
All right,
Salute to you.
Yes. Salute.
Nebo.
Salute, man. I'm not. I'm
Shout
gonna
out
try to
to you.
cut you off and get on you, man. It's just when it comes to
I
Bill
just want
Haney,
to
man.
ask a question.
I have a lot of questions when it comes to Bill Haney. I don't believe anything he says. To
Because
be
he
honest
say
with
too
you,
much. He
You
say a
don't
he
believe
lot.
says too much.
anything or
Bill
some?
Haney, the new Don
I know.
King.
I don't believe a lot. I don't believe anything until it happens. To be honest with you, maybe that's just me, but I don't believe anything until it happens with him.
The
Literally.
Jimmy Hart story did more like Jimmy Hart. He ain't no Don King. Don King did some good in boxing. He did some bad, but he did some
Yeah,
good
yeah,
too.
yeah.
Like let Zab
Bill
tell
Haney
you,
would be Don King.
yeah, Zab. Yeah,
Nah, but
I think that's
Don
giving
is
him
known
too
for
much.
doing
I think
bad.
Bill is
Don
Bill.
is known for doing bad.
Oh my God! You can't. You're not blaming. You're not comparing Bill and Don King. Don't do that. Don't
No,
do
I'm
that.
I'll
saying
say
he
this,
said
man. You hear the
'Cause
stories, the bad
Don King has
stories,
some
Don
nice cards.
but
he
Don King has some of the
steals
best
money.
cards
ain't
ever.
bad, man. You
He
heard
steals
Zab
money.
Judah. Just
He
tell the
steals money.
story.
Come on, man. He steals
Zab Judah,
money.
hold on, bro.
That's
You just be
bad.
talking while I be talking. You be just talking right over me. I be talking. You just keep talking. Don King has done bad just like anybody else. All promoters have done something that they done bad, right? They all done bad. But you heard a more recent story with Zab Judah and Andre Ward talk sitting down, right? He said he's made the most money he ever made with Don King. He don't got nothing bad to say about him. But I will say this. Outside of a couple isolated incidents, the people that I hear speak the worst on Don King are people that never done business with him. And then we will say all the shit he did, but when we start to, if I tell somebody, well, list all the people that he fucked over, it's not gonna be as long a conversation as you think. Yeah, I ain't saying I'm not sitting here being no advocate saying he ain't do no messed up shit, but sometimes that's the only thing we highlight. I like to highlight the whole story. Yeah, some good and some bad. I heard some snake shit about him. I heard him doing some foul shit, but I've also heard him looking out. I've also heard him putting people in position, right? You just hear a number of different things. I heard the money shit, getting people for money. Yeah, I heard that shit. But we also watched it with other people too. We seen it shit. What was Samson just doing with the De Los Santos shit? Telling him what? He was shorting him a couple 100,000. Told him, you know what I'm saying? He told him the money was something totally different. Then when De Los Santos found out, what he do? Fired him. Dudes do this shit all the time. You hear, but with ours, we're intensify. Yeah, Don King's the worst. So I don't know. Corin Riles official. Who's pushing that? Mag 7, bro. I'm gonna say this. That shit is possible because they on the same side. We just seen a fake negotiation go on with Devin and Shakur. That's what Shakur got to go through. He just got to fight who want to fight him. And Ryo is somebody that want to fight. Shock fighting, I think Navarrete, I believe, at 130. That's not gonna happen. Gary Antoine Russell was talked about fighting Pitbull. That's not happening. I think Pitbull got a fight announced. I'm gonna go look that up when I leave, when I jump off. So if he fight Ryo, so be it. Ryo coming off the biggest win over De Los Santos in a rematch, a guy that gave Shakur a tough fight in the eyes of some people. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? If he fight him, he fight him. But as far as my guy, shout out to ETB, he reached out to him and he asked him, about that fight. Shakur said cat. So the only people I see pushing that he's fighting him are Devin Pro Haney channels and people that probably don't like Shakur that much. That's what I'm saying. That's how I see it. Cause I'm seeing people say his team is in talks trying to make the fight now, but he's saying something totally different. That's why I gotta get the date. I'm a DM Cork too when I get back off here. See when he want to come back up. You know what I mean? So I can have a conversation with him. I ask him directly about it. Again, I mean not again, but I'll ask him about it for conversation purposes. But he called cat. The only people I see pushing it are Pro Haney channels and people that they're reporting the from that channel, or I don't even know if it's a channel, it's a website or something, World Boxing News or something like that. They post a lot of misinformation, and people are just, if it's something that they want to push, they'll use them as a reference point. But in reality, if you go through a lot of their day-to-day posts, they post a lot of rhetoric, misinformation. They post a lot of disgusting articles on Wilder. Like they do a lot of weird things, bro. They do a lot of weird stuff. Man. It's really weird what they do. I mean, everybody hit that like button, man, as we keep on rolling. But we'll see what materializes out of all this Devin stuff, man. If he fight who he need to fight, I don't care. Don put on great cards. Yeah, he did cut. He wasn't all bad.
He's not gonna fight Paro. He's not gonna fight Paro.
I mean, they already said Paro duck, so on to Catterall.
Paro's highest payday is $403,000. If he turns down $3 million, like what are we doing?
Yeah, but I doubt if he get offered $3 million.
He has the belt.
That shit don't matter. Ain't the end all be all. Like that. I
feel like
somebody still got one.
I feel like whoever Devin fight is probably gonna start off with $2 million, and he's only gonna fight former or current champions.
I mean,
that's what he's gonna plan on doing.
Let him cross the bridge when they get there. We'll see. But I mean, if it's a unification or if it's a situation where you feel like they're asking for too much money, you got to start exploring the possibility or the option to pay a little more to get guys in the ring. I'm not saying you have to do it, but it's something you might need to consider, or just move up. Because I mean,
but he's already doing that.
Be inactive.
$3 million offer on $400,000 is already doing that.
Inactive. You could be inactive. You could, if it's people still asking for too much money, because that's what was just said about Lynn Parrow. So if they pricing themselves out and you're not willing to give up a little bit more, then you're gonna either be inactive on the sideline, or you can move up the next division, and that should kill an issue for you. Boxing ain't no sad place, man. Boxing, we just seen MSG be sold out some months ago. Boxing is not in a bad place. Boxing is in a good space, but when you look at the glass half empty, you're going to say stuff like that. But it's a lot of good boxing. It's just what y'all choose to focus on. It's a lot of great boxing happening. Boxing is still thriving, man, but we just got to know how to take the good with the bad, or the bad with the good too. And right now, you got a lot of misinformation being spread from Team Haney. Every time you turn around. Shit is crazy, man. Shit is crazy. Like they create narratives that's not there to try to make this guy look like something. But BR, they saying due to excessive economic demands from the Australian folks that the Parrow fighters fell out, and that they serious negotiations with Jack Catterall. Jack Catterall's team since made a statement. They saying they agreed to the fight, the date, the location, and everything. So if the fight don't happen, it's not on Jack. It's on Devin Haney team. That's what he's saying. But
that lets you know Paro's team is on BS. They on BS.
Parrow versus Haney at 47. I don't know. They already saying he a duck. Already look up the Haney channels, fam. Go type it in your YouTube search and see it. They'll tell you. But
because Paro's gonna lose it for less.
Let me make sure.
He's gonna lose it for less.
Last two, that Frank Martin joint, and yeah. All right, so this was a popular topic. I meant to cover this a little bit early, but we don't do it when we do it. Shout out to Showbizz, man. He be doing his thing. There's no doubt he do his thing. I don't care what people talking points is. We all got our own talking points. He do what he do, and he do his thing. But more recently, he had a take on Shakur Stevenson that kind of went viral. Everybody was talking about it. They was talking about how Showbizz is exposing Shakur, the war room, and you see all the videos of Showbizz. He said this, and the video I was playing where he was saying Shakur want to fight wherever his op is not best at, and a lot of people, they took that and ran with it. They're like, yeah, man, that's true. He exposing Shakur, and look, that's his take. I understood where he was going with the take. Is it in line with how I see it? No, because he left all context out of it. You know what I'm saying? In the same context he left out of that take was the same context that Shakur included when they sat down and talked to each other. So I think this is one of the clips where people was talking about him exposing him or whatever the case may be. And I don't think he exposed him. I just think he gave a hot take, man. It's popular to talk about Shakur.
Shakur said, I can go to 140
or one.
There you go. Like, look, you know you a bad man, bro. When they digging up tweets from 4 or 5 years ago, Pablo was good. Just to say what you said 4 or 5 years ago is diabolical. That's like saying if you said anything 4 or 5 years ago, you can't change your mind. You got to do it. That's fucking ridiculous. 2021, he talked about going to 140, 147. A lot of people think I'm little, but I'm not. And I know he be saying he a little guy. So they're like, he's contradicting himself. What he's saying is they think he's too little for the weight class, but he ain't. I don't think he's too little for the weight class, but I don't think he's a big guy either. You know what I'm saying? But this is what they did. They put up a tweet from 4 or 5 years ago.
This is back in 2021. Shakur said, I can go to 140 or 147. A lot of people think I'm little, but I'm not. I don't even know if I can say anything. Is there anything else? Is there anything to say? Why can't I say in the super chat? I don't know. Man, hey, bro. That right there was 5 years ago. You were big enough to be 147 5 years ago, dog. Now I'm small. 5 years ago, you were. How does that work?
Okay. That was the little clip. And you know, the other one he was talking about, you know, he want to go wherever his ops ain't at and blah, blah, blah. Well, furthermore, that clip we was talking about the ops. This is what Shakur said. And when he talked to him about all those fights that he mentioned in that video, and then I'm gonna play you another video of Devin. See, he on the Devin Haney train now, but I'm gonna remind y'all, because you know, I'm the clip king. I'm gonna take y'all down memory lane where he was saying Devin Haney's brand is shit and calling him a weight bully. Y'all must have forgot. Now he's making it seem like Shakur Stevenson is making it seem like he's too small for a weight class, but you're calling Devin Haney a weight bully. So he was a weight bully not too long ago, but now it's something different. Now you're on the Devin Haney bandwagon and everybody's ducking him. That's why I say some guys blow where the narrative go. If it's popular to big up Devin Haney, they're going to do it. If it's popular to shit on Shakur, they're going to do it. Shakur fights where he feels he is best at. Hey, Tory, every fighter fights where they're best at. Every fighter pretty much does that. You get me? He called Shakur his friend. I would have blocked his ass too. Why would have blocked him? Because you said all of that on your pay on your channel. You try to make it look like he less than. That's what you did. Like, you know what you did. You got influence. He told you before when he talked to you. You know what you be doing when you said, like, y'all got to be mindful of the stuff you put out. Y'all got a lot of people that listen to y'all. So if you spin a negative narrative, you're going to have everybody pushing it. And that's what they doing. So, look, chalk it up to as part of the game. But you got blocked because where was this energy when he was saying this to you?
Remember Conor Ben for Chris Eubanks? After the fight, y'all was like, oh, Conor Ben was amazing. He looked so good. Man, nobody could beat Conor Ben. After that fight, that's what y'all was saying.
I was one of them, yeah.
But then he fought with the rehydration clause. So I'm like, okay, since he did it to Eubank, I'm like, shit. Before Ryan last fight, Ryan used my name to sell his fight. One of the things that he said was, I will go to 144 and fight Shakur. Then after that shit, he said, I will fight you at 140. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to come down to 140, I'm down with it too. So what I got from Devin, he fought Jose Ramirez at 144 pounds. So I got the idea. I'm like, okay, since we never can really be in the same weight class, we can fight at 144, meet in the middle. That way, he don't have to suck all the way down to my weight class. I don't have to go all the way up to his weight class, and we can make it fair. So y'all not really saying everything that it is. Y'all like making me just look like I'm just saying some crazy.
Context matters, especially when it comes to this sport called boxing. So he's smiling because you understood everything he was saying was reasonable. That's the context. Shakur provided context with all those fights that you talked about. Only one he didn't bring up was Shock. But you say he want to fight wherever his ops is not best at. Shock has proven to be the best at 130. Shakur Ben outgrew 130 pounds. So there's no way for him to fight Shock wherever he best at. And we don't know how good he going to look at 35 or 40. We don't know. Right? So that's cool. That was his take. No problem, man. Shout out to Biz, man. I don't hate him for having his own take, but it's guys just be kind of inconsistent. Like, you had all that energy, but this is after he already had this conversation with you. And then you go on your channel and you say that, but you should have had that same energy when you talking to him. Like, yo, you don't want to fight people where they good at. You want to fight wherever they not they best at. Then I could respect it more if you say it, but by saying all of that on your channel, but then sitting on an interview with him and agreeing with him and shaking your head and understanding where you're coming from, it's kind of hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? But here's the Devin Haney video that y'all must have forgot about. Shout out to Levis, man. Talk to him, fam. Crawford told him, right? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Do y'all remember this? You should have cried
about the 3 pounds because nobody has been a bigger weight bully than you. You cried about the 3 pounds after Ryan Garcia paid you the $1.5 million, and then you accepted a fight, and you said yourself, as a skilled fighter, 3 pounds ain't gonna make a difference. And you were absolutely right, because I saw Floyd Mayweather but not weigh 154 ever, and he smoked everybody. Everyone said Devin Haney was far more skillful than Ryan Garcia, and now y'all crying about 3 pounds when Devin Haney blows up 20 pounds anyway. Lomachenko, everybody he fights is way bigger than him. Every Haney fan is applauding Haney versus Lomachenko when Lomachenko moved up to fight Haney. And now Haney fans crying about 3 pounds. Yeah, but he didn't do it on the scale. Man, that right there, he did it with Snack. He did it with Victor Conte. Do you understand if Tank Davis, right-hand man, was Victor Conte, how y'all would be acting? And with all those inconsistencies and crying, now nobody's paying for his fight. Nobody even fighting for him. And you
Oh, y'all forgot. Memory Lane, huh? Receipts, Memory Lane. That video was titled "Why Devin Haney's brand is in the dirt," or something to that effect. So, why Devin Haney's brand is in the dirt. So as much as he on Shakur Stevenson now, he was just doing that to Devin. People go wherever it's popular to go. If they gonna applaud you for talking crazy about a fighter, that's when the dude's gonna do it. And maybe look, I don't think it's nothing personal with Shakur. I don't think he was personally trying to attack him or nothing like that, but it's hypocritical, fam. You act like you didn't understand what he's saying. You making it seem like, and then look, it's funny how that question was about, or that was about pounds, right? 3 pounds. What is all this talk been about Shakur and Devin? 3 pounds that you're trying to say that's where you want to fight Devin with. Devin ain't his best at. I thought the 3 pounds didn't matter. You said it didn't matter with Ryan. Why do it matter now with Shakur? 3 pounds didn't matter with Ryan, but it mattered with Shakur. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It don't even matter. D Money, you get me? That's not the point that I'm making. My point is, he was talking this way about Devin. Now he's talking different today. Now it's everybody's ducking Devin, but it's before you with Victor Conte. You with Snack. You get what I'm saying? Your brand is in the dirt, right? That's what he said. That's what he said, fam. This video, what was this video titled? The reason. Hold on. The reason Devin Haney's brand is in it is shit. That's what it was. The reason Devin Haney's brand is shit. That's what he said. That's what he was saying. The reason his brand is shit. Come on, fam. CJ was good with it, homie. And D Money, I'm not sure. I don't know what the timeline was, but my point I was making was that how he was talking. He talked much differently now about Devin. Before it was, 3 pounds wasn't this. You cried this, you cried that. Now those same 3 pounds, he trying to make Shakur look like less of a fighter for the same 3 pounds that Devin cried about, that he said he shouldn't have been crying about. So while all of y'all are crying about 3 pounds, Shakur want to fight you where it makes sense at. It always made sense for you a guy that's 2 weight classes away to fight in the middle. That's what he's always suggested. That's the fair way. You ain't got to suck all the way down. I ain't got to go all the way up. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he might block you, man, because look, that be the double standard shit that they be doing. So all that trying to tear Shakur down shit, that shit lame. That shit lame. Yeah, he want to fight where his op ain't best at. Nah, he want to fight where it makes sense at. Just like he told you when y'all was face-to-face on the phone. On the Instagram live, should I say. He told you straight up what it was. That's why he blocked you. So I look, and I'll say this. I'll be the first to admit, I think fighters are sensitive. I think they are, but I think anytime you critiquing somebody's work and what they do, I think they're going to be sensitive. I think all fighters are. You know what I'm saying? You called Devin Haney the biggest weight bully. So who really exposed who? Who really exposed who? You kind of exposed yourself. You was trying to expose Shakur, but you exposed yourself with this clip. And I'm going to play it one more time.
You cry about the 3 pounds after Ryan Garcia paid you the 1.5 million, and then you accepted a fight and you said yourself, as a skilled fighter, 3 pounds ain't gonna make a difference. And you were absolutely right, because I saw Floyd Mayweather but not weigh 154 ever, and he smoked everybody. Everyone said Devin Haney was far more skillful than Ryan Garcia, and now y'all crying about 3 pounds when Devin Haney blows up 20 pounds anyway. Lomachenko, everybody he fights.
He's saying it there. He blow up 20 pounds anyway. But you're going to make it seem like Shakur is bugging because he's the naturally smaller guy suggesting meeting in the middle. That shit is very hypocritical and disingenuous to your entire fan base, fam. This video proves it. You saying the man, not only is he bigger than Shakur naturally, you know this, but he blows up 20 pounds. He with Victor Conte, Snack, and all that shit. Come on, fam. Come on, fam. I'm going to repost this. I'm going to make a short video on it. We're going to push the real out there, man. Y'all out there, this attack on one person, I don't respect it, fam. Call that shit how it is. All fighters looking to have advantages, but it's one fighter that's trying to fight on as much of an even playing field as possible, fam. He just said the man blows up over 20 pounds. But making it seem like, man, we running it back again, y'all. This is nasty work, fam. Nasty, nasty work.
Because nobody has been a bigger weight bully than you. You cry about the 3 pounds after Ryan Garcia paid you the 1.5 million, and then you accepted a fight and you said yourself, as a skilled fighter, 3 pounds ain't gonna make a difference. And you were absolutely right, because I saw Floyd Mayweather but not weigh 154 ever, and he smoked everybody. Everyone said Devin Haney was far more skillful than Ryan Garcia, and now y'all crying about 3 pounds when Devin Haney blows up 20 pounds anyway. Lomachenko, everybody he fights is way bigger than him. Every Haney fan is applauding Haney versus Lomachenko when Lomachenko moved up to fight Haney. And now Haney fans crying about 3 pounds. Yeah, but he...
Exactly. And Shakur would still be moving up, and he got to sacrifice 2 pounds if we really being honest, and they crying about it. Knowing he going to blow up 20 extra pounds after the weigh-in. Come on, fam. Y'all weird,
do it
man.
on the scale.
Man,
that right there, he did it with Snack. He did it with Victor Conte. Do you understand if Tank Davis, right-hand man, with Victor Conte, how y'all would be acting? And with all those inconsistencies and crying, now nobody's paying for his fight. Nobody even fighting for him.
Now nobody fighting for him. So I just wanted to put that out there, man. This thumbnail is gonna be for the next this video. I'm gonna put this one, that video he talk about he want to be wherever his op ain't at, and then I'm gonna put this video. I'm gonna tell a story. Y'all know how we do. But shout out to Showbizz, nothing personal, man. He do your thing. He do his thing over there, man. He got a dope platform. Boxing is not about just agreeing or disagreeing. You know what I mean? Consistency, putting in the work. You know what I mean? Growing your channel and platform. I respect it, man. So shout out to him. Nothing personal. I know how to not make things personal, but that is a bit hypocritical. That's a big far cry away from what you were saying or how you was allowing Shakur to speak and you understood him fully when he was speaking there. Last topic of the day, man. Lastly, man, got his little this video from our guy Frank the Ghost Martin. Frank the Ghost Martin. You know him and Keyshawn had a face-to-face a while back, a couple years ago, right? They had that good face-off, man, and it always had people wanting to see this fight. I think this is a really good fight if they can make it. I think it's still a good fight regardless. I don't know where to happen at, though, because if Keyshawn going up to 47, Frank at 40. I don't think they said nothing about Frank going to 47. I don't recall that, so I don't know. But I do think this is still a good fight to make for sure. But let's listen to this. Let's listen in on this. Let's hear what Frank had to say, and we're gonna close out with this. Shout out to everybody, still over 50, almost 60 people in the building. Shout out to everybody for sticking to the end of the show, and we over 6 hours. Hit the like button.
Challenger Frank the Ghost Martin. First and foremost, man. Hey, a lot's changed since I last talked to you, man. I mean, even the goatee. I've seen a lot of people talk about the new look, but new promotional company. Like, can you explain a little bit of these new awesome changes?
Man, you know, we just went with Top Rank. You know, I feel like they was giving me what
what I feel like I need and what I wanted, as far as just activity, man. I just want to fight. I want to be active, and
Hmm.
I feel like Top Rank gonna keep me active and keep me in the mix.
Hmm. I know whenever a fighter like leaves a longtime promoter, people immediately assume there was drama, right? But in this case, I assume it was like a fair understanding and there was none of that, right?
Yeah, it was just I just wanted to be more active and just know what's going on,
Hmm.
what's going on in my career, so with me hiring Adrian Clark as my manager and getting with Top Rank, it's more of like a game plan. We know what we got moving forward.
Hmm.
I'm hopefully I fight in October, and then we shooting for maybe like early like next year, like
Hmm.
February, March. We looking for some, even if it's not those dates. We looking for to be getting the belt sometime in early next year.
Awesome. I know with that, kind of going with that same thing, you kind of changed promoters. You got a different trainer in the last couple fights. Got Adrian Clark now. But you and Spence, you guys are still boys. Nothing's
Yeah.
changed. Is he still part of the promotional? Like, is the man
No.
down? So it's
No.
just.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, it's just me, but me and EJ, we still good. Everything was cool, like when I was making a move and stuff like that, like I reached out to EJ and he wished me nothing but the best.
Mhm.
And just like, stay focused, man. Just stay focused, stay locked in and things like that. But, me and E still good.
Yeah. And I assume that too, but I always have to ask just so you know how the internet goes, right? They turn and twist things, so I got to make
Yeah.
sure your story gets properly.
Still 70 people in the building. Do your boys solid. Make sure you hit that like button on both sides. Support the grind. We over 6 hours in, and we did it without no boxing slander. Giving boxing is just due. See Wood, what's good with it? Appreciate you, bro. Hey, lonely Shakur Duck. You still got to beat him though. That shit don't mean nothing to me. You know what I mean? Everybody a duck. Devin Haney a duck. Then he turned down the Rolly fight because he couldn't get the money. Ain't that ducking by y'all logic? Ain't that what Keyshawn just did, right? He couldn't get the money, so he turned the fight down. Devin Haney couldn't get the money, so he walked away. Same principles are the same. Money is money. Fights don't happen all the time because of money
Totally.
and business,
With
man.
that, it's something where in boxing now, like
Ain't Shakur
you
Duck,
kind
I
of
would
have
say just don't
all these
watch him.
different type of changes, but the
That's
most
all.
important thing to you is still the goal to be a world champion, correct?
Absolutely.
And with the landscape, right? I know Gary's over there at PBC. I know that the landscape of the champions, Richardson Hitchin, who you've been hunting down, went to 147. So, like, who is the prime target? Is it a certain person, or is it just to become a world champion?
It really ain't no. It really it's not a specific person. It's just really just becoming a world champion, and then after that, I feel like whoever I fight, of course, they're gonna have some type of name because they'd be a champion or whatever. But man, it really ain't nobody that I'm chasing. I feel
Hmm.
like the fans, the fights that anybody want will be made or whatever through once I get a belt and things like that. The fans is gonna they're gonna say certain things or they're gonna want certain fights. And I feel like with me, I don't mind fighting people. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind fighting fighters. So once I become champion and things like that, I feel like the fans is going whatever fight they want, they gonna say which ones they want, and then we'll just make the fight happen. If any fight that the fans want makes sense, I'm gonna make it happen.
You know, I know Raymond Moyetias looks like he's possibly going to move up to 140, and that could be something that could work out since both top rank.
They said
Um,
something. They said his trainer, Garcia. They said something. They mentioned my name. They mentioned my name first. So he coming up to 140 or whatever. So I think they got their eyes on me or a fight with me. I'm really with fighting anybody. If everything makes sense and things like that, I'm with fighting anybody. But right now, like I say, we gotta. Hopefully, I fight in October, and then we shooting for early next year to get the
mhm.
belt. Right now, I want to stick to what me and my team, like what we've talked about and what we plan on working on. I want to stick with that route. Things change, but I want to stick with that route. get the fight in October, and hopefully, like I say, early next year we go get the title or whatever, and then anything outside of that is up. I'm with it. Like any fighter, anything, I'm with it.
Could it be potentially then the fight fans can get the Keyshawn Davis fight with you?
Yeah.
I know that he went on Twitter right when the news came out, and he was all with it, right? And I know there's a lot of stories, a lot of opinions, right, that about what happened with the Keyshawn and Devin situation. Do you, I guess, kind of see it on both ends, or is the perspective that a lot of people have kind of add validity to what's kind of going on?
Man, honestly, it's that situation. It's one of them situations where he called for it. Like he called, he did all. He went on tour. You know what I'm saying? He went on tour, and he made all the videos. He was calling them out, saying he wanted to fight and things like that, and he got the fight. The fight came. Uh, I honestly feel that I don't feel like he's scared to fight him, but I just think that the fight came sooner than what he really expected. He was doing all the calling out and things like that, but I don't think he expected it to like just come like how it came. So I think that when the opportunity presented itself,
Yeah, we missing like
he
15
may not
likes.
have
Let's get
been
100
really
likes
ready,
in the building
for
for
the
6
for
hours
that
of grinding,
opportunity.
y'all. Hit that
I
like
don't think
button.
that it's
I like what Frank is saying here. He's saying he don't think he's scared of him, but he's saying maybe the fight came faster than he thought. But I mean, shit. What did you think was gonna happen when they put him in a mandatory position? The fight was gonna be here. I just think ultimately maybe he figured by him not accepting that money, maybe he thought the fight was bigger than, in his mind, maybe he thought the fight was bigger than what it actually was. And when he seen that it wasn't, he walked away. Yeah, you can call him a duck. I ain't arguing that shit. Y'all gonna keep saying it. It's cool. But at the end of the day, you got to fight somebody. And from here on out, just know whenever a guy doesn't accept whatever money is offered to him and he walks away from a fight, just know by that logic, he's a duck no matter who they are. Because that's what y'all say. Guys got to take the money that they worth, right? Or they duck. So damn underrated. My boy Albright whooped that ass. But because Frank got a name, they made it a draw. Frank better stick with trying to fight dudes like Calvin Davis. To me, man, I think Keyshawn mess around, and I think he definitely beats Frank Martin. He mess around, stop him. Because Frank like to fight. He get tired. He slow down. He got a lot of muscle. I seen the way Albright had him hurt. He ain't do that to Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? That looked like two totally different fights, all right? So I think styles make fights. Keyshawn beats Frank Martin, but I respect Frank Martin. I like him. I think it's a good fight. And you just can't count him out. That dude could fight, yo. He picked up the sport late. So I like Frank. I do.
nothing with him being scared, or nothing like that. But I
Respect to
feel like it was
Frank
just
for
a
saying
business
that too,
decision
man.
that he probably wanted to make for himself to not take the
Yep.
fight right now. I just don't feel that he thought it was gonna come as quick as it came. I think he thought he could just do all the calling out and he was gonna be safe and like get his name in the news and stuff like that. But the fight, it really came, and I just feel he just wasn't, like, the timing wasn't right for him.
I mean, you've been in that shoes before, right? Like I'm sure based on
I mean,
how late you started in the amateur.
It's funny how people forget. He had a fight with Shakur, and he said he asked for a certain amount of money, and they gave it to him. Bob was hesitant on giving him the money he was asking for, but he gave it to him anyway. He got the contract, had it for a while, and sent it back asking for that little umph. So he could say what he wants. It's easy to criticize, but he had a similar situation where he didn't take the money for Shakur and fight him, right? Think about that win. Biggest win of his career, biggest opportunity of his career. The Tank fight came after the fact, but at that particular moment, that was the biggest opportunity for you, and you didn't take it. So that's why I respect what he's saying. He's saying it ain't got nothing to do with being scared. Probably thought he could just call him out, promote, get his name out there, and ain't have to take the fight right now. Well, you was doing all that shit with Shakur saying you'll fight him, and you ain't take that fight. You ain't take the fight. You turned it down. So it's the same thing. And you had got a contract and sent it back and asked for more money after getting what you was looking for. So it is what it is, man. I like the fact that he didn't take this opportunity to try to say he was scared, though, because that would mean you were scared when you didn't take the money, right? But it was a business decision. Just like I said with Frank Martin not taking it and asking for that little I was saying I'm disappointed because I want to see the fight, but I ain't going to call that man no duck because he couldn't get the money he was looking for. And y'all know Core is my guy, but the duck narrative is lame. It's business at the end of the day. These dudes got to eat, and they risk their life for our entertainment, so they're going to want to get paid for it, and I get it.
And the amount of professional fights. You got the Gervonta Tank Davis fight, and I'm sure there could have been more business situations you could have caught, maybe more upside. But do you kind of view it kind of the same? But you took that fight with you and Tank kind of same, similar, or is it different?
This this is the thing, man. Like that was the opportunity for him. You know, that was a great opportunity for him if he really felt he could beat Devin and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like the 3 million, like that was cool. You know that the 3 million or whatever guaranteed purse, that was cool. Like me personally, I would have took that. I would have took the 3 million.
See?
And then you got to think it's more the
Easy to say what you would take until you was in that position, but it's people that said if they would have got offered what you got offered, they'd have took the fight against Shakur, but you didn't take it. So now, as if you would have got offered 3 million, you would have took it, of course, because I don't think you ever been offered that, and you didn't even get that much more up front to fight Tank Davis than you was gonna get to fight Shakur, and that's a fact. You got a little like you said. You ain't getting nothing, no life changing money.
opportunity. That's the thing, man. It was you getting an opportunity. He undisputed. You know, you go up to 140 or 147, you become mandatory. Like you haven't even fought at 140.
See, he tripping. I gotta stop you, Frank. He not undisputed. He was undisputed at 135. He had one title. It was a big opportunity for Keyshawn, no doubt. A missed opportunity, but there is a such thing as playing a long game. Brian Norman successfully did it, and now he back in position to get what's his and come back and get it all over again. So Frank had the opportunity. He got the biggest opportunity at the time. It was against Shakur Stevenson. It ain't like you had to work your way to get that fight. You got it offered to you, and you didn't take it.
47, you become mandatory champion, or a mandatory for a champion that's been undisputed, and you know, like, bro, it's the opportunity. You go knock him off, then you know you put in the contract a bigger number for the rematch or whatever it may be. Then you in a driver's seat. You know, that was just an opportunity. I feel like he slipped up on, man. He played.
It's the same thing
And
for
listen,
him,
I
though.
remember you've called out Devin for a long time
It's
ago.
the
I didn't
same
even
thing,
remember.
though. It's the same thing for him, man. He said, Frank Diddy. It's the same thing for you. You had an opportunity that you didn't take, fam, and that's just being real. You didn't take it, and it kind of Tank bailed you out. Tank gave you some bail money, literally, by offering you a fight right after Shakur. So it looked like you turned down Shakur for the bigger opportunity, but no, two isolated incidents. You turned down the Shakur fight because ultimately you said the business wasn't right, the money wasn't right, right? And then you took the Tank fight for a little bit more money than you did for the Shakur fight, real talk. So make of it what you will, man. Make of it what you will, man. It's easy to speak on when you ain't the one with the gun pointed at you.
Yeah. And I told him, like, you wanted to fight him. And so I know that him going to 147, you're at 140. But the fight that you also wanted, which seemed like it's so many roadblocks because you're on this particular promotional company, and then Shakur was with Top Rank, and not Shakur's with Zuffa. You're at Top. Do you think we can ever get that fight? Like, it seems
Man,
like he doesn't
Shakur
currently
being
right now
at
have
Top Rank
an actual
and
opponent.
him
I know
being where
he's
he
with
was at did
Zuffa,
not stop the
but
fight. The only thing that stopped him from fighting Shakur was the fact that the money wasn't right. If he'd have took it, the fight would have happened. We be creating these sides of the street narratives for these fighters, but in reality, that fight wasn't stopped because of size of the streets. It was stopped because of business. Respect to Frank, he couldn't get the umph. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even know why we talking about size of the street. That's not even what stopped it, though.
is that something since you both were in the same weight class?
Yeah, for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like with me, man, like I say, I'll fight anybody. I honestly think that the fans, though, I think they'd be more tuned in with the Keyshawn fight than the than the Shakur fight. You know, the Shakur fight, we still got there's still history there, with that fight. You know, I got like how Keyshawn got a whole lot of back backflap on not accepting the fight with Devin Haney. That's the same. That's the same shit they did with me with Shakur. You know. The thing is, man, fighters don't be scared to fight other fighters. It's just certain
Right.
things just may not make sense.
Right.
You know.
Hey Vince, hating on you don't look good, fam. You come right in here hating, and you came in here with an inaccurate statement. You said he can't fly, he can't draw flies to a picnic. So Vince, he didn't sell out MSG. He didn't sell out MSG with the highest attendance ever for a boxing event in that venue. He didn't do that. Him and Tio didn't do that. I just want to know, hey Vince, is that not drawing flies to shit or to a picnic or whatever it is you talking about? See, don't be a fanboy, fam. And what I mean by that, Vince, is you don't gotta shit on Shakur to try to prop Devin up. That's fanboy shit. You know what I'm saying? That's fanboy shit. Devin Haney has been called boring. His pay-per-views haven't done nothing. Shakur first pay-per-view, he sold out the venue. What you talking about? Are you just hating? Are you a hater, Shakur? Are you a hater? That's what you are. You a hater. He sold out MSG. What do you mean he can't draw flies to shit? What do you mean? And him being born, does that stop you from coming right in here? And the first thing you said was speaking on him being born. Did that stop your favorite fighter that you pom-pomming for from fighting him? Did it stop him from saying it's the biggest fight in boxing? Make it make sense, Vince. Shakur consistently sold more tickets than Devin Haney throughout his career. Consistently, fam. Sold out MSG, something Devin Haney would never do, right? You get me? This man had over 41,000 in attendance in the stadium in Australia. That shit got cut in less than half, 17,000 in the rematch. Shakur did more than that in MSG with Tio. Don't come in here hating, man. Hating look bad on you. That was all on Tank. Tank wasn't even in the fight. What are you talking about? Tank wasn't even in the fight. Come on, man. Come in here hating, man. Sit in the corner for a minute. Let's get back to this cook. You distracted me, man. Vince came right in here hating and talking dumb shit, man. Gotta time you out.
But you don't know until
you ain't speaking
you
no
don't
truth.
really
You just
know.
being a
You know,
distraction.
if like with that Shakur situation, it just didn't make sense. Like
quick ass L,
it just
dummy,
didn't make
just
sense,
being a
man.
fanboy.
I mean, you got the Tank fight, so I mean, it's not like
Hey, he
you
can't
went
drive flies to
and
a
fought.
picnic. He
Like,
sold out his
it was a
last
good
fight,
lateral
dummy.
move. I would,
The
as a
worst
fan,
time
was
to
cool
push
with
that
either
Yeah,
narrative.
one.
The
So
absolute
I mean,
worst.
yeah.
definitely
That
give it to him.
it made more sense, you know. It made more sense, you know. So I feel like even with that, you know, it was a lot like with that Shakur situation. Everybody was coming like, "Oh, he ducking, he ducking." No, I'm not ducking. The shit just didn't make sense. And then I go and fight
Again, another teachable moment. He's saying it didn't make sense. Another fighter that walked away from the fight because it didn't make sense. He couldn't get the money. So it seemed like it's a lot of ducks not being called out. But if your name Keyshawn or Shakur, they could see it. If it's Devin Haney, he know his worth. They wanted him to fight for no guarantee. They wanted this. They wanted that. I don't want to hear that shit, Sharif. I don't want to hear that shit, Sharif. ASAP, what up, homie? Frank just contradicted himself. Facts he
Tank,
did.
and I think I said this like the last time I got interviewed or whatever. Like, bro, I went and fought one of the biggest punchers in the lightweight division in our division, our weight class. One of the
Yeah, you fought one of the biggest punchers, but I'm not gonna lie, Frank. It was too early, and Tank made you jump, and you fought timid. You fought like you knew you was gonna get knocked out. I'm not gonna lie. You fought very timid. You was letting your hands go, but you was like timid with it. Like you fought with a sense of like worry to you. You wasn't just flowing. You was in there worried, and you baited yourself in the corner and got knocked out because of it. Shakur would have just boxed the shit out
biggest
you bad.
punchers. So like,
He just
what
embarrassed you.
what
Shakur
what
would have
would
embarrassed
make me scared of anybody else in the division? You know, like it didn't
you.
make
You was
sense.
scared of Tank out there jumping.
You
He
know,
had you
with
flinching
that, you
and shit.
mentioned now you're thinking about fighting in October.
That was
Like,
the first
any
time I thought a fighter might be
potential
scared
updates,
of getting
word
in there with Tank when
venues,
he
or
jumped. I was
anything
like,
like
That's
that?
what
That,
that's what I'm waiting on. I'm
Mhm.
waiting on like where the venue will be and location and
yeah,
things.
he tried to say it didn't make sense, Obanga, but it's the same opportunity that it was for Keyshawn and Devin. It was the biggest opportunity for the most money that you got offered at the time, and you didn't take it. And you trying to say because it didn't make sense. And then you got in an interview and said you didn't know how much you was getting paid or something stupid like that where he lied. I've been talked about that shit. He had went on one of them chicks channels and one of the ladies channels, and he was just contradicting himself, talking stupid.
like that. But the date is supposed to be early October. It's supposed to be early October. We just waiting on venue and really just the venue and things like that.
Mhm. I know last time I saw you, it was after the Albright fight, and I remember you told me that you felt like there was a bug going on out in Vegas.
Mhm.
How do you, when you look back at that fight and that whole entire thing, like what did you learn? What improvements? Because I know that some people felt you did really well.
You know what's crazy? Look, I want to clear this up, man, because
Mhm.
everybody keeps saying it. Everybody say, "Oh, Frank, when he fight, he get tired. The second half of the fight, and this and that." Right?
Mhm.
Name my fights. Any fight besides the Tank fight and the Albright fight that I got tired in a fight. I get stronger as I go. Name any fight that I got tired and gassed out.
And to be fair,
I get it, but it's funny that he's saying that and making a case for it, but you just named 2 fights. You just named 2 fights that you got tired in. Like, you can't make this shit up. He said name fights, bro. Artem, facts. Artem was another one. Artem was tearing his body up. Yeah, he needed that knockdown to win too. That's how you know he not on Shakur level. Or Keyshawn. You struggle with Albright. You struggle with Artem. That was your closest fight until Albright. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. He said, name the fights that I got tired. I get stronger as I go. No, it appears you get stronger as you go when you in there with inferior competition. No disrespect. But Albright was on your level. What happened there? You got tired. Artem was on your level. You got tired there. Tank, you got tired. He was on your level. So when guys are not on your level, yeah, you appear to get stronger as you go. But when dudes are deemed on your level or possibly better, you get tired, fam. You get tired. You just named 2 fights. It's crazy trying to make a case that you don't get tired, and then you name 2 fights that you get tired. Like those is anomalies. We're gonna put them to the side. Besides the Tank and the Albright fight, name me the fight. Bro, we can't name you the fight if you taking them all off the table, but I'll add the Artem, like my man Jordan said. That's a fact. I thought he slowed down in the Artem fight too. He was getting hit with some really good body shots from Artem.
you had a late stoppage, which some people thought you had a competitive fight. And you had, to be fair, you don't really get tired. I guess they just see the 2 fights outside of
And
the
they
Barthélemy
judge.
fight. Mhm.
They
You can't
judge
say
out
somebody don't get tired,
within
but
those fights,
2
right?
fights.
The Tank fight,
Then
I
he get
lost damn
tired
near
in,
30
man.
pounds. You know what I'm saying? In that fight, I was weight drained. And the crazy thing is, I got to feel like what it felt like to be weight
You
drained
dropped
and
30 pounds in a Tank fight. Man, come on, Muscles
how
Malone.
your body react. And then when I fought Albright, I got sick. So we flew out on
Hold
Tuesday.
on,
Sunday,
fam. Hold on. Let me go back again a
I
little
got
bit.
fight. I was weight drained. And the crazy thing is, I got to feel like what it felt like to be weight drained.
Outside of the
And
Barthélemy fight. Mhm.
they judge out within those fights, right? The
Mhm.
Tank fight, I lost damn near 30 pounds. You know what I'm saying? In that fight, I was weight drained. And the crazy thing is,
30
I got to
pounds?
feel like what it felt like to be weight drained and how
So
your
you
body react. And then when I fought Albright, I got sick. So we
he
flew out on
said
Tuesday.
thriller.
Sunday, I got like sick on Sunday. We
30
flew out
pounds
Tuesday.
is
So the whole
crazy.
time leading up to that fight,
He
I'm
dropped
just
30
pushing.
pounds. So he was
I'm
running around
working through
160
everything. I'm
pounds.
taking medicine. I'm doing everything, but I'm not
This
finna
man was
pull
running
out of the
around
fight. Like I'm gonna
160
push through. Like
pounds,
the night of
man.
the fight is when I felt the best. That was the best. Like throughout that whole week, that was the day that I actually felt my best. But I'm in the back. While I'm in the back in the dressing room before the fight and stuff, we got towels on me. I'm cold. I got the. It ain't even cold in the room, but I got the goddamn chills and all kind of stuff. But I got to see how it feel to fight like being drained, like weight drained, and then fighting being sick.
He
It
was
kind of
weight
felt the
drained.
same. Like in the 5th round, both fights, that's when I felt like it kicked in. Like damn,
30
like
pounds, man.
I ain't feeling like it. Really be like you see certain things, but your body just ain't reacting how you want your body to react. And that's kind of like both.
What he's saying is reasonable. I level with him to a degree, but if this is a Shakur Stevenson, a Tank Davis, Keyshawn Davis saying the same thing, a Devin Haney, they're gonna say they making excuses. They're gonna say they making excuses. He said, "Move up, move up, then Muscle Martin." Muscle Malone, man. He said, "My man face tells it all." Hey, Marcus, that's a fact. He say he had a bad camp for the Artem fight. Make it make sense. Cutting too much. Yeah, he had a bad weight cut there. He was weight drained for Tank, weight drained for Artem, and then he was sick for Albright.
Both of them fights, that's how I felt.
And what would you say is different? Because honestly, I've never actually talked to someone about what they felt about being weight drained and then being sick. It's interesting because now, like, what is the slight differences? Because you're saying that obviously when you're not your best, you're going to get tired later on. So what would you say is that one difference if you could tell a fighter, like, look, this is what it feels like when you're sick, prepare for this. This is what it feels like you're weight drained. Like, what was the one slight difference between the two? Or what was a little bit better? Is it better to be sick than weight drained?
Yeah, for
Is
sure.
it better to be sick
Really?
than weight drained?
For sure.
Covering all
Like
your bases.
with the Albright fight, I knew it.
Drained.
Like I knew it in the fight.
Got the chills. Then he got sick for Albright. Tough weight cut for Artem. And then with Tank, he dropped 30 pounds. Each fight was a tough fight. And it's one is a loss and 2 fights was tough. And it's excuses for all of them. Hey, I'll let y'all make of it what you will. I could level with him. I could understand. I think what he's saying is reasonable because I think fighters go through a lot to make it to the fights. But like I said, if this is somebody else saying the same stuff, they're gonna say they making excuses. I'm just keeping it a bean, as they say, right?
Like
just keeping it 100.
I felt it, like that was my first time ever being weight drained.
Albright hit him with a mean combo.
When I fought Tank, responded to me how I needed to respond. So it was like foreign to me, It was
you
like
ain't
some shit
never seen
I never
them
been
other
there.
bad brothers
So
get punched up like that.
it was just like shit. I figured it out when I was in there, but shit, I ain't even get a chance to catch a second win or nothing like that. But I was just it wasn't there, It wasn't there. And then when I was sick with the Albright fight, I just knew I had to just dig. I just knew like, bro, you seeing shit, your body seeing things, your eyes seeing things, but you can't react how you need to react. You gotta fight. Like I just had to fight, So in the Albright fight, I just had to.
Nah, dudes running around here. He gave him the Philly special. Dudes running around here. Thanks, baby boy. Dudes running around here fighting that lightweight, y'all. Dudes running around fighting that lightweight, but dropping 30 pounds. And then talking about how Shakur big. You ain't never heard Shakur complaining about, I had to drop 30 pounds. 30 pounds, fam? 30? Man, I had a fat camp, bro.
I just had to fight.
So you're that weak,
Man's
like,
had
in
a fat
comparison.
camp. We
That's
almost
crazy.
over. We almost done, y'all.
I assume, like, at some
last
point,
couple minutes, I promise you.
Go ahead.
Man, listen.
Last couple minutes.
When
man.
I tell you my camp for that fight, I only trained for that fight like 4 weeks, right? Yeah. But the little time that I
look, now he only trained for 4 weeks. It's getting worse. I'm not gonna lie, it's getting worse. Now he only trained for 4 weeks, bro. Nah. No wonder he calling Devin the face. Facts. He's still suffering from some issues from that Tank fight. Yeah, that 30 pounds made you forget how hard Tank punched you in your jaw.
Had for that fight, that probably was the best.
Now he only worked out for 4 weeks. This shit
everything.
Crazy.
Like when I tell you, like everybody I sparred,
he was never gonna fight Shakur.
Touching shit. Like in my sparring, I was super sharp. Literally, I didn't have not one bad sparring session or nothing like that. In that camp, it was like I said, it was short, but I was super sharp. It was probably one of my best camps. But it was a short camp, but it was probably one of my
Zoom, you stupid. Now he had a short camp. He was sick. He had the chills. He had to lose 30 pounds. He was weight drained. He removing the fights off the table that he got tired, and then telling you to tell me a fight I got tired in besides the Tank and the Albright fight. I like Frank, but this shit funny as hell. Oh man, this shit funny, man. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Best camps, man. Like far as how I felt, how I looked at sparring and all of that stuff, it was probably one of my best camps.
Oh shit.
Well, I'm expecting your next fight to have the best camp with what it seems like you have the best team lined up. You got your promotional company top rank.
Turn around, you got a problem.
Looking for that title at 140, and then once you get that, I'm sure
Best
Devin,
team, the
Shakur,
best
Tankring,
team, man. He out
everyone
here
kept.
fighting weight drink. They letting him fight sick. He got the chills. They letting him fight. You get what I'm saying? All types of shit, man. I don't know, fam. I don't know if he got the
Oh,
best
Gary,
team.
you want all of them, right?
He
All the
turned down
names, all the
Shakur.
names, man. Like I said, if
I
those
don't
fights
know.
present themselves, I'm ready.
I'm clearly
I
just
just want to
joking
make the
too, y'all.
fights,
I'm
that
joking,
that
by the
make.
way. I like Frank Martin. I'm just joking. I do joke. We over 6.5 hours. I'm just joking. I like him. He's a phenomenal fighter, hell of a fighter. But this shit just was
Since I
funny.
want
It
to
was
make them
funny.
happen.
Say, look at
Well,
his
right
face.
before I let you
Let
go,
me
man,
believe
for the
it.
fans has been waiting for your return. See what's
This is how you
next
make
with
it
this
seem
new
like
power
Shakur
move.
be
What do you
sounding in
want to
his
tell them before I let you
interviews.
go?
Man, y'all just stay tuned. Just stay tuned. We'll be back sometime in October. A date should be dropping like soon, like the exact date and venue and all that stuff. It should be dropping soon. Opponent, all that stuff. It'll be dropping like hopefully in the next week. In the next week or week and a half or whatever. I have something out there for the fans, and y'all just stay tuned, man. And I appreciate everybody who support me, and I appreciate everybody who hate on me too. Appreciate y'all.
Man, shout out to Frank Martin, man. Shout out to Frank, man. He a hell of a fighter, bro. He is, man. He took a Tank fight early in his career. A lot of people wouldn't have took that fight, or they wouldn't even been thinking of taking a challenge that dangerous. He took it. He ain't take the core fight, but he took Tank because he got that little umph. But shout out to Frank Martin, man. Definitely skilled. His gas tank, I think, it's because of the muscles and how he fight. That's what I think. But he's a hell of a fighter. I look forward to seeing him fight. Hopefully he get an announcement like he said soon. Top rank, yeah, top rank. I expect to see him busy. He with top rank. So they definitely gonna get him a date and an opponent. I expect to see that very, very soon. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Frank Martin. Shout out to boxing. We just spent 6.5 hours giving boxing its just due. If you have not hit that like button, make sure you do. Double tap the screen, hit the like button. We still got 50 people here. I appreciate all the love. Everybody that hit that super chat, I appreciate all the support, man. We're going to keep building. I got a couple short videos that's coming up later, and we're going to keep building, man. I'll try to come back tomorrow, too, on a Sunday, because I missed yesterday, so I might have to make up for it tomorrow. Y'all know how we do. How you walk around? Nah, he do. It's around. Hey, Marcus, you don't know how right you are. Ask Behind the Hands TV. You are right, yo. And in 150s, telling you he's not a big. He don't let himself get too heavy. That's a fact. That's a fact. What you saying? My guy will tell you the same thing, and he be with him. He see him, be in the gym with, watching him work, all that. He'll say the same exact thing, Marcus. But look, I appreciate everybody that's rocking out. Appreciate the love, man. 6.5 hours giving boxing is just due. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Peace to the fans.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand. From Patterson, New Jersey, please welcome the sweet Terminator, Shadesha Green.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Just the Boxing, the best boxing talk. It's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube. Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.